All green hell is about to be unleashed. A very warm welcome on this Saturday morning to the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours presented by Sim Broadcast in support of Macmillan Cancer Support, where 54 GT3 and GT4 cars, as well as around 160 drivers, do battle for a prize pot of £500 on the world's most feared circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We are live on YouTube, Twitch and Facebook across the Sim Broadcast network. And for the first stint in the commentary box, it's me, Chris Stevens, and George Morgan. George, I don't know about you, but I'm incredibly excited about this race.
Well, what can we say, Chris? First of all, pleasure to be alongside you for this one. It is certainly a special occasion. Of course, raising money for such a well-established charity, a well-known charity as well, the Macmillan Cancer Support charity. We're looking to raise a total of £1,000, obviously going towards this really good cause as well. And here is the track map, of course, the combined Nürburgring circuit, the 12-hour race here at M4EM. It's going to be a huge spectacle, and certainly we've got some of the best drivers certainly on iRacing competing. Certainly the many drivers who have competed in the real world of racing as well, including the likes of Brad Philpot, to name just one of them. We've got so many across this entire grid order, and all of them are going to be taken to the very much feared and respected circuit of the Nürburgring. We have seen so many outstanding races here in the past, from Formula One also into endurance racing. We're running a combined circuit today, folks. It's going to be a cracker, Chris.
Absolutely. We're racing on the NLS layout, so the Mercedes-Benz Arena on the Grand Prix loop, and then the cutting through to the final sector on the Grand Prix Strecke that then leads on to the Nordschleife. We do have plenty of top runners in here, as you mentioned, top racing drivers from the real world, and also some of the top esports drivers from the digital NLS series, and plenty of Nürburgring specialists who are joining us for this race. Let's head trackside as qualifying is already underway here at the Nürburgring. It is a 1 hour session for this qualifying session. And just to bring you up to speed on the rules, as we see Alexander Dobbitsberger in the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari head out onto the Dobbitsberger to start his first flying lap of the session. There are 3 classes in this race. We have GT3 Pro, GT3 AM and GT4. The first 30 minutes of this session will be open only to the GT3 AM and GT4 cars, so we won't see the Pro drivers out until the final 30 minutes of qualifying, and they are limited to 4 flying laps each.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a true test, and obviously puts them in a little bit of a tight spot towards the end, given that final half an hour. Obviously, they wouldn't have had a chance to maybe adapt to the circuit, maybe as well as some of the others who are allowed out first. But a pleasure to see you all this fine Saturday morning as we're now watching Alexander Dobbitsberger make his way around the next left here at the Nürburgring. Of course, he's got plenty of corners to negotiate, over 14 miles long. This track, absolutely sensational indeed. Plenty of varying corners. There's Arcadis, Mike Farler there, who you can see from his picture on the left-hand side for Loosey Goosey Racing. Ronald Grossman as well. Jordan Johnson from the United States as well, making his way around the next left. We've got so many people across the world. Dutchman as well. We just flicking through the names there just to give you guys an update as to who is on this track here today. What a pleasure it is to be here as we're now watching Ronald Grossman now in the Core Sim Racing car make his way through this very tight twisting point of the track. I mean, to be honest with you, every point on this track is tight and twisty. It's going to really prove to be a true test of racecraft, of measure, of speed and pace, and also stamina. Absolutely. It's going to be an absolutely massive test, Chris. And I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to come on top in qualifying as well.
Absolutely. Qualifying around this circuit must be an absolute dream. It's the 24.15 kilometer layout of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's 165 corners. And they've got to navigate every single one of them across what is an almost 8-minute lap for the GT3 cars. And it's a closed qualifying session, so similar to the officials. So all the cars will be out on track by themselves, not sharing the track with any potential traffic issues or slipstreaming down the Dobbitsberger. So just like the officials in iRacing, as we rejoin Alexander Dobbitsberger on the early part of the Nordschleife, coming up through Flugplatz.
Yeah, very smooth indeed from Dobbitsberger, and just keeping the car in between, just keeping it on the grey stuff, which is exactly what you need to do as he now makes his way through the next roller coaster section, shall we say, and it certainly is fun at this point of the track. Now deep diving into this next right, and he's got a little bit of a straight to take then before he then reaches the next real tight right-hander, which will be coming up very shortly through this next twisting snake section.
There's a big compression at the bottom of this hill here that turns your body completely inside out, right about there. And even in a 308 that Brad Philpot took me around in a few years ago, it still absolutely tears you apart, but not a problem for these guys today.
No, not at all. They certainly seem to be well measured. Certainly Alexander Dobbitsberger looks okay, and certainly is carrying himself with a lot of class now down this next straight. And certainly, if you want to question some of the stints that a lot of these guys will be taking, generally a stint around about 7 to 8 laps in this one, Chris. So obviously a fair chunk of whack of time. It may not seem like a lot, but when you factor in the fact that every lap is approximately 14 miles long, it can take the sting out of you. One solitary lap can be a big test. So the fact that you've got to try and string 8 of those laps together is still a massive test, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're still looking at a 1 hour stint time. We are joined shortly by Martin from M4EM, who is the sponsor of this event. And we are joined by Martin now on the live stream. Martin, thank you so much for taking the time to come and chat to us. The big day is finally here. It's the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours. We are joined shortly. Martin, you with us? Can you hear me? Martin,
unmute, Chris, on Discord.
Who is the sponsor?
Okay, yeah, Martin's there.
You're on Discord. We are joined by Martin now on the live stream. Martin, can you hear me now?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, excellent. Right, yeah, we've got there in the end. So, Martin, the big day is finally here.
Yeah, it's been quite an exciting time. First of all, I'd just like to say thanks to Brad himself, Brad Philpot, because he has done an excellent job for us, helping us, because this is all above my head, all this iRacing and that, but he's done an excellent job setting it all up and getting drivers and broadcasters from all over the world, and it's hopefully we're going to have a good clean race today.
Absolutely. So anyone other than Brad that you might be particularly rooting for?
Not really.
Just Brad, okay.
Just Brad. I mean, at the end of the day, I just want a good, clean race. I know iRacing can cause a lot of trouble, but it can also be quite exciting if it is good and clean. So, but yeah, Brad is our boy, obviously. You know that, Chris.
Absolutely. So we've got the M4EM logo on all of the Nürburgring 12 hours marketing. It's on all the cars as well. It must be great seeing the logo on such a big stage like this.
Oh yeah, it's just brilliant. This is one of the reasons why I want to do it, because the last broadcast, all we ever see is Brad's stream, and we're really about, promoting and our logo and everything like that. And so I suggested to Brad, I said, why can't we be in it more? And this is what's happened, and we're really excited about it. We love seeing all the cars. All the liveries on the cars are absolutely awesome. And really, really excited about doing this again and again and again.
Well, it sounds great. It sounds like there are some future plans to be made to be doing this again in the not too distant future, hopefully. And we hope you enjoy the Nürburgring experience, albeit virtually.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking part yourself, Chris, and the other guys there, and the Sim Broadcast. I can't thank everybody enough, really. Like I say, just saying again that let's hope we have a good, clean, and fun day.
Brilliant. Where can we find M4EM online?
Well, we're all over the shopping stuff like eBay and stuff like that, but a lot of people, obviously, they probably won't be interested in what we sell. But our main thing is our Facebook page, M4EM Timber Products there. And yeah, people can go and see us there, and they can chat to us and everything there.
Brilliant. Martin, thank you so much for taking the time to come and join us in the qualifying session, and we hope you enjoy the race.
Thanks, Chris, and have a good day.
Martin there from M4EM. He's the M in M4EM.
Well, I got to say, class act as well, and it's a pleasure, real wholesome to get people involved in this broadcast, and certainly see them sponsoring these great events. And obviously, Brad Philpot has done a stupendous job. We can't overstate that enough. I know how busy he has been with the organising over the past week. He has been on it like Donkey Kong, to turn a phrase, but absolutely brilliant. And nevertheless, we look forward to seeing what these drivers have to offer. Currently top of the timing sheets is Tim Darracott, who's currently landed 7:47.124 with Mishka Huskel in second place. Jordan Johnson has just pipped him for that second place spot, though, and is certainly looking like he's going to be a force, certainly in that class, with plenty of others falling in behind as well. Alexander Dobbitsberger, who we were riding on board with earlier on, he's currently in fourth. He landed a time of a 7:49. Seeing a lot of 7:49s dipping in. 7:47 is the top time so far. Where do you see them pitching around, Chris? Or are we looking at the potentially what will be the best times in this session?
I still think there's more to come. We were seeing times in the 7:45s from the pro guys during the week's practice sessions. So there could be a little bit more time to come still. But, a 7-minute 47 lap, and the top two are only separated by 3/4 of a second, which on a regular track, you might say that's quite a big distance. But over 25 kilometers, it's absolutely nothing.
No, absolutely. Very, very fine margins. But folks in the live chat, if you want to let us know who you're backing in this race today, obviously we'll like to read through some of the comments. We'd like to get you all involved as well, and we will read them out as best we can. Obviously, we're live on multi-platforms here today, folks, and looking forward to bringing this race to you. There's Philip Hoover in the WSC Motorsport GT4 car, now making his way down through towards the next right, and currently holding on to P1 in his class, that's for sure, and an 8:23 for that. And we've got a car off at the side there. That was Matt's Trumpets there with Benjamin Hacknow, who we're currently watching, rising up through the circuit as well. And we'll be seeing certainly plenty of other cars lining up with their own times. Lots of them waiting in the wings. Still, we can see a long list of cars in behind as well. Looking forward to seeing what these guys have to offer. But like I said, folks, please land your comments. Plenty of comments there. Let's go Sim3D, says Luke Turner. And if you want to have your say, please do. But Chris, obviously looking at the early going, still fairly sensible at the moment. Plenty of cars still to land a chance or land a blow on this timing tower. Who's your pick? Who do you think is going to stand out amongst the rest?
Well, there are plenty of Nürburgring specialists among the GT3 AM field. UK Sim Racing Silver, definitely one of the top contenders. One of only 2 Mercedes AMG in this race, it must be said. The field largely made up of BMWs. There are 21 of them in this field among the 44-strong GT3 field.
Yeah, well, it's good to have that variation, and many of them who will be looking to land in position on the top. There's Martin Arts there in P5 for the Angry Beaver Racing. Some spectacular names for some of these teams. The Pineapple Racing Club, I thought that kind of tickled me. If you're Brendan Lee and you're racing for Ferrari, he campaigns for pineapple on pizza. He would be delighted to see the Pineapple Racing Club on there, driving the BMW, of course. We've got many others as well, and it's such a pleasure to see. We've got Map Cucumber. They're mapping all kinds of vegetables in this race here today. Map Cucumber, Map Chili. I can see Map Turnip as well. Just absolutely brilliant, to say the least. We've got plenty of other people commenting as well. Maverick Sim Racing, let's see the cute face of Mr. Chris Stevens. They want to see your face, Chris. Do you
Chris,
declare? Do you actually? Will you give us a reveal?
I'm sure I will at some point later in the broadcast. But it's a bit early in the day. Yeah, I haven't put my face on. You were talking about the map cars there. Of course, I have a bit of a personal connection to all of the map cars. The Missed Apex podcast, there are 4 entries from them in this race. the turnip and the chili, the cucumber, as you mentioned, the aubergine, and actually a fifth one, the Mist Apex Predators. That's kind of the flagship car. So definitely wants to keep an eye on over the course of the 12 hours.
Yeah, just to interrupt there, Chris. I mean, I've just seen a comment here, Richard Maldon. You're absolutely right. Chili is a fruit, not a vegetable. I do apologise. Obviously, with it carrying seeds. My apologies, Richard. My apologies. Maverick Sim Racing, come on. Champ loves you. He really wants to see it, mate. But I'm sure we will endorse that request later on, that's for sure. But UK Sim Racing Silver on top. Tim Darracott still there. Jordan Johnson in second place. Mishka Hushkel there in behind with Alexander Dobbitsberger currently lying in P4. There's Tim Darracott now, the man who's on top of the timing sheet, swinging the car through this very, very tricky circuit of the Nürburgring. Intense, quick, defying. It's an almighty track, to say the least, as we're now watching Tim make his way through the next left. And he's representing in style, that is for sure. As he now makes his way down through in towards this next left. It's just such an iconic track, Chris. I mean, we've seen so many impeccable circuits, amazing circuits, legendary circuits. He's run off left there. A very scary moment there for Tim Darracott. He's actually had to put on the brakes just to control the car, and I believe that's going to be a reset to pit. But he did take a lot of that grass on the left-hand side, later on to the right. Very harem-scarum. That could be a typical theme here going through the course of the day.
Absolutely. So he just reached the lowest point on the circuit at Brideside Bridge and was making his way through Exmouth when he just got caught out there on the exit of the corner. Did a very good job to keep it out of the barriers and does a little reset there, as you said. And the resets work a little different on the Nürburgring Nordschleife compared to other circuits. Normally, you'd find yourself back in the pits. Here, you get reset about 3/4 of the way down the Döttinger Höhe. So he hasn't actually lost that lap. He can do it again. If he'd crossed the timing line, he would have wasted that lap.
Yeah, well, there's Jordan Johnson currently sitting in second place, as we said earlier before. Obviously, with Tim Darracott maybe having a moment, if he heard that, it might give him a little bit of extra confidence. He's not too far behind Tim Darracott right now. Minimal gaps between the pair. It currently exists just over 2.5 tenths of a second, as we're now seeing more and more cars moving up towards the top of the timing sheets. And we'll look forward to seeing who is going to take the initiative and hammer in a very auspicious lap time. There is Jordan Johnson, as I said before, making his way through the next left. And as he does so, want to take great care around this very, very turbulent track. Down through this next right, we've seen many cars who do track days here make mistakes at that point of the circuit. As we're now watching him make his way through the swinging right-hander. But epic to see, nonetheless, this Turn 1 car in the BMW. One of my favourites is the BMW. Of course, they've had a long history in endurance motorsport, not to mention as well Formula 1 as well, and many others. But great to see the Mercs on top as well. I do drive the Merc when I take to the track on iRacing as well. I do find it a very enjoyable car to drive. Along with the Lamborghini as well. They're all just lovely to look at, aren't they? The Ferrari, which generally favours the top speed, they're currently down in 6th place at the moment with JWR2 Mutt Curve. And that's Alexander Dobbitsberger, of course, as we now take a look across the circuit here at the Nürburgring. It's a beautiful day. I'd like to say a beautiful day. In fact, the clouds do look a little bit grey.
Well, it's a typical day at the Nürburgring, really, coming up with the weather you would expect. Slightly overcast, bit chilly, bit windy, as we see our current provisional pole sitter flying back around the early part of the Nordschleife down at Hoheneichen. And what you were saying about the GT3 cars, I mean, I am just such a big fan of the GT3 formula, and how wonderful is it to see this Mercedes that has been around for a while in iRacing, one of the older car models, competing with the newer models such as the BMW, the Lamborghini, the Ferrari, and the Porsche. Yeah,
all of them tremendous cars indeed. And we've seen so many of them over the years. Obviously, as you say, the Merc AMG GT3 car, a long-standing favourite of many, has been around for quite some time and under the Yokohama banner. And we're now seeing this Turn 1 car. There's Jordan Johnson in the BMW. And in through the next right, still holding on to that P2 spot. The gap still remains at 2.5 tenths of a second. There's Alexander Dobbitsberger. We're riding back with this man. And he's making his his way through the next left as well. And looking in rude health as well in the Ferrari itself. Favours top speed, I would say, the Ferrari up against many. The BMW arguably better in the corners. So it'll be interesting to see how each car favours each track. Certainly here at the Nürburgring, where there are numerous short straights, but also at the same time some devastating hairpins, corners, and high-speed sections as well. It's going to be quite interesting to see who comes out on top, who utilises the machinery to the best of their ability and to the best of its performance. As now the Angry Beaver racing car, Martin Arts, now makes his way down the straight now, and he will soon cross the line. And as he does so, holds on to that P7 spot, at least for now. Now he's up to P2, a tremendous time there, certainly from Martin Arts, and moves his way just in behind Tim Darracott. A mere 1.5 tenths of a second is all that separates. That's not bad at all there, Chris.
Absolutely. Now just 8 tenths of a second or so separating the top 4 in this qualifying session. That's UK Sim Racing, Angry Beaver Racing Turn 1, and the Lucy Goosey Lamborghini as well. So very closely fought at the front of the GT3 AM field.
Yeah, brilliant to see. And that is the competitiveness we've been looking for, and it's seldom seen in certainly in endurance racing. It's a large test. Obviously there's a large threshold certainly for cars to spring lap times, and naturally it's a big test for any driver to try and land a competitive and consistent lap. Consistency is so vital in a race such as this, and certainly across the whole 12-hour stint, it's going to be exhausting for a few. Certainly if you've got more drivers as part of your team, you can sort of spread the time out a little bit more effectively. But it's going to be a true test to those who have maybe got a short lineup, because some are going to have to maybe take to the track for 4 hours, some maybe take to the track for 2 hours, and that can make a difference in a race context as well, Chris.
It certainly can, although the more drivers you add into the mix, then
More
I always
stops.
find there is more potential for drama along the way as well. On that note, actually, there is the ruling in this event that the driver who qualifies the car must start the race as well. So the drivers that you see in this qualifying session will take the first stint of the race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on. And we're looking forward to seeing who does land this on top. There you can see Jordan Johnson in 3rd place now, relegated after the Angry Beavers moved up into 2nd place. Martin Arts certainly landing a very, very good lap time. Jordan Johnson, no doubt, going to be looking to try and take revenge and try and get a position back. Maybe even fancies a go at the P1 spot at this time, as now we're seeing Michael Huskel make his way through. The Panthera Esports team have now moved up to P5 as well. That's Jack White, who has moved up there. That's a 7:48.015. As we now watch German Michael Huskel make his way through, and donning a very nice livery indeed. A combination of green and black, no doubt favouring the M4EM sponsorship as well. As we said before, this logo across all of these cars as well, which is great to see. Very, very great sponsor to help us out with this event. And obviously, as we said before, the organisers, the broadcasting team, everybody has put in a huge effort to make this a huge success. And it's great to be here with all these drivers here at iRacing, and great to have you guys down in the live chat joining us for the ride. It's going to be a lot of fun. But Chris, at the moment, still the early doors, but we're coming down to that 30-minute mark. Very soon, the pro drivers will be making an appearance.
I was just going to say, we're only 6 minutes away from unleashing the fastest drivers among the field, though it is worth mentioning that the classes will not be separated by the time we get to the grid, so there is every chance that the AM teams will be mixing it up with the pro teams in the early stages of the race, and certainly there is that potential in qualifying. Just to give you an update on the GT4 field, it is currently the WSE Motorsport GT4 Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 that is on class pole, and there isn't an awful lot separating them in that class either. Only 8 tenths of a second to the Sim 3D Sport Predator Porsche with James Armstrong at the wheel. Sim 3D Sports Dorian Tabachnick's team, the iRacing YouTuber, and he's entered 3 cars among the GT3 and GT4 fields today, and they are currently running second in the GT4 class. And then Deutsche Payment Esports, another team that has fielded multiple entries across the 2 classes. They are currently in 3rd place, and it's a bit of a Porsche fest at the moment in the GT4 class.
It is, absolutely. Philip Hoover currently on top in that class right now. And there's Martin Postma. There you could see the live cam of Martin as he now tries to negotiate his way around the Nürburgring, so focused and ready to certainly bring to the table his best. That is for sure. Donning a very nice purple livery indeed. Now down through towards the next left. And as Map Cucumber moves at the 14th, Pineapple Racing Club goes 11th fastest with a 7:52.593. And Martin will be looking to hopefully land his further up as well in the IRNL, sorry, tongue twisters, purple. And the Dutchman certainly around this next right-hander now clinging to the inside curb as he now makes his way through, back on the power, and will then send it through this next sort of subtle left-hander. Very high speed, though, as he makes his way through. And donning that of the BMW, as we said before, maybe favoured through the corners as we now watch them send it down this part of the circuit. Brilliant to see, nevertheless, as they do so. And very shortly, we'll be seeing what time he can land indeed, as we're now minutes away, as you have said, Chris, from the professional drivers, the pros taking to the circuit. And it'll be interesting to see what the deficit is between those of the pros and those who have come on and joined us here today as well. I can't wait to see what the divide is, because it's just going to be so interesting to see who's going to take advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 18 Pro, 27 AM. So the AMs outnumber the pros at this stage, but we do certainly expect to see the pros locking out the first few positions by the end of the race, at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexander Dobbitsberger currently in 9th. Currently watching him come through the next left as well. Plenty of cars rising their way up through. Alexander Dobbitsberger actually set a purple first sector, 34.7 on this current stint. And there's Michael Gotch. That's Michael Gotch, who is currently out and about. And I believe that is... he's just moving back into the pit lane, I think. Just a quick back to the pit lane. And that's Tino Husser. In fact, he has managed to topple Tim Darracott. He is on top now.
Yeah, so we got a new provisional pole sitter in GT3 AM, but that GT3 Pro car there, the Deutsche Payment Esports number 69, out on track before that 30-minute mark. I think the officials are going to come down on that quite heavily, even if didn't actually, set a. They did set a lap time of 7:50, so that is one for the stewards' room.
It certainly will be. We did actually, as we stated earlier in the broadcast, folks, it is absolutely rudimentary that you've got to actually go out in the final 30 minutes for the GT3 Pros, but the Deutsche Payment Esports car setting an initial time doesn't quite conform to the rules. I have to say, the stewards are going to be taking a long look at that one, I think, but the GT3 Pros were not meant to go out just yet. Still a minute and a half to go. And car 69 under investigation for leaving the pits while closed. Naughty, naughty, Chris. Yeah,
so confirmation from race control, that is under investigation. And that is a clumsy error from the Deutsche Payment Esports team. They were one of the favourites heading into this one. And I must say, I didn't expect a mistake from a team of that calibre.
No, well, it's certainly something they're going to rue the error on, that's for sure. And we're going to be seeing more and more cars line up. Map Aubergine just setting a time, currently sitting in 17th place, but nothing can unseat the Lion GP Esports team right now. And just to say, the gap between them and Tim Darracott in second place, obviously representing UK Sim Racing Silver, currently stands at approximately 2 seconds, which is unbelievable.
Wow.
But we are currently watching now as the timer ticks down. Oh, going wide there, David Brown in the Pineapple Racing Club. And certainly that's going to send him out wide. I would imagine he's going to certainly head back to the pits after that one. May have had a little bit of damage to the car, but there's Mohammed Al-Huessen, currently down in P10 for JB Motorsport. We're now ticking away. 20 seconds remain, Chris. The pros are nearly out.
Yep, absolutely. So one time on the board already for the pro guys, but we expect that to be eradicated. The punishment, as far as I can remember, was that you'll be excluded from qualifying for leaving the pits when you're not supposed to. So the current benchmark, 7:43.886. That is a very rapid time from Tino Heuser in the Lion GP Esports car, and that is quite a benchmark for the pro guys to have to lay down, as the pro guys are now out on track. There is Brad Philpot in the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari, making his way down the Dottinger to start his first flying lap. There are plenty of top guys to have to keep an eye on in this session, as we can see Philpot working away at the wheel with the webcam in the corner. Comes out of that final corner now onto the Grand Prix Stracker and starts the first flying lap. And I'm very excited to see how this lap unfolds, because Philpot is a double class champion in the SP2T class of the Nürburgring Endurance Series, cranking on the lock as he heads through turn 1. And the Grand Prix Stracker here, including the Mercedes-Benz Arena on this NLS layout. And just had a message through from Race Control. Car 69 has been disqualified from qualifying for leaving the pits while it has been closed, and he will start the race from the pit lane. So of Deutsche Payment Esports 3 pro entries, one of them will have to start from the pit lane. Here's another one, car number 70, Martin Schmidt.
Yeah, and they're going to have to represent the team now pretty much, and not good at all. But early drama here in this broadcast, and that is going to put a huge amount of pressure on them, that's for sure. But very interesting to see now who comes out on top. Still plenty of time left in this session. Although I say plenty of time, it is a very long circuit, so maybe only a short number of laps will be able to be ascertained here for a lot of these drivers. As now Martin Schmidt heads through the first sector, making his way through the next left now. And it's going to be a huge bout of pressure for this man, because obviously he's going to have to sustain some of the pressure from the sister car that has now been disqualified and starting for the pit lanes. The Deutsche Payment Esports car now down through this next straight. This dogged right-hander, nigh on a hairpin, that's for sure, comes through the next straight and in through the next left now. Very steady bend, just a flick of the brake pedal as he now makes his way through the next right. Car control so important at a circuit like the Nürburgring. So testing, aggravating, pressurizing. I remember witnessing certainly Esteban Ocon performing at his best here at this track here in Formula One as they make their way up towards the chicane at this point of the track. Obviously, we're racing the combined circuit here today as he makes his way through said chicane, now through towards the next left-hander. And this is where he'll join the alternative part of the circuit now. And the almighty Nordschleife part of the track that we're so used to seeing, of course, in sim racing. And many fear it, Chris. Do you fear it as well?
When I'm driving it, absolutely. In the sim, 100%. Yes, you need to. You have to respect this place, otherwise it will bite you. I've been to 2 NLS races over the last few years, and I can tell you, even just making the start of the race is an achievement in itself, because it means you haven't destroyed the car in practice or qualifying. So even making the end of the race, that's an even bigger achievement. If you happen to get a good result, then you're over the moon. As we see some more of the pro guys heading out. This is the Sim Racing Center BMW. That is the Sim Racing Center in Germany, if I remember correctly. All of the drivers in that car are either operating out of that center today or will be using equipment supplied by that center. And going on to this back straight, this is just a part of the track where you can sort of relax a little bit. It's relatively easy, but if you end up making a mistake on the Grand Prix Stracker, it kind of hurts a little bit more when you've had the full Nordschleife to deal with as well.
Yeah, certainly a huge bout of pressure. I mean, where you compare tracks to tracks, I mean, if we're talking the fear factor, what would you say is the most dangerous? Obviously, you've got Nürburgring, this combined circuit, but then you also have tracks like Bathurst as well. How do you compare the two?
I love Bathurst. I really do. The 12-hour there and the Nürburgring 24 hours are 2 of my favorite events in the entire motorsport calendar. But for me, there is nothing that quite beats the Nordschleife in terms of its sheer challenge and the unforgiving nature of this circuit. I mean, Bathurst has its own challenges and, is no kinder to incidents than a lot of other racetracks. Over the last few years, we've certainly seen some fairly nasty crashes in the 12-hour, but there's just something about the Nordschleife that is just is a bit more historic, and I think the place it's in as well speaks volumes about it as well. It's an eerie place. It's often cold, overcast, bit dreary. You're in the middle of the Eiffel Mountains. There's a lot of mist everywhere. It has an intense atmosphere, an atmosphere that feels like it could bite you at any moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. The famous carousel turn, obviously, is certainly known across motorsport. And then not only that, we're talking the long straight at Topolnjak, which is one of the highlights, certainly at this track. But it's like you quite rightly say, in the Eiffel Mountains, it has been labelled as gruesome. Many have said that it's a very gruesome circuit, a very testing track. There's Brad Philpot in the M4EM Timber Products car, in through the next left now from this professional. And Brad Philpot, the organizer of this event, just look how composed he is as he whittles his way through this very, very tight, aggressive circuit. And it may not seem tight because the circuit is reasonably standard in terms of width, but then when you factor in the types of bends that you've got to take, it is certainly a huge, huge test. And certainly as he wheels his way through the chicanes, totally in his stride right now, which is brilliant to see as he now comes through the next left part of the circuit. And again, just feathering the throttle slightly now as he flicks the rear, comes through the next right. Again, just playing with the steering slightly. Currently in third, he'll then pop it up into, in fact, leaves it in third at this point of the track. No surprises, actually, seeing as it is a bit of a delicate part of the track now through the next left. He's hanging onto the car at this moment in time. No upshifts at the moment. I'm not sure whether that's an error on our screens at the moment. No, he does spring it up to fourth. And he's now going to unleash the beast now in towards this next right-hander. Big opportunity for Brad Philpot to cause a stir in the live timings. Still on top is Tino Huser, currently with a 7:43.886. And currently in that AM class, that's a 2-second gap between him and Tim Darracott, which is huge. Certainly massive in the context of so many drivers in this race. But I'm sure that the pros will have no problem notching their best times on this field.
No, absolutely. This is what they do best. Philpot just coming through what I find to be the scariest part of the lap as they go out of Flansgarten and into Sprunghugel, where the car gets very, very light, even leaves the ground as they go through Flansgarten, the little jump there. And now down the Dossinger, a chance to relax and take a breather, take a sip of drink if you need one. Talk to your team as you've got plenty of time to think about the race down this mammoth circuit that runs alongside the main road. And the castle often in view as well from the driver's seat. This will be the first flying lap time from Philpot, and I believe one of the first among the pro field to put a time on the board. Just under 22 minutes remaining in the session, so not a lot of time for these guys to get their 4 laps in as he heads down into Tiergarten. And that barrier that juts out on the left-hand side there always catches your eye as you break through. So JWR, the first team to put a time on the board, goes fastest with 7:43.2. Where does Philpot go in relation to that? Faster by just 89 thousandths of a second.
That is superb, absolutely superb. He went purple in Sector 4, Sector 8, and Sector 12. But in behind, we've obviously got Luca Harrison in behind too, who went fastest in Sector 7. We've just seen Jakob Vedkar as well move up into first place as well. So incredible there from him. So Jakob Vedkar now in front. And he actually put together an amazing final part of the stint with purple in Sector 10 and 11. In fact, he went purple in Sector 5 and 6 as well. So what a performance from him. Martin Schmid, who we're currently watching come across the line as well. What can this man bring to the table? Can he go quicker than anybody here? Not just yet, I don't believe. He, in fact, just stays. I couldn't quite catch where he finished, but Jakob Vedkar in P1, Brad Philpot in second place with Luca Harrison in P3. Extraordinary lap times as now Phil Morton comes across the line.
Yep, another one of Dory's clan, and he goes 5th fastest in class. That's 6th overall as the Lion GP Esports car still sitting there in 4th overall on GT3 AM pole. And the first lap time from the ESR crew, only good for 11th at the moment. The ESR crew organising plenty of esports leagues in the Netherlands. And now we'll see what another top Nürburgring specialist team can do. Project Dynamic Grello, Nikolai Hoffman at the wheel of that number 25 Porsche. Blinking into Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. This is one of my favorite parts of the circuit as well.
Yeah, so calm and composed, Nikolai Hoffman at the moment. Obviously, it's a nice straight at this point of the track and sort of let it hang loose for a moment. But then he does have quite a few things to worry about now as he makes his way through, just riding the curbs. Just talk about these curbs, Chris, because, of course, it's so dangerous, isn't it? I mean, if you're not careful, riding a lot of it, it can send you off into obscurity. How important is it to keep it in the grey stuff at this circuit?
Absolutely. You've got to know which curbs you can and can't take. There is a section of the track in particular in the latter third of the race, of the circuit, around Wipperman, Esbach and Brunchen, where the corners look very, very similar. And they use different curbings across, the different corners. Some of them you can use, some of them you can't use. So it would be a huge error to forget where you are on the circuit and use the incorrect curb at any point. So it's really important to just map out every detail in your head. And that's where part of the challenge of learning this circuit comes in. It's not just a matter of which direction it goes in, it's where you've got to place the car and the little, the smaller details of how to drive a lap here. As Nicholas Schaefer in the Deutsche Payment Esports number 87 BMW is coming through that section of track I was just talking about, where there are various different curbs to use here. You'll see he'll use the curb on the right-hand side here over the crest of the hill, but then throughout the rest of the lap, he won't touch them, especially through this Pflanzgarten section where it is super, super tight.
It's very tight indeed, but Dorian Tabachnick moving up into second place as well. And his deficit is only minimal. A tenth of a second is all that separates him and Jakob Verdke. So that's incredible. Certainly Jakob Verdke still holding on to P1, but Dorian Tabachnick right behind him. Brad Philpot then with a gap in behind that pairing as well. But amazing how close it is at the top. Very seldom see maybe live timings being as close as a tenth of a second. I think it's extraordinary, Chris. Absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, around a 7-minute 40 lap. Yeah, absolutely not. That is brilliant. Sim 3D Sport really taking the fight to the Protocharge Sim Sport car at the moment. Worth noting, the Sim 3D Sport, they've got 3 cars all named after 80s movies. They've got RoboCop, Predator, and Ghostbusters.
I love it. I love it. Big fan of some of these names, honestly, Chris. We've got fruit, we've got movies, we've got it all, certainly here. And we've got timber products as well. So if you ever fancy some timber products, you know where to go. M4EM is the place to be. But there's Florian Kruger in the Protocharge Sim Sport, making his way around the next right. The German, obviously looking in rude health as well. 7th place, 3.5 seconds off the top time set by the Protocharge Sim Sport car of Jakob Verdke. And plenty of time still left to go. 16.5 minutes still remain in this session. And I'm sure plenty of upsets at the top still waiting to be found as we now watch him take through towards the next left. In fact, we've seen a change at the top. Nicholas Schaefer makes his way to the top of the timing screens. A 7:39, the first man to break into the 7:30 zone. 7:39.891. And that is over a second quicker than that of Jakob Verdke.
That's an absolutely brilliant time there from Nicholas Schaefer, putting down a mark there. We've only got 15 minutes or so remaining in the session. So one Deutsche Payment Esports car starting from the pit lane, the other at the moment on provisional pole position. So not all is lost for that squad. But there are still plenty of contenders who could take that top spot away from them. We're watching one of them now. That is Brad Philpot. You can see the vibration there as he was going through the carousel through his steering wheel. It is for sure one of the bumpiest parts of this circuit, and it will shake the fillings out of your teeth. And then we've got a very high-speed section coming up here that favours the brave.
Really does, and you can see him there just twisting the wheel every chance he gets, just keeping the grip. Took a lot of the curb there, but necessary to take the widest part of the track in order to make the apex, but he's now going to send it through this next high-speed section, holding it in 4th gear. And I got to say, you've got to be brave as punch to come through that part of the track like that. You can see him shaking in his seat, and that is a man full of intense aggression, wanted to knock off those guys on the top spot. Nicholas Schaefer currently holding on to it right now. A 7:39, 8:91 to beat. And I have to say, Brad Philpot, not one to stay in behind. He's going to want to try and tip the scale in his favour as he rounds the next left. The Brit, Brad Philpot, of course, who has taken part in touring car events as well. No stranger to competitive racing in real life or in the virtual world as well. Takes to the next right now, swings it through the next left. This very testing Nürburgring combined circuit, embracing the M4EM Timber Products livery as well as they come through the next left and right. More chicanes beckon here for Brad Philpot. Just look at the speed that he's carrying through this sector and looking very nice. Well, certainly looking very good indeed. The Protocharged Sport currently lying in second place as well, 7:40.923. That's Jakob Verdke now out on track as well, obviously looking to unseat potentially the time at the top. They're all looking for that P1 spot. Naturally, though, top billing isn't always necessary, certainly in a race such as this. As we said before, it's not all about speed, it's about consistency.
Well, absolutely, that's true of any endurance race, and especially one around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, because this is for sure going to be a race of survival. And after the changes made to the GT3 cars from iRacing that were made just this week, it is for sure going to be that case, because suddenly on Wednesday, everyone got in their cars and found that they handled completely differently to the weeks of testing that they had been doing throughout all of these last few weeks. And it has caught quite a few people out, and it was a lot of work for these teams to readjust and completely revolutionize the setups on these cars just to make them drivable again. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we still see some people getting caught out by the rear stalling that happens now on these cars.
Well, I don't want to preempt anything, Chris, but Dorian Tabachnik has gone fastest in sector 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. He is absolutely flying, and I have to say he is wiping the time off Jakob Verdke in second place right now. So I tell you what, absolutely sensational right now as we're now watching Dorian Tabachnik now in the BMW through the next right, looking very, very quick indeed. And certainly if he can land this blow, it could be a heavy one. He just needs to keep it composed in the final few sectors, but to be purple in certainly first of the 5 of 6 sectors is mightily impressive, Chris.
Certainly is. Currently a BMW 1, 2, 3 overall in the field, and they are looking very strong in this qualifying session as Get Pole Racing, another one of the BMWs, slots in there to 5th place overall. So currently the top non-BMW is the Ferrari of Bradley Philpot, the M4EM Timber Products car, and then you have to go back to 7th place for another non-BMW, where you get the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari of Luca Harrison, then the Lion GP Esports Porsche, still on GT3 AM pole in 8th place overall. So this is what we were talking about with the AM cars mixing it up with the pro guys, because that car will not be put behind the pro drivers when it comes to gridding up. And in fact, he is 4 places ahead of the next AM car overall.
Yeah, it's a good performance from Tino, who's currently in P8 right now. And I have to say, he's got to be delighted with that performance so far. Naturally, that's not what you'd expect. Martin Schmid now moves up into P5, goes 5th fastest as he makes his way down towards turn 1. So that's the Deutsche Payment Esports car now moving into that place. And
that's a final effort from him as well. That's his, or this may be now his 4th lap, actually, that he is now starting.
Yeah, definitely. So we're winding down now towards the final moments for a lot of these drivers. Dorian Tabachnik now in 3rd place still. And I have to say, still stringing together reasonably quick times, though he couldn't get fastest sector 9. He got fastest in sector 10, though, at 36.6. And Dorian Tabachnik is absolutely flying right now. He's got 2 sectors to negotiate. Let's stay in tune with this guy and see what Dorian Tabachnik can land. Can he take that 1st place spot? He cannot afford to make a single mistake in this latter stage of this lap. This could be so crucial and could certainly light up the timing screen. And he is so quick right now as he makes his way down this next straight, can sort of let himself relieve slightly, but naturally doesn't want to lose focus at all. Composure is everything at this track at the Nürburgring. 2 sectors left to go, Sector 11 and Sector 12. as makes his way through. Luca Harrison up into P5 as well, but Tabachnik is the man we're currently looking upon right now. Bradley Philpot is also out on track. He's currently landed a purple in Sector 4, so he was the man who managed to secure that. In fact, Dorian Tabachnik matched Bradley Philpot's time in Sector 4, so you could arguably say that he was purple in all 6 of the first 6 sectors, which is absolutely incredible. He's done a 54.5 in Sector 11 as he comes up towards the line. This could be a massive time. Here comes Dorian Tabachnik up to the top of the timing sheets. Incredible indeed, and that is an almighty 1.7 second. In fact, near enough 1.6. An incredible lap.
Yeah, certainly a great time there from Dory. He's put a bit of distance between himself and the Deutsche Payment Esports BMW on the timing screen there. I still think 1.6 seconds is not a gap to be too ashamed of if you are Nicholas Schaefer, especially over 25 kilometers. As we see Pim Bo, in the Team Racing Nederland BMW coming across the line, and he improves to go 4th fastest. I was a little surprised to see him down there in 9th. When we joined him, because that is certainly one of the cars that was pushing up at the front of the field during the week's practice sessions. And the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car, that is the sister car to the one that is currently on pole position, just moving into 10th place there. So we're coming up to the last 8.5 minutes of this session. If you haven't started a lap now, then I don't think you'll be getting it in by the end of qualifying. So we saw Brad bailing on a lap. But I believe that he is running on that final flying lap. He just managed to get going in time. And I think Dory's still got 1 extra lap to do as well, as does Nicholas Schaefer. But for the Protocharge SimSports car, currently in 3rd place, they are out of laps, as is Team Racing Nederland. So this is crunch time now, George.
It is indeed, Chris, and I have to say every minute that these drivers are out on track, the track is getting warmer and warmer. Very difficult to heat a track like the Nürburgring, obviously given the vast length of it, but if the cars still continue to hustle and bustle their way through, it will steadily add to the grip. So it might be the case that Dorian Tabachnik, if he goes out for one more run, he could improve it, but we'll have to wait and see whether that is going to be the case. He has, in fact, bailed, so now, to be honest with you, we are going to get to the point where not many are going to be fielding lap times, though we do have Kai Vortmelcher now making his way through the next right. Still plenty of cars out as well. I believe Mike Fahler is out in the lap, so is Florian Eigner. David Wasserman as well, out and about too. So we've got plenty of cars still in the midst, potentially looking to upset the apple cart here. Just to say, we've got pro drivers through the top 9. Tino Huser, impressively, still holding on to that P10, splitting a couple of the pros as well, keeping Philip Morton in behind him and Ruben Piotrowski in P12. And then further down, we've got Tim Darricott, another AM, with Kai Vormelcher and Jordan Johnson, another AM in behind him too. So I tell you what, the amateurs, they're not making a bad account for themselves. The AM's doing mightily well against the face of some of these pros.
No, absolutely. You can still have very quick drivers in the AM cars. The way the Pro and AM field are split up is by the average I rating of your drivers, and that cutoff is at 3.4k I rating. So you could have somebody with 7,000 I rating in an AM team still, so long as the average is below that 3.4k. So I'm not at all surprised to see the AM teams mixing it up in the top 10 there with the Pro guys, but we will see the split start to increase as the race goes on and those AM drivers get in the car for their stints.
Absolutely. There's Kai Vormelcher now and heading down the straight. This is where he can sort of relax steadily, but obviously not too much. Doesn't want to give too much away as he makes his way into the final few moments of his lap, and needs to keep it together, but looking okay right now as he makes his way through the next right and now into the next left. Very turbulent part of the track. This need to make sure you unleash a decent final sector. You'll come up towards the line now, and still looking okay as he crosses the line. What will that give Kai Vormelcher as he now makes his way through? Is it going to be a representative time? No change currently. Still remains in P12, and I think we're coming down towards the latter stages of this qualifying session. Still on top though, Dorian Tabachnik.
Absolutely. We were just watching the Ring Fit Sim Racing Schwedenkreuz car. That is one of my favorite team names in this field. The Ring Fitsiet sort of loosely translates to fitting like a glove. And so what they're saying is the Nürburgring fits them like a glove.
Superb. Brilliant. Well, it must do indeed. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But coming down now, the next straight, David Wasserman now as well. And no doubt looking to try and move himself up. Just to say, go through the top order. Dorian Tabachnick on top. 7:38.274. An almighty 1.6 seconds, the difference between him and Nicholas Schaefer in second place. Jaka Verdker in third place with a 7:40.757. With Pim Bao in fourth place and Bradley Philpot in fifth place. And donning the M4EM sponsorship is currently in fifth as well. Currently holding on to that purple sector 4 currently. And has done so very well indeed. But I just can't get over Dorian Tabachnick's lap at all, Chris. Purple in sector 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. You can argue 4 as well because he levelled it with Brad Philpot, as well as sector 10 as well. That is an absolutely stonking lap. I mean, we've seen purple sectors in bits, in places, but for sheer consistency, that's a very good sign, certainly if you're a Sim 3D Sport RoboCop fan.
Yeah, absolutely. It speaks volumes of the balance of the car as well, because there are such a variety of corners across those sectors and, of course, across the entire lap. The fact that he's performing well in all of them bodes very, very well indeed for that car. It's going to be a question now of how well can they etch out the fuel and how well can they look after the tyres?
Yeah, it is. And that is the question. You know, it's all well and good having the pace, but then it's all about the race as well. So you need to put all things into perspective. And the Sim 3D Sport RoboCop car, though, getting off to a good start. Remember, they will have to make driver changes. So whereas you might have Dorian Tabachnick giving his all in this session, then it's up to another driver in their team in order to do the same, as we're now watching David Wasserman make his way through right now as well. And what can this man do? Certainly making his way through the next left to the IBAC Sim Racing team. And donning the red colours. Of course, you usually see with teams like Ferrari. He's driving a Porsche this time. And in through the next right indeed. And 7:52.301 is their current time. You'd firmly expect them to go quicker than that, wouldn't you, Chris?
I was expecting a little bit more from IBAC. Yes, they're running 3 different entries in this, 2 Porsche and 1 Audi. IBAC, of course, the suspension company based not too far from this circuit. And yeah, I was expecting a little bit more from them because it's not just the pros that they're sort of lagging behind. It's some of the AMs as well. Although I would suspect they have put a lot more of their preparation into the race itself. Because really, starting inside the top 20, you still have a chance of victory in this race. So certainly not all will be lost if they qualify towards the rear of their class.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Anyone can still win it. It's everything is possible, certainly in endurance racing. But interesting to note that the top 4 are BMWs right now, with 2 Ferraris in behind as well. So you've got a distinct contrast there, because obviously where Ferrari probably favours greater straight line speed, the BMW itself better in the corners, as I alluded to before. Does that mean to say that a more stable car perhaps is better in these circumstances?
Stability is what they've all been looking for, especially since the update on Wednesday, because it introduced just an incredible amount of rear instability to the cars, particularly these sections of the track that we've been looking at that are just little kinks and you think of as just part of the straight. Suddenly the rear was breaking away from them. So there's been huge adjustments there, and stability is most definitely going to be the name of the game. Making sure that you're comfortable inside the car to be able to push it. If you're on the edge for the entire 12 hours, you will bin it at some point.
Yeah, well, David Wasserman now down this long straight. He's going to look to try and turn up the heat. And he's looking okay and very good indeed. Green in most sectors. Has only dropped it slightly in Sector 6 and in Sector 9 as he now makes his way down. 25 seconds remain in this session. Can he get it to the end? That is the big question. Yeah, I don't think he will. He's in Sector 12, you know.
But this is the final
tight.
corner. It's going to be right on the bubble. It depends how long the sort of cool down is between the checkered flag and when the next session starts. 3, 2, 1. I don't think he managed to get it in. No, he didn't. Oh, no.
That's gutting.
7:52, 3:01. That's the final time. Oh, dear. Well, that was certainly a very exciting qualifying session, and it will be Sim 3D Sport with Dorian Tabachnik on pole position for this for the race in GT3 pole, and Lion GP on pole in GT3 AM. We've got a 10-minute warm-up session here before the race, just to make sure that there are no issues between qualifying and the race. And so we'll be back in just a moment. Back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We've just had qualifying for the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours, and with just a quick warm-up session over the next 8 minutes or so between now and the start of the race, just to make sure that everything is A-OK before we go green for 12 hours of racing. So race start will be 10 a.m. GMT, or UTC if you prefer. In sim time, actually, will be 7:30, I believe. Currently 7:11, but I believe that session time will progress. And here is the results of qualifying. It is Sim 3D Sport, the number 15 BMW on pole position outright for the BMW crew, 7:38.274. Deutsche Payment Esports, M4EM number 87 BMW in second place. Protocharge Sim Sport 2, the second crew of the Protocharge Sim Sport teams, another of the BMWs, in third place, ahead of another BMW, Team Racing Nederland, and then the first of the two Ferraris there, M4EM Timber Products number 43, and then another Ferrari of James Wingfield Racing, that was Luca Harrison at the wheel. The second Deutsche Payment Esports BMW there, number 70, that is in seventh place, ahead of Get Pole Racing number 66. Protocharge Sim Sport, number 53 in ninth, and then the second Sim 3D Sport, the Ghostbusters crew, in 10th place. This is the GT3 Pro order, by the way, not the overall. Sim Racing Center, GT3, and Ringfitzer Sim Racing Schwedenkreuz ahead of the Sol Pro ESR Ferrari with Dennis Meisner at the wheel in the number 00 car. The IBAC 54, that it was in 14th, the lead of the three IBAC cars. Then the third Deutsche Payment Esports car, number 69, that was 15th, but has been excluded from qualifying for leaving the pits while the pits was closed. So that promotes Project Dynamic Grello, IBAC Sim Racing 2, and IBAC Sim Racing team number 49. And it was no time for the IBAC 51, excuse me. But that car will be promoted anyway because of the Deutsche Payment Esports disqualification. And so then the GT3 AM field, that will be Lion GP on pole position in that class, the number 600. Then UK Sim Racing Silver, one of just two Mercedes in this class, the number 018. You can differentiate the pro cars from the AM cars by the 3-digit number, although it looks like some of the AM teams haven't conformed to that ruling. So I'll be getting a bit of a slap on the wrist there. Turn 1, the number 100 car, that will be in third place. R4F Esports in fourth, head of Angry Beaver, that held the provisional pole position for some time there before the Lion GP car came rolling into view. And then JB Motorsport, head of Lucy Goosey Racing, Pantera Esports, and then the top of the Missed Apex cars, the Missed Apex Predators in the 004 Porsche Iron Skull Motorsport in 397, they're in 10th place. Then 2 of the James Wingfield Racing cars, 013 ahead of 014. And then the second of the Missed Apex cars, Team Chile, that's number 404 in 13th, ahead of the Pineapple Racing Club. And then the third Missed Apex car, Aubergine, number 36 in 15th. NCR Italy, the Lamborghini there in 16th, ahead of the fourth and final Missed Apex car, the number 997, ahead of the first of the 2 AM ESR crews. That is the Blue Whales, number 007 Ferrari in 18th place there. And then the rest of the GT3 AM field will be the 2 IRNL cars. The purple one, 530, ahead of purple 2, 540. Team heat together, and as the name suggests, put together at the last minute in 21st place. And then the fifth and final Missed Apex car, 999 in 22nd. The third of the ESR crew, Black in 901, that is 23rd. And then Benjamin Huck in the second Mercedes, who's doing this race solo, by the way, in 24th place. And then finally, we'll move on to the GT4 field. It was WSE Motorsport that clinched the pole position there in the Cayman. The time of 8 minutes 22.141, just 8/10 of a second, ahead of the Sim 3D Sport Predator Cayman. Core Sim Racing in third place, ahead of the Deutsche Payment Esports Porsche. Green Delta Motorsport 996, ahead of Project Dynamic. James Wingfield Racing locking out positions 7 through 9, and Frontline Coffee, another of the solo entries, with Danny Lee at the wheel of that 188 McLaren. No time in the session, so we'll start in 10th. So just 3 minutes remaining in this warm-up session. We'll be gridding up very, very soon. A air temperature today of 18 degrees in this virtual Nürburgring that we've set up. An overcast day, but 0% humidity, and just a slight wind of 3 kilometers an hour. As you can see, the commentary team for today, myself, Chris Stevens, George Morgan, alongside me in qualifying, Andy Alston, Zdravko, Topolnjak, and Travis Mehlinger. They will be joining us later on as well. A big thank you to our producers, Peter Butcher and Chris McElroy as well. Because as much as we've been talking about the work that the teams have had to put in since the iRacing update, it is nothing compared to what the producers have had to do since the iRacing update. So a big thank you to their work over the last few days to make this live stream happen. And of course, we are raising money for Macmillan Cancer Support today. So if you feel like reaching into your pockets, there is a link in the description for you to donate. And you can see that so far we have raised £290. We have a target of £1,000 to reach by the end of the 12 hours. So we're almost a third of the way there. We haven't even started the race yet. So thank you very much. If you haven't donated already, then please do so.
Yeah, what a great cause indeed, and spoken so eloquently as well, Chris. Just want to reaffirm as well my praise for the broadcasting team, certainly the production team that have put this together, who I know Pete himself has been working frantically through this, but has done a sterling job nevertheless. And we're looking forward to going green for this excellent race, to say the least. I'm still getting over qualifying. I thought we saw something truly amazing on 2 levels, really. If you take a look at the top end, Dorian Tabachnick was absolutely superb in that qualifying event, hooking together purple sector after purple sector to then land that immensely impressive time to get that P1 spot. But then also I want to throw a little hat tip to Tino Hooser as well, representing the AM class, certainly very well, beating quite a number of professional drivers in this group, which is certainly brilliant to see, and just goes to show that there is quality across this grid order, and there is no firm results from the or differential between that of the AM class and the Pro class. It's great to see them mixing it up and getting into each other's necks, certainly here at the Nürburgring, and that's exactly what we love to see. But Chris, what are your expectations from this one?
Crunch at turn 1. There is a big old stop down at that first corner. No, you've got to be so cautious, and the Grand Prix Strecker is the best opportunity for the drivers to file themselves into order, find their place in the queue before they head on to the Nordschleife. If they're trying to go side by side through into there, then it might be a little bit too late. And I think ultimately they'll end up just losing themselves time. So needs to be good and steady. But at the same time, it is the first opportunity for the drivers to make up places. And the best opportunity probably as well, as it looks like we are getting ready to grid up for 12 hours of racing.
Right, we tell you what, the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all in the live chat are looking forward to this one. Obviously, please let us know who you're backing in this race. It's going to be great. A lot can happen in 12 hours, but we've just witnessed a wonderful qualifying session. And I'm sure we're going to be witnessing a lot more. Just a reminder of the grid order. Dorian Tabachnick there in P1 for Sim 3D Sport RoboCop, with Nicholas Schaefer in P2 for Deutsche Payment Esports. Jakob Verdke in third for Protocharge Sim Sport, with Pimbo in P4 for Team Racing Netherlands. We've also got Brad Philpot, P5 for M4EM Timber Products. Luca Harrison in 6 for JWR Metzgetsfeld. As well as in P7, Martin Schmid for Deutsche Payment Esports, with Sacha Lind for Get Pole Racing in P8. Florian Kruger in 9th for Protocharge Sim Sport, and Phil Morton in 10th for Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters, with Ruben Petrowski in 11th for Sim Racing Centre. Kai Melcher in 12th for Ringfisser Sim Racing. In P13, Dennis Meisner for ESR Red by ESRshop.com. Frederick Ockman in 14th for Eichbach Racing Team as they get underway. The safety car peeling off as they all grid up in behind. It is ready to go. We're all set here, Chris. Where's your money going, my friend?
Well, it's anybody's game among the top 10, I would say. Certainly the top 10 in the pro field, as the cars making their way down the Dossinger Höhe, and this fuel consumption as well down this down this straight before the start of the race is what counts in their first stint as well. So we will probably see a little bit of additional fuel saving in this first stint. So Dorian Tabachnick on pole position, Nicholas Schaefer alongside him on the front row. It is a BMW lockout in the top 4.
Who are you going to call, Chris? Ghostbusters, I think, at the moment, mate. That's what I'm watching. All the cars make their way through right now. Sim 3D Sport RoboCop make its way down the straight. Of course, that being Dorian Tabachnick after an excellent qualifying session. We're about to go green for the commencement of this race. It's going to be a special one, folks. Brace yourself. We're going to be in for one hellacious ride. And, of course, in second place, you can see there the Deutsche Payment Esports car as well, as now Tabachnick makes his way down the next straight. The lights are bearing up. The GT3 AM class is Lion GP Esports leading the way as well, with the WSC Motorsport GT4 in that GT4 class. And in P3, Team Racing Netherlands currently waiting up as well. We're just watching them all side by side in through the next left. This is a common scene that we do expect to see, obviously, with these cars now bracing, just bearing the intensity before we go green for the start of this race. Keep your comments live, folks. Don't forget to leave a like and also subscribe, follow to all the channels as they come down this home straight now. The paddock on the right-hand side, they will be going green very, very soon, as we're now watching the Sim 3D Sport car of... And they are green flag. It is pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And certainly as they do so, Dorian Tabachnick leading them down towards turn 1. In behind as well, the Deutsche Payment Esports car making their way through as they dive into turn 1 now. And still, it is going to be Dorian Tabachnick leading them through. Team Racing Netherlands in 3rd place as they make their way in through the next left. Still in Sector 1, it is Tabachnick holding his own. They're all nicely strung together. No real incidents at the start here, Chris.
Yep, James Wingfield Racing and M4EM Timber Products, the 2 Ferraris, they're going wheel to wheel behind them as well. But certainly still seeing a bit of the flickering. Hopefully that is sorted once the car starts spreading out a little bit. But great start for Dory. Did exactly what he needed to do. Nicholas Schaefer still behind him. And we still have a BMW 1, 2, 3, 4 up at the front of the field. Lion GP Esports hanging on to the lead in M4EM as well, but the Sim 3D Sport Predator GT4 has jumped the WS Motorsport GT4 Cayman as well. So a change of lead in the GT4 class as Dory heads his way into the Nordschleife for the first time.
He certainly does, and as they do make their way through, still Dorian Tabachnik leads. In second place, Nicholas Schaefer, who has not left the rear, certainly, of his co-competitor. The Deutsche Payment esports car currently sitting in P2. That's the M4EM 87. Team Racing Netherlands in third place. As we're now watching them all line up together, it certainly has been certainly a steady start. We haven't seen too many incidents, as now we're seeing the Sim 3D Sport RoboCop car still leading the way, the Deutsche Payment esports car in second place, Team Racing Netherlands in third, made up of Jakob Verdke with Pimbo there too. Solo, well, certainly Luca Harrison in sixth place as well, lining up. And I have to say, as we watch all the cars hightail through this sector of the track, with now the pressure being brought to that of Dorian Tabachnik, who in behind him has got Nicholas Schaefer certainly riding on the rear of that Sim 3D Sport car. And I tell you what, this is only going to amount the pressure here on Dorian Tabachnik at this moment in time, certainly as they try and make their way through this part of the circuit. It's going to be a question of who's bravest, I suppose, here, Chris.
Yep, certainly will be. I mean, if Nicholas Schaefer is smart, he'll just sort of slot in behind Dory here and pick his moment down the Dotting Herd. No point taking any big risks in the early stages of this race. He's clearly got some pace over Dory at this stage of the race, and he can use that down the Dotting Herd with the slipstream as well to try and get past him. No point trying to make any moves elsewhere on the lap because it will just cost them time to the cars behind.
Yeah, well, currently leading the way still Tabachnik, and it's just a question of, like I said, of just holding on, keeping the racecraft together, just managing the track as best appropriate. In behind as well, second place, Nicholas Schaefer with Pimbau now in third, Jakob Verdke in fourth as well, with Luca Harrison in sixth place, Brad Philpot currently lined up in fifth with Martin Schmid in behind him too. So it's all go at this moment in time. Obviously, Florian Kruger there in behind too with Satcha Lind. Tino Husser has actually, certainly held on to P10 and looking to manage his position well, of course, representing the AM class and doing it exceptionally well as well. The Line GB Esports car with a nice buffer because he's got two pro cars in behind, that being Ruben Petrowski and, of course, Kai Vormelcher, as well as Jordan Johnson in behind him too. So, and that is the nearest amateur class to him, in fact, as we're now watching certainly the Sim 3D car of Dorian Tabachnik there with Nicholas Schaefer still there on his rear. Has not left the rear of that Sim 3D car right now and has remained very tight, very close in behind the Sim 3D Sport RoboCop car. Team Racing Netherlands in third, Protocharge Sim Sport 2 just lining up in behind. Not a lot of change in terms of the BMWs at the top four, certainly still managing it very well.
Yeah, apologies for the flickering on the stream here. The production guys are definitely working on a fix. We were talking about the monumental effort that there's been over the last couple of days to get this ready. Since the iRacing update, and it seems like there's just one more issue to iron out before we're running 1,000% smoothly. But this is one of the first fast runs up through the hill at Kesselchen that Schaefer's had to try and make his way through, and hasn't chosen that opportunity or wasn't able to. And so we'll see what it's like when they get down to the Dotting Herd at the end of this first lap. But so far, these top two not breaking formation.
Not at all. They're still pretty much as they were. We can see now, right in behind, that certainly the Deutsche Payment esports car of Nicholas Schaefer still giving Dorian Tabachnik something to think about. Obviously, the moves you make in the early goings can prove vital because, of course, as we said, it is a long race, but at the same time, you want that early advantage as well because, obviously, it puts the pressures on the cars behind. It makes them make mistakes. And that is certainly going to be in the mind's eye of Dorian Tabachnik and certainly Nicholas Schaefer as well. So I would expect these two maybe to work together here and just make it a two-horse race, at least for the start. Anyway, a lot can happen, as we said, though, in 12 hours, folks, as we're now watching them nose to tail right now, heading through this Nürburgring circuit. What a pleasure it is to be bringing you this special event here today. If you haven't done so already, if you want to donate, please make sure you do. £290 raised here for this Macmillan Cancer Support charity. And there you can see those are the details. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe and stay tuned for all the racing action. But incredible indeed. I believe we do have someone joining us indeed. Zdravko, I believe, has joined us for his stint, as I will be bailing out of the commentary box, and he'll be joining you, Chris Stevens.
Absolutely. Thanks for taking us for the first hour.
It's my pleasure, a privilege to be alongside you, Chris.
Cheers, George.
Thank you.
So, first lap still underway, and Dorian Tabachnick so far been repelling the advances of Nicholas Schaefer in the Deutsche Pavement Esports number 87 BMW. I can see on my timing screen that gap is still hovering around 2 to 3 tenths of a second, and very little separating in the battle for third place as well, with Team Racing Nederland just 3 seconds behind the leaders, but very closely followed by Jakob Wedeker in the Protocharge SimSport BMW, then the James Wingfield Ferrari of Luke Harrison, and the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari of Bradley Philpot, and even the 2 chasing BMWs behind them from Deutsche Pavement Esports and Protocharge SimSport. And I do believe that Deutsche Pavement Esports has taken the lead of the race from Dorian Tabachnick. So Nicholas Schaefer was able to get through there, presumably on the Dottinger Her, to take the lead of the race at the end of the first lap. So Zdravko's with us in the commentary box. Certainly been an entertaining opening lap to the race. And according to my timing screen, the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari has got past the Protocharge SimSport number 97 BMW and up into 4th place as well. That is the lead Protocharge SimSport car that's just been demoted, and actually Bradley Philpot in the M4EM Ferrari has made his way through there as well into 5th place. So it's all change in the opening stages of the race. Apologies for the lack of pictures while we still work out those issues. But we should be back very, very shortly. And the good job is this is a marathon, not a sprint. You know, we're on lap 2 of an estimated 94, so there's still plenty of action to come. So Zdravko's with us in the commentary box. What have you made of qualifying and the opening lap so far?
Hello everyone. I sadly was not able to watch the qualifying because I was struggling with my, I would say, computer problems. So if you could fill me in, and everybody else that has been joining recently and didn't watch it from the start, it would be great.
Fair enough. Well, we did have Dorian Tabachnick in the Sim 3D Sport Robocop BMW on pole position overall, but it's just lost the lead to the Deutsche Pavement Esports number 87 BMW of Nicholas Schaefer. A great performance in GT3 AM by the Lion GP Esports car, Tina Heusser, in 10th place overall still, and leading the AM class by quite some margin in the early stages. And then the GT4 class that had the Sim 3D Sport car leading, but WNS now leading in the GT4 class as well. Green Delta Motorsport not far behind them as well. So yeah, action up and down the field.
Oh, that sounds great. This track is an awesome one to drive. Also very hard one. Yeah. Did anybody had big problems for now?
We had a couple of spins in the qualifying session, but nothing too dramatic. There was a few incidents with people just brushing the barriers down at Brightside. It seemed to be the crunch point. We saw a car go into the barriers on the way into the corner, and a car hit the grass on the way out of the corner at X Muller. So there was a couple of incidents, but as far as we can see, a few incidents on the opening lap. Car 310 has been given a calm down warning for an avoidable collision on lap 1. And car 310, I'll try and find out which one that is. It'll be one of the AM cars, maybe, or it's the Deutsche Payment Esports GT4 Cayman, actually. So that car been given a calm down warning for an avoidable collision on lap 1. That was one of the cars that was competing quite high up. It's currently third in the GT4 category. With Ben Kelly McCauley at the wheel of that one, but James T. Armstrong in the Sim 3D Sport Predator car leading that GT4 class, and actually has one of the GT3 AM cars between them and the second place car in that class. So plenty to keep occupied on. The best lap of the race coming in from Nicholas Schaefer there, as it looks like pictures have been restored. Wonderful. And we can see Nicholas Schaefer there in the Deutsche Payment Esports number 87 BMW. That is leading by 1.3 seconds to the Sim 3D Sport Robocop car of Dorian Tabachnick that was on pole position. And the battle for third place, we can see just in the background there, still very tight indeed, with Team Racing Nederland's Pim Bo at the wheel of the number 77 BMW. Currently leading James Wingfield Racing, M4EM Timber Products, the Protocharge Sim Sport cars, the number 97 ahead of the number 53. So definitely a good fight going on there for third place. But up at the front of the field, Nicholas Schaefer done exactly what he needed to do, which was to get ahead of the pole sitter on the opening lap, and is probably going to start trying to stretch his legs now as they wind their way around Wipperman and Brunchen for only the second time in this race. And here is that battle for third place we were talking about. Luca Harrison there in fourth place, looking at the back of Pim Bo in the BMW. So the Team Racing Nederland running those familiar national orange colours. James Wingfield Racing, the red with the yellow stripe. You'll see plenty of cars with that livery there, flying for James Wingfield colours. James Wingfield, a Caterham racer in real life, and is driving one of their GT4 entries in this race as well. Also an engineer for a very top Formula One team. And young Luca Harrison at the wheel of his number 23 Ferrari. Just 15 years old, if I remember correctly. And has been competing in the Missed Apex Formula 3 stables. And is not known for his holding back at any point. It's all on the line with Luca Harrison at any time. And very much a win it or bin it mentality, not the kind of mentality that you need in endurance racing. So we'll see how he adjusts. Stretching a bit of a gap to Brad Philpot in the M4EM Ferrari, about 2 seconds behind them now, and he's got a couple of cars of his own for close company as well, the two Protocharge SimSport BMWs that he will try and keep behind him on the Dottinger Höhe here. So we see Harrison and Bo battling over third, and Philpot, Weidecker, and Florian Kruger doing their own battle. And here we can see the straight line speed of the Ferrari there working very nicely. It's keeping Philpot in front of those two BMWs, and it's drawing Harrison closer to the rear of the Team Racing Nederland BMW. I don't think there'll be a chance for him to pass, though, on the way into Tiergarten. Indeed, there is not. But Harrison now right up on the rear of that number 77 BMW, and as they come onto the Grand Prix Strecke, it's a great opportunity for him to try and make his way past and into the podium placings as we ride on board with Luca Harrison, right in that slipstream, building up to 270 kilometers an hour down the front straight, and Pim Bo goes defensive there, parks it right on the apex, and Harrison has to just back out of that for a second as they round this long turn 2. Of course, not the N24 layout where they turn left at turn 1 and emerge at this part of the track right about here. Is the VLN layout where they use the Mercedes-Benz Arena, and then they will swing right here at the cutting. And so Harrison so far not able to take advantage of his pace over Pinbo in this Grand Prix section of the lap, and may have to wait a whole nother lap before he can do anything about it.
Yeah, it does look like the Ferrari has the legs over on the straights, but so many corners here. Hard to make something of it, and you really need to be very close to even attack. It's a dangerous track, tight.
Absolutely, and if they continue battling, then it won't be long before this man arrives on the scene as well, dragging those two proto-charged SimSport BMWs with him as well. As we can see, Philpot working at the wheel of that number 43 Ferrari. And a fantastic livery on that, I must say, as well, with the M4EM sponsorship as they wind their way onto the Nordschleife. No way through there for any of the proto-charged SimSport guys. So Brad's got a little bit of breathing room just while he get through this section of the track, but he'll certainly be keeping an eye on the mirrors as they go out of Bergwerk and on the run up to Kesselchen. A little bit of a way to go before they get there, though. I wonder if Luca Harrison's thinking about a move anytime soon. He is indeed. He was pulling out of the slipstream there for third place. And this is not often a place where you see cars side by side, but Luca Harrison's got it done before they get into the left-hander of Schradenkreuz, and he gets up into third place. So Luca Harrison doing exactly what we expected, putting it all on the line and up into third place.
Oh, that was brilliant. He was on a tail of a Philpot, right on the exit, and just used the slipstream and higher top speed of Ferrari to blast through. And he did it cleanly even before the corner, so now it's on him to have a clean few turns to run away before the next straight.
And I'm sure Pinbo there thinking discretion was the better part of valor as he saw the red tip nose Ferrari pulling out of the slipstream at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. And it will be a case of following him through here. We think the BMW has just about got the legs in most of the corners over the Ferrari, but the Ferrari makes up for it with its superior top-end speed. Although there has been plenty of changes to the GT3 models in iRacing. I do actually have a list of all the changes that have been made because they are quite substantial. It's a case of tyre properties are being changed, such as the temperature and the wear, aero changes, suspension changes, and BOP changes. And so it has massively altered the handling of these cars, for one thing, but also how they all perform. And at the moment, Luca Harrison is stretching his legs in that third place spot. And I wonder how long it will be before he can make an attempt at closing that 6-second gap to Dorian Tabachnick in second place, who's still hanging on to the leading Deutsche Payment Esports BMW. Just 1 second separates those two cars as we join Tino Heuser in the lead of GT3 AM, but by no means on his own, as he's got one of the Sim 3D Sport cars just in front of him, and a queue of cars behind him as well. So this is an AM car mixing it in with the Pro runners, as they are very much entitled to do. And just a reminder, if you weren't with us earlier, the Pro in the AM field split by the average I rating of the driver lineup. So you could have someone with a 5K I rating in your lineup, but if the average is below 3.4K, then you will be entered into AM. And certainly the AM team's been putting in their best drivers so far. We also have turn 1 second place in the GT3 AM crew. That is currently running in 14th place overall. So then there is a bit of a gap back to the rest of the GT3 AM field. We can see Pantera Esports there in third place. as we see race control in the bottom right corner. A few notes from him, a few calm down warnings after the opening couple of laps. Car 048 was given a warning there. Was required to give more care when letting a faster car through. And I'm actually being told that 048 had a screen disconnect. That is the Angry Beaver Racing car that is currently running in 22nd place, I believe. So that warning is basically rescinded. There was a protest received for an incident between cars 97 and 70. So cars 97 and 70, that should be the Pro field. Just trying to find which ones that will be. So number 70 is the Deutsche Payment Esports car. Yeah, and 97 Proto Charge Sim Sport 2. So, but no action taken on that. So the number 70 car there, that's currently running in 13th place overall with Martin Schind at the wheel. The Proto Charge Sim Sport car there, number 97, running in 6th place. So I'm not sure where they would have been so close together on track, but presumably the Deutsche Payment Esports number 70 will drop back at some point.
So what is interesting to see is that third place, Luca Harrison, is slightly gaining on first two, and he did manage to pull out a gap of few car lengths. So maybe he might go a bit further ahead, and it will be important for him to clear that train of cars, 4 cars ahead behind him, because if he gets swallowed up, you lose such a lot of time in the traffic.
This is very true. And Philpot doing everything he can to keep those 2 Proto Charged SimSport BMWs at bay as well. Wonder if there might be some team tactics here, because I'm sure they're both arguing that I'm the faster one. But so far, it is still number 97 that leads number 53 in 6th and 7th place overall there, as we're on board with Philpot and actually closing down the Team Racing Nederland BMW there, right in the wheel tracks of that number 77 car. Not close enough to attack on the Grand Prix Strecker, but Philpot now will certainly be thinking about what's in front of him rather than just what's behind him.
Well, he already saw how Harrison did it, so I guess the key for Ferraris is stay on the tail of BMW in the twisty bits, hope for a maybe slight mistake from BMW that will diminish its exit speed out of a turn, and then just pounce on the straight. It's a good strength to have in a car when you have a car that is faster over a straight line.
Certainly is, and this battle looks like it is going to be fought between BMW and Ferrari for the overall win. By far and away the most represented cars in this field. We have 21 BMW and 11 Ferrari in this field, and they currently make up all bar one of the top 10 places. As, oh dear, that is the GetPol Racing car that has had a collision here with one of the Sim 3D spots. That's the Lion GP car, the AM leader. And, just getting a little bit greedy on the inside there was the GetPol car, I would say. And it has taken both of them out on the Grand Prix Strecker. So not an incident you would have needed only 25 minutes into a 12-hour race.
Yeah, that was a misjudgment. But they do have faster pairs, so you are allowed to have a mistake. You are able to fix it fast, so 1 or 2 mistakes don't necessarily ruin your race.
No, that's very true. They have 3 fast repairs to use throughout the course of the 12 hours. And some might say that's a little bit too forgiving, but this is the Nürburgring Nordschleife, don't forget. So we want to try and keep as many of the cars in the race as possible. And I don't think they'll be coming in to fix that just yet. We're only on lap 4, and the stints are going to be 7 laps each. That's one thing that changed among the the alterations made to the GT3 class was the fuel capacities on a lot of these cars, and we're expecting a tank of fuel to go about 7.5 laps. So expect everyone in around lap 7. The difference in strategy now is going to come with the tires, and if you can double stint them or not. It should still be an advantage to double stint the tires, but it's a question of not dropping it as the tires start to wear out.
Yeah, well, I think that the big part of advantage comes by not losing track position. You stay ahead by not changing tires for the first time, so not having to overtake slower cars again is a bonus, and it can add up to a lot of time here.
That's absolutely true. But of course, one thing that these guys won't have to contend with quite as much as the drivers in the real N24 would have to is as much traffic. For one thing, we have 60 cars in this field, not 160. So already there's fewer cars to have to go through. And of course, the cars are only GT3 and GT4. So we don't have any TCR cars or just lightly modified production vehicles. No Dacia, for example, that they'll be lapping every 10 minutes as well. So in a sense, they have it a bit easier. But definitely trying to get through the slower traffic is going to make or break your race. As we can see, the Missed Apex Predators Porsche, number 004, Kyle Power at the wheel of that car. And we've got a slow-moving Jack White in the Pantera Esports Ferrari. Now, what has gone on there? Has he hit the wall at some point? He's resetting. So a drama there for the Pantera Esports early in the race as well. I was saying that pack was bunching up just a little bit, but a problem for the Pantera Esports, and hopefully something that can be rectified pretty sharpish. But still, Nicholas Schaefer leading for Deutsche Payment Esports ahead of Sim3D Sport, Dorian Tabachnick. 2 BMWs. That gap has not wavered at all. Just 1 second, 1.2 seconds. The pace being very, very even over the last few laps.
It does look like Tabachnik is holding station. I mean, there is no point in being too aggressive and attacking at this point of the race. So maybe he's just holding close, waiting for the pit stops to see what strategy will P1 take.
Yeah, so we'll expect them to come in at the same time. Yeah, again, the question is going to be what they're going to do with tyres. How they're looking after the tyres is going to be quite important in this first instance. We rejoin that battle for 4th place. Brad Philpot in the M4EM Ferrari here, closing down that the 4th place Team Racing Nederland car. But the Protocharge SimSport BMW is looking far more racy now than they were a few laps ago, as Jakob Weidecker is staring down the back of that 43 Ferrari as they head out of Ice Curve. And we'll head into Flansgarten. For me, definitely the scariest part of the circuit, as we're about to hit the jump here in about 3, 2, and there it is. Didn't get much air in the BMW there. Might be the front engine keeping the wheels on the ground. But certainly following a car through this section of the track, you've got to have so much confidence with where you're placing the car. And I dare say Philpot may well come under pressure down the Dottinger Her in a few corners' time, because he's not as close to Pimbo as he was a few laps ago.
Yeah, they're visibly faster in the corners. It's noticeable that they've been held up by the Ferrari. It will all come down to the exit on the long straight. If the Ferrari gets it right, he might be safe.
Well, it looks close, doesn't it? And you're at the exit out of Galgenkopf. So important as it leads you down the Dottinger Her. So has Jakob Weidecker got the momentum he needs to mount a challenge on Bradley Philpot here for 5th place? That Ferrari is just edging ever so slightly away. The BMW does not have the legs on the straight to contend with the Ferrari. If anything, Weideker's got to worry about his teammate, Florian Kruger, here. Probably back out there, giving him a push practically down the Dottinger Höhe and into Tiergarten. And look at the gap now that there was between Philpot and the two BMWs either side of him. He's suddenly much, much closer to the Team Racing Nederland BMW.
Yeah, and he basically caught up to the BMW ahead of him. So he's like a yo-yo on the corners. He gets back to the BMWs behind him, and on the straight he gets back to the BMW ahead of him. It was a good tactic from the BMWs behind him to maybe utilize a bit of bump drafting. They can compensate for their lower top speed by doing that, but it's a dangerous tactic.
Certainly is. Especially, I've been hearing that the BMWs have been picking up a little bit more curb damage since the iRacing update as well, and that's just something you could do without in a race like this, where the curves are as aggressive as they are on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
It would be very important for them to turn off the fast repair when they pit. If they pick up damage that is not so important for their speed and they don't turn off fast repair, it might hurt them sometime in the race if they maybe need it and they don't have it then.
That's a very good point. Absolutely. You don't want to waste one of your 3 fast repairs. You've got to use it strategically. Even if you do damage the car, is it worth using the fast repair at any of those points? You see, again, the Team Racing Nederland BMW has just pulled out a little bit of a safety margin by the time they get back onto the Nordschleife. And Philpot, once again, has got his mirrors full of those 2 black BMWs.
Meanwhile, top 2 did 2 seconds faster lap than 3rd or 4th place. So they really stretched that gap to over 10 seconds.
It's a hot pace at the front of the field, isn't it? 7:44.1 for the race leader last time out, and Dorian Tabachnick was just 0.2 of a second slower than Nicholas Schaefer on that last tour of the 24.15 kilometer layout and all 165 corners. As we see the overhead view, and this is a view I love from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. One of my favorite ways to watch the race as well. As you can see, look at the toe that the second proto-charged SimSport car was getting on the run up to Schwedenkreuz. That's the power of the slipstream from these cars.
Yeah, that's amazing. It was also visible how much they gained on the brakes to Ferrari.
Well, we'll certainly see it here as we head towards one of the much more technical sections of the lap down at Adenauer Forst. If you watch a compilation of tourist foreign drivers getting it wrong, it's usually from this section of track.
To me, all the compilations look like they get it wrong everywhere. It's hard track.
It's true, it does happen. It does happen everywhere, but I think Adenauer Forst is just one of those places where people struggle to learn the most. Especially that part where you have to, run deliberately deep into one of the corners and then loop back on yourself.
Yeah, it goes against the learned knowledge of racing, right?
Exactly. Well, certainly this is some super tense action for 4th place at the moment. But just to update you on the rest of the field, we still have the Lion GP Esports car that is leading GT3 AM ahead of the Turn 1 car that is in 13th place overall. And in the battle for GT4, we have to go all the way down to 36th place overall, where it is still Sim 3D Sports, James T. Armstrong leading the WSE Motorsport Cayman and the Deutsche Payment Esports Cayman as well. So far, it is Porsche leading the top 5 with Frontline Coffee in 6th place in class. But back up to the front of the field, Nicholas Schaefer setting a hot pace.
Yeah, those two in the top two are again in 44s. The gap from first to third place is now 11.5 seconds. And the gap to fourth place is 14 already. And there's still that big battle for fourth place with 4 cars. It does look like the Ferrari is gaining a bit on the BMW, but it's very hard to pass here.
Absolutely. So perhaps Luca Harrison's more aggressive style has actually done him a few favors here, because he was able to get the job done early and is able to set his own pace now, whereas Brandon Philpot is just yo-yoing between those two BMWs, where he's just able to keep in front of one, but not quite able to get ahead of the other. You know, might be relying on a mistake from Pimbo, or we'll have to do it in the pit stop phase. But it must be said, look, Harrison's only, you know, a couple of seconds up the road there. It's not like he's running away.
Yeah, but it's enough to have a bit of a peace of mind. If he does one little mistake, it will not cost him a position. And that's not what the cars behind him can say. So
Well,
it's a lot less stressful, I guess.
Is there such a thing as a small mistake on the Nordschleife?
It has to be a very small mistake, not to be too costly.
Speaking of small mistakes there, I think Pimbo just made one, but Philpot not close enough to actually take advantage of it. Pimbo just looked a little wide on the way out of the ice curve, and he's certainly got enough room there, enough advantage to be safe down the Dottinger Hoa. And again, are we just going to see Philpot coming back towards the Team Racing Nederland car down the straight? Well, we'll find out in a few corners. But he's soaking up the pressure from those two proto-charged SimSport cars at the minute.
Yeah, but they're not giving up. The first one is definitely not giving up. He has been following very close whole lap. I think they're just biting for a mistake or a wide apex a bit later on the brakes, and they will be on it.
Well, somebody waiting for a mistake from Bradley Philpot is going to be waiting an awful long time. As we see now the pace once again down the Dottinger Hoa, proto-charged SimSport BMW not in the position it needs to be to attack, because the Ferrari's soaking up the slipstream of the BMW. Look how much ground he's made up. He's making the move now for fourth place, and Philpot's just going to slingshot past Pimbo there and get himself up into fourth place. So I don't know if the Team Racing Nederland BMW had a particularly poor run out of Galgenkopf, but Philpot's got it done and into fourth place, and now he's got to really try and stretch his legs. But we're coming into a part of the lap where the BMW is very, very fast indeed. So he's going to have to still keep his eye on the mirrors, because I sincerely doubt Pimbo is going to take that line down.
Oh, that was a copy of Harrison's move. It was at the same place as Pimbo goes very close on the entry. I'm not sure what weapon does the BMW has against the Ferrari on the straights.
Well, so far, Philpot able to keep his nose in front of the Team Racing Nederland car, and the battle for GT4 being led by James Armstrong in the Sim 3D Sport Predator. Sim 3D bringing 3 cars to this event, 2 in GT3 and 1 in GT4, and it's currently leading the class with WSE Motorsport Philip Hover there in the 888 Cayman, just keeping ahead of the Deutsche Payment Esports number 310 Cayman. The GT4 class being dominated by the 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, with only a couple of McLaren 570S entries, the rest of them all the Cayman. And oh dear, now we've just had a crash in front of the leader's been tapped. We've had a crash right in front of the leader, and the Deutsche Payment Esports leading car has been tagged by the rear of Dorian Tabachnick in second place there. Dory takes over the lead, and that, it was not in the script at all.
No. Let's see what happened.
Well, here's a replay of it. So it's one of the James Wingfield cars gets tangled up there, I think, with the NCR Italy Lamborghini. And, well, Nicholas Schaefer rightly slows down to try and navigate the incident, and Dory just didn't get slowed down in time. My goodness me. So Dory now takes over at the front. He's got a rather healthy 7.5-second lead at the moment. Car 104 under investigation. I wonder if that was one of the cars involved in that incident. Just checking the entry list. Car 104 is the NCR Italy car. It is indeed. I couldn't make out which of the James Wingfield cars it was because there are a couple of them. Because it was there are a couple of them in the AM class. We've got a Ferrari and a Lamborghini from JWR. So 104 NCR Italy under investigation. I imagine the other offending car in that will be as well. Maybe even Dory himself for colliding with the rear of Nicholas Schaefer, who's now in 6th place, we can see there, and trying to keep the Protocharge SimSport number 53 away. So he's splitting the Protocharge SimSport cars at the moment. So that, of course, promotes Luca Harrison in the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari to 2nd place. Bradley Philpot now in 3rd place. And suddenly we've got a very different race on our hands.
Yeah, and Schaefer actually fell down to 7th position, but he immediately overtook the first BMW. Let's see how it goes now in the traffic. I wonder how big the damage is. He was a lot faster before, so maybe he can come close to the cars ahead and try to overtake, because he's not so far behind that big battle we were watching before for P4, and that has become a battle for P3 now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not too far behind the battling Team Racing Nederland and Protocharge SimSport as well. So plenty to still fight for, but yeah, a bit of a gift there for Dorian Tabachnick. I do wonder if he will pick up a penalty for going into the back of Schaefer. This is the thing about the Nordschleife, isn't it? You can't ever take anything for granted because danger is always lurking around the corner.
I mean, he did brake. It's a blind turn, so he tried to slow down the car. It was not a big hit, I think. It was just unfortunate, I'd say.
Absolutely. Now we just saw the Sim Racing Centre BMW there going a little wide onto the grass. An open door for the number 70 Deutsche Payment Esports BMW to just slingshot by and get himself into the top 10 overall. But a nice safe gap for Dorian Tabachnick there. Although, the gap is come down quite a bit, down to 6 seconds since we last mentioned it. So Luca Harrison's taken, about a second out of Dory. That might just be the ebb and flow of the circuit. We'll check back in with them later when they come across the timing line again and see what the times are like.
I think Tabachnick had to slow down when the cars ahead of him crashed. He did slow down for Schaefer. He did hit him in the end, but he did slow down a lot, and that's why Harrison came close. I think that by the time Harrison came to the scene of accident, cars were already a bit cleared, so he could go faster around it.
No, for sure. It was around 11 seconds back then, but since that incident, the gap has started to come down again, so we'll keep an eye on that over the next couple of laps. Of course, we're coming up to the pit stops not too long. In a lap's time, we're on lap 6, and the stint is 7 laps. So we will see the cars in next time around. We're only just over 45 minutes into the race.
It will be interesting if somebody opts for fuel saving in the later stints. It is possible to get a lap on the fuel in.
It could well be. I'd be surprised if people risk it since the changes that iRacing made with the 7.5 lap stint to try and, well, you could save half a lap of fuel, I guess. It depends on a few few factors, especially the pace. At the moment, the pace is very, very good, and perhaps this is not the time to be doing the fuel saving. As we see this trio of BMWs surrounding Galgenkopf, it's the Deutsche Payment esports car that's trying to make progress back up through the field. Number 87 that was leading the race and pulls out alongside the Protocharge Simsport car there, who's still got the slipstream from the Team Racing Nederland car, but it's the Deutsche Payment number 87 that gets through and now has his sights set on the number 77 in front of him.
So the rear of his car is damaged, but it does look like he's still able to drive fast enough to fight with those cars, and that is a top five fight.
Well, he's certainly not lacking any straight line speed at the moment, is he?
Yeah,
Oh, he's
he
coming in
goes into
early.
pits.
Yeah, that is early. That is the end of lap 6. So we were talking about the opening stint often being harder because of the length of the Dottinger Her that you have to take at the start of the race, as well as the sort of warm up and the formation. So maybe he's used just a little bit more fuel, but the number 87 Deutsche Payment Esports BMW of Nicholas Schaefer, the first of the leading contenders to come into the pits.
Well, it could be just a thing of he has a fast repair, and maybe he just wanted to pit early to avoid being in a traffic another lap. He was 2 seconds per lap faster before, so if he does a fast lap now, he might jump the cars that were ahead of him. That does sound like a sound strategy to me. Better to be in clean air and just drive as fast as you can than be stuck in traffic.
So we've got a penalty for the NCR Italy car, the number 104, 30 seconds stop and go, causing an avoidable collision. So that is the NCR Italy, and let's see which and according to race control, it was the NCR Italy that was trying to pass the JWR car, which was a GT4 car. So has made contact lapping a slower class car and involved the leaders in that as well. So a hefty penalty coming the way of NCR Italy.
Yeah, I mean, blue flags are not forced here, but common sense is, and you shouldn't just dive into the slower car. Some patience needs to be had, especially in 12 hours race. So I was looking at the laps, and Harrison extended his lead over Philpot to 3.5 seconds, while Philpot just ever so slightly has room from Pimbao and car 97. So he's edging away from the BMWs chasing him.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that the 2 BMWs behind him will start to squabble and he can just put his foot down. But of course we are coming up to the pit stop stage now. I must say the Protocharge was looking very, very close to the back of the Team Racing Nederland car as they were heading through Adenauer Forst, practically pushing him through the apex. One of the highest points of the circuit here down at Metzgersfeld. Big pylon just to the right-hand side there that lets you know. And what else lets you know? It's a big drop downhill for quite some time down this section of the track through Callenhard. Very high-speed chicane.
So a bit of an update on the pit stop from our former leader, Nicholas Schaefer. It does look like he did not change his tires. So anybody ahead of him that will change the tires on a pit stop will fall behind him on a track. So he's going for a double stint, at least a double stint. Triple stint is possible, but time-wise, it is probably not viable.
I think that's another thing that the iRacing update has made even more unlikely. That the triple stint just isn't a viable strategy anymore. So I think we're looking at double stints being the way to go. Certainly, as the cooler conditions will help with that. It means you won't get quite as much wear. We'll see if that's still a viable strategy when the temperatures start to increase as the day goes on.
I mean, the update is a really big curveball. It really depends on the type of the driver that one is. Some drivers can go fast in a few laps. Some need more practice. The ones that need more practice will definitely be hurt by the update.
That's very true. We've seen quite a few get caught out with this, and a lot of work has been done to try and get back onto the level they were at. Here is the GT3 AM leader, Lion GP Esports, number 600 Porsche, Tino Heuser at the wheel, into the most famous corner on this circuit. And that AM car still very much mixing it up with the pro runners, now up in 7th place overall. But of course, other drivers still to come in that car. But in his class, really putting the legs over the turn 1 BMW. That is 2nd place in class and 12th place overall.
It's a really great performance. It's not easy not being in the top class because you never feature at the top of the race, but you know by yourself that you're doing a great race.
That's certainly very true. And the turn 1, the next 3 cars in the queue there, they are all for class position, with UK Sim Racing's Mercedes there in 3rd place, just leading the JB Motorsport BMW. That is for class position. 3rd place overall being disputed there by Tim Draycott and the JB Motorsport 186, Mohammed Al Hussein. Oh, now I'm hearing that the race leader was just in the barriers. Look how close it is for the lead now, as Luca Harrison is making the move for the lead of the race. He goes through into Galgenkopf. What happened to Dorian Tabachnick there? We've heard he's been in the barriers. Where has he been? Has he got damage to that BMW? By the looks of it, he has. This has really unfolded. Here's the replay of Dory. So he's coming into dry Rex there. The miss. Oh, he's on the grass. On the grass, on the way into Versiphon. That is a catastrophic error there from Dorian Tabachnick. And it has cost him the lead of this race. Now, luckily, they're coming into the pits at the end of this lap anyway, we expect. So he's not going to have to carry that damage for too long. I dare say he'll use his fast repair as well. But a gift for Luca Harrison and James Wingfield Racing, who take up the lead of the race.
That is a saving grace to being able to pit on this lap, and they go into pits.
Yeah, they're all coming in. So in they
but
come
they are
down
all so
to
close now.
Down to just 60 kilometers an hour, having been blasting around this 25-kilometer circuit. And apologies for the flickering returning there. The Nürburgring, notoriously tough on PCs. But there is the race leader, Luca Harrison, pulling into his box. Now, one thing to keep an eye on is going to be the stationary times, because that will give us an indication of what their strategy is. If they
I think that the car to watch on will be number 86, Nicolas Schaefer. Remember, he pitted a lap early, and with Tabachnik having problems on this lap, he might very well come out very close to the lead.
Good well indeed. Here's the GT4 race leader, by the way, still James Armstrong in the Sim 3D Sport Predator. So at least Sim 3D Sport have still got something to cheer about in this race, having just lost the lead to James Wingfield
so Schaefer
Racing.
is going through the start-finish line.
Yep, there he goes.
Let's see where he goes. I think it's P3.
that looks like he's come out in about third place. Yeah, net third place. But is that the Sim Sport car that's jumped plenty? How have they managed to do that?
It is. They pitted for 10 seconds less, 6 seconds less than Luca Harrison, so maybe they added less fuel.
Well, I can see that Sim 3D Sport, the number 15 car that was in the lead that just had the incident, has used its fast repair and a much lengthier stop as well. Maybe they went for tyres as well, but that has cost them a little bit as well. So we have the James Wingfield racing car still in the lead of the race. Protocharged Sim Sport, though, the number 97, was the car making big gains in that set of stops. Just 1 second now behind the race leader, and the Deutsche Payment Esports number 87 car, the car that was leading in the early stages before that collision between the James Wingfield Racing GT4 car and the NCR Italy AM car, prompted Dory to rear-end the BMW. Is now back up into third place. So a nice bit of recovery there. But of course, they are now a lap behind on the strategy.
Oh, it does look like BMWs were last time in the pits. The most important thing for 97 was to pass 77, as he was stuck behind Pim Bao for whole first stint.
Yeah, that's true. So Pim Bao back ahead of Brad Philpot there in the M4EM Timber product. So BMW back in front of the Ferrari. We're back to a BMW 1, 2, 3. Crucially, the second proto-charged SimSport car, Florian Kruger, did not get through either.
That has to hurt for Philpot. He works so hard to overtake those BMWs.
Well, he's got it all to do again now. Trying to work out where he lost the time, because the stationary times certainly very little between them. So
it was 1 second, and they were not so far ahead on the road. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it was needed.
Yeah, that's all you need, really, isn't it? So Philpot, well, he's still got a smile on his face there, still enjoying it, and taking up the slack.
As we have a battle for the lead, as Proto-Charge SimSport 2 is really attacking on Luca Harrison. The Ferrari obviously has better speed on the straights, but in the corners, Jakub Widerka really came close, and he does it again.
Oh, just a little mistake there from Luca Harrison, I think, just lighting up those rear tyres, and that has put Jakub Widerka right on the tail of the number 23 James Wingfield Racing Ferrari. But haven't we seen this so many times already in the opening hour of this race?
Yeah, how does a BMW go through on the straights?
Exactly. How? That is the big question. Update from race control, car number 52. In-sim chat abuse, muted for the remainder of the race, so no sporting penalty being given there. But attentions return to the lead battle, and how is Jakub Widerka going to find a way through on Luca Harrison? That is the big question. And can Nicholas Schaefer throw his hat into the ring and reclaim the lead of the race that he lost earlier in the day?
Well, last lap Schaefer did another 7:44, so that's faster than Harrison and Widerka did in first stint. He might be able to come back to them and make it a freeway fight for the lead. Well, as BMW is in the slipstream.
He's not lacking.
Too late.
He's not lacking the straight line speed here, is he? He's definitely keeping in touch with Luca Harrison as they head through the mud curve. One of my favourite corners on the track, it must be said. Translates to Courage Corner. And you certainly do need courage to get through there with a fair bit of pace. As you can see, Brad Philpot has lost 5th place to Florian Kruger's Proto-Charged SimSport. So one Proto-Charge BMW has made up a place. And the team will very much be hoping that the other one can make up a place as well.
it looks to me like the BMW is faster in the early stint than Ferrari, because both Ferraris in the top 5 are struggling as Harrison goes wide and Jakub Widerka came onto his tail, but there is no way to pass as it's a very tight racing line. And that just goes into the pocket of car 87, Nico Schaefer. He's half a second behind this fight, and he's basically joined the fight already.
Yep, so we do have a three-way battle for the lead as the first hour has come to a close. Luca Harrison holding on to the lead in the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari, but for how much longer? Is he going to be able to rely on the Ferrari's top-end speed down the Duttinger Höhe, or can the two BMWs behind him pounce in the early stages of this second stint in the race? Well, we'll find out shortly. They're coming into Flansgarten now, the Duttinger Höhe just a few corners away.
The BMW is just so much more planted through the turns. And I wonder, maybe a single toe against Ferrari does not help, but what does the double toe do?
Well, that is the all-important question. We're going to find out shortly. Heading through Schwalben-Schwanz. Come up to the Kleiner Carousel, and then it is the all-important exit of Galgenkopf. That is what's going to set them up for the long run down the Duttinger Höhe. And you see Harrison was able to just eke out a little bit more through Kleiner Carousel, but this is the corner that matters, this long right-hander at Galgenkopf. And you see the BMW there, the second car in the queue, keeping it super tight.
Yeah,
and
BMW
here we go.
just...
So he's pulled out alongside Jakub Widerka, going for the lead in the Protocharged Sim Sport BMW. Oh, he's lost the ground, though. The Ferrari still has the legs on the straight. Here comes the Deutsche Payment Esports car as well. So another look to the outside there for the Protocharged Sim Sport 97 car, but Harrison is just able to keep in front. The Ferrari doing what it does best, powering down the Duttinger Höhe with its turbocharged V8 engine, keeping in front of the straight six powered BMW, and Harrison lives to fight for another day.
I mean, the BMW is just able to be so much more tight in all the turns. Harrison is visibly hustling the car around, but I think BMW should give itself a bit bigger pocket to gain speed in the draft, but he can't do that because he has another car on his tail. And that's what we saw. He came alongside twice, started losing ground, went behind the Ferrari, but it was just not enough draft to keep the top speed up. He needs to have an overspeed to pass the Ferrari.
Well, if the Ferrari's got the legs in the clear air, the BMW can certainly start to match the Ferrari in the slipstream, but as soon as it pulls out and starts running into the denser air, it starts to struggle again. Both these cars twin turboed, but the BMW with a 3-litre straight six, the Ferrari with a 4-litre V8, but you could not separate them at all at the minute, could you? There's just nothing between them.
But the one is pretty, the other is not. That's the only thing that separates them at the moment.
Well, I look to the inside towards the chicane from Jakub Widerka, but you have to do something a little bit more than that to put Luca Harrison off. And one of the fastest drivers in the Mist Apex F3 stables, and has been known to not put discretion as the better part of valor from times, but certainly doing everything he can to keep these two BMWs at bay for the lead of this race.
Yeah, this is really testing Harrison's mind and resilience.
From such a young driver as well, still a teenager, is Luca Harrison, and I'm always impressed by his performances like this, where he just soaks up the pressure. Yes, sometimes he makes some mistakes, but that's what you'd expect from somebody so young and still so early in the sim racing adventures. And I'm always impressed by what Luca Harrison has to offer on the racetrack, and he's proving it once again, as we've got another fast section here where the Ferrari could just keep itself in front, but all getting very close there between the two BMWs behind them as Nicholas Schaefer tries to get around the outside of Schradenkreuz. What a move for second place by the number 87 Deutsche Payment Esports BMW.
I'm sorry, I just stopped reading. That was awesome. That was utilizing the double toe to maximum effect. He just took the space that the rider car wanted to take and just put himself into the second toe of the Ferrari and into the second place. And he will be much more dangerous for Harrison.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we got traffic, and I think there was just a little nudge there on the rear of the Ferrari from Nicholas Schaefer. But it was the sister James Wingfield car just in front of the leading JWR car. But now this is going to be really interesting. What is the Deutsche Payment setup on that BMW compared to the Protocharge one by the time they get down to the Dottinger? Has the number 87 got the legs on the straight to compete with the Ferrari? Well, we'll find out in a few minutes.
And let's see if Weiderka can repeat the move that Schaefer did. If he can stay close to Schaefer and just utilize the double toe, it will help him.
Certainly true, as we ride on board with the third place car down at Versifen, the slowest part of the circuit, as we head towards Breitscheid, and we'll get to the lowest point on the circuit. From here to the Grand Prix Strecker, it's a rise of 300 meters, and that just puts into perspective what a roller coaster this lap is. And we're certainly getting into another one of the fast stretches here, building up to over 200 kilometers an hour. They'll swing through the right-hander of Bergwerk here, and this is another crucial exit because as they climb back up the hill, they're flat out for a very, very long time indeed.
And Weidecker has lost touch with the top two at the moment. So he's not able to hunt Harrison anymore.
No, it's all about Nicholas Schaefer, and he's pulled out of the slipstream this time. And it is side by side for the lead of the race, and Luca Harrison wisely backs out of that maneuver from Nicholas Schaefer. So Schaefer re-hits the front for Deutsche Payment Esports.
But will this be trouble for Harrison? Because they just put Weiderka on his tail. He saved himself, but yeah, lifting there made him vulnerable for a second.
Well, we'll see if he can
another day.
And we'll see if he can stick with the back of that BMW for the rest of this lap and maybe mount a challenge towards the end of the lap. Certainly looked much more comfortable around the carousel than Nicholas Schaefer did just there.
I think that Harrison, for a 15-year-old, is a very smart man. There's no point losing time fighting Schaefer. Schaefer proved he's faster. So just let him go at the time where you lose the less amount of time and just try to follow him.
Now we're going to talk about how these different teams are set up. The JWR car with Luca Harrison, he has one teammate, Chris Meelan, the former British F4 racer, who will be alongside him in that car, whereas Nicholas Schaefer will have two drivers. Schaefer, the race leader, has gone off. Having just reclaimed the lead, Nicholas Schaefer throws it at the scenery again and is back down into third place. And all that hard work he's done to get back up to the front of the field, well, he's got to do it all over again. And suddenly it's back on for the lead of the race for the Protocharge SimSport car and James Wingfield Racing. Here's the replay. They're coming out of that middle section, just on the grass there, on the way into Brunschen.
That has to hurt.
I'm sure it will. Just a classic error then. And similar to what we saw Dory do earlier, where he's just dipping a wheel on the grass on the entry of the corner.
And he just got overtaken by number 53.
So that puts the second Protocharge SimSport car up onto the podium placings and demotes Schaefer down to third place. I wouldn't be surprised if he has more damage to that car and suddenly is not able to match the pace he was setting earlier. He was so much quicker than these guys. And we're going to have another change for the lead here because Jakob Weidecker might now finally have the run he needs to dispatch of Luca Harrison. They are neck and neck down the Dottinger. It will be Harrison with the inside line by the time they break down for Tiergarten. I don't think Weideker's... No, he hasn't drawn the overlap. He's dropped back into the slipstream. And we'll have another attempt through the left-hander at Antonio's Booker. But no way through once again for the Proto-Charged SimSport number 97. And this enthralling battle between Ferrari and BMW just keeps on giving.
I mean, what does he have to do to get a pace there? And Harrison was not wanting to cooperate.
Meanwhile,
as we look at Schaefer losing even more time, that
yeah,
damage is
Schaefer's
big now.
just been done by Philpot and Pimbo and comes into the pits for repairs. And that is not what he needed at all. He's only done 3 laps in this stint. So that is going to hurt their strategy. They are going to be pretty offset by now. So, well, they've done it once. They might be able to do it again. But I think coming in slap bang in the middle of the stint is a little bit harder to come back from, as it is once again nose to tail for the lead of the race. And the battle for third, only 6 seconds behind these guys.
Yeah, let's not forget Chris. Schaefer will use second fast repair out of 3. So that will be a big problem. Going 1 hour with 2 fast repairs and then another 11 hours with only 1 left. So it's no more mistakes for them.
Did Schaefer definitely use the fast repair in the first stop?
Yeah, he did.
He did, okay. Yes, it's just updated on my timing screen. He's used 2 out of 3. So, very much under pressure to not make mistakes for the remaining 10 hours and 47 minutes of this race. Oh, a look from the inside for the race lead. That forced Harrison out wide, but no cigar for Jakob Weideker. Well, he's getting inventive now.
Well, he has to be. Because he won't be able to pass in a conventional way, I think. The Ferrari is just too strong on the straights. He will have to do something. I would say wild but not dangerous. Maybe try to dive on the outside just to starve the Ferrari of the exit room on the corner. Just to make him have a less speed on the exit.
Well, I suppose the best he can hope for, really, is just keep mounting the pressure on Luca Harrison and hope to force some sort of error out of him.
I mean, there's also one thing he can do. If he can stay this close for the whole stint, he can overtake through the pits, because last time around, he was 2 seconds faster in the pits than Harrison. So he just needs to be in a second and a half to Harrison when they pit. But it does not look like he wants to wait that long. It definitely does not look like that. He has a mighty run now. Let's see how it goes downhill. He had a bigger buffer, and now Ferrari still stays ahead. What a machine that Ferrari is.
I don't think you can find a way into Adenauer forced. Their braking zone probably a bit too short. I mean, if you want to do it, it would be a very, very brave move indeed. But let's see if he can mount a challenge. He's lost a little bit of ground there, actually.
Yeah,
so
he went on the grass. Oh,
look, Harrison's gone off. And this was the mistake we were talking about. Can he keep it out of the barriers? He does, just about, but he has lost the lead of the race. Jakob Weideker hits the front for Proto-Charged SimSport.
I mean, that was amazing save. Amazing save, not to hit the wall. Even if you lose a second or more doing that, it's really imperative not to hit the wall and not to gain damage. That's a amazing pressure from Weideker to just hound the Harrison around and put the pressure on. And Harrison blinked.
Yeah, beautifully done by Jakob Weideker there, just hounded the back of that James Wingfield Racing Ferrari throughout this stint. And, well, a few laps was all it took. And now Harrison has to try and regroup, see if he can match the pace. I mean, I don't know if he can really close that gap now, because what he'll have done is taken some life out of the tyres as well, which, from what we understand, were already kind of on the limit for a double stint. So he may well struggle in the final few laps of this stint. We're on lap 10 now, and we expect them in again on lap 14. But also because the pace between him and Jakob was so tight Yeah, how's he going to close that down? As we see the Lion GP esports car about to make a move on one of the Deutsche Payment esports cars. It's the number 70 in front of them. Martin Schmidt at the wheel of that. So this is Tino Häuser already leading his class, now looking to make a move on one of the pro cars for 6th place overall.
It's a great showing.
It certainly is. We have Protocharge, Sim Sport, and M4EM Timber Products. Florian Kruger and Bradley Philpot battling it over 3rd place. Team Racing Nederland in 5th place. This battle for 6th place that we are watching now. Ringfitsiet Sim Racing in 8th place there. Kai Vormelka still at the wheel of the number 88 BMW. Sim Racing Center GT3 back up into the top 10 overall, ahead of the Sim Racing 3D Sport Robocop car. Dorian Tabachnick, who was leading the race earlier on, our pole sitter, currently sits in 10th place overall. At this battle for 6th place, a little ground lost there by Tino Häuser. It's Pimbo, 5th place for Team Racing Nederland, winding his way through Wipperman and Esbach. And we have a battle for 15th place here with the Iron Skull Motorsport car, Florian Eigner, 397, looking at the back of the Missed Apex Predators Porsche. So it's the battle of the two Porsches here in GT3 AM, and that battle is for 3rd in class.
Yeah, it's been time for us to watch some of these drivers. The battle at Elite has been so exhilarating that we haven't had time to watch it. Let's see how Eigner goes. He's been following very close. He's still in the draft zone. So it's all about the exit to the straights.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, two cars from the same manufacturer battling it out for position. So the difference in setup, and of course the squishy bit in the middle being the driver as well. And Kyle Power, another from the Missed Apex stable, who has been very, very impressive in the F3 and the Formula Renault series. But Florian Kruger here looks like he's really ready to get past that 004 Porsche in front of him. I must say, enjoying the sound of two flat 6 engines roaring around the Nordschleife, just brilliant.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Florian is a bit better in the turns, but he loses all the ground on the straight. So there might be some setup differences here.
Potentially. We'll see what the run is like down into the... Oh, and Pimbo here. A little wheel bang there with the Deutsche Payment esports car. That was the number 70 making his way through on Team Racing Nederland car. That is for 5th place. But coming back down the straight there was Pimbo. And but no way through at the moment. So getting very, very close there down the Döttinger Höhe. Car 095, a 60-second stop and go penalty. That is a very harsh penalty indeed, but that is for an unsafe rejoin, and where he's caused an avoidable collision. So 095, that would be Benjamin Haak. So that is the second Mercedes in this field, the solo runner Ben Haak, who has apparently reversed into another car. So not a great job done there. And that is Bradley Philpot up into 3rd place ahead of Florian Kruger there. So,
I
sorry,
think he's been attacked by Kruger.
Yep, sorry. So Brad was ahead there. It's Florian Kruger coming back at Philpot for this 3rd place spot. And again, getting very, very close on the way into the chicane, but he's going to have to wait a few more corners now for his opportunity to get himself onto the podium placings.
Yeah, let's remember Kruger was running right behind Weiderka in the first stint. He lost 7 seconds in this second stint, and he's just piling pressure on Philpot now that he's very, very close now.
Absolutely, but pressure is what Philpot deals with the best. Must be said, I think Philpot's going to be doing the vast majority of the running in this car. He's got Danny Henney as his teammate, and we were talking about missed Apex drivers. Well, he's the man who's won the last 2 championships, but struggling to get to grips with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and that has prompted the decision to kind of minimize his running, really, and keep Brad in the car for as long as possible. And if he has to soak up pressure like this throughout the entire race, well, we'll see how he feels about it by the end of it. As we just see there is some lap traffic starting to approach them. That is the Frontline Coffee McLaren 570S GT4 car that they will soon have to navigate. Into Schradenkreuz they go. Look at the BMW trying to make a move there. And if it weren't for the McLaren on the outside of the corner there, I dare say that Florian Kruger might have found a way through.
That was very close. I'm amazed he didn't touch. But he's still on the back of the Ferrari, so he's still holding on, just waiting for the best chance.
Oh, I'm sure the time will come, but once again, we're going to keep returning to the battle between Ferrari and BMW throughout this race. How does the BMW get in front of the Ferrari? We saw piling on the pressure worked for Jakob Weidecker on Luca Harrison. I can't see it working on Bradley Philpot, though.
Yeah, I would say that iRacing has balance of performance spot on between those 2 cars. One is faster on the corners, other on the straights, and it is just giving us a massive fight.
Well, fully engrossed in it, that's for sure. Absolutely loving every minute of it, as we just saw in the background there. Team Racing Nederland and Deutsche Payment Esports still running very, very closely together, but the battle for third is the one we're watching at the moment. We're on board with Florian Kruger in the Protocharge Sim Sport number 53 car, rounding their siphon. Down towards Brideside Bridge, going back over the main road. Great pizza place called Pinocchio's just over to the right-hand side there, where you'll find many a Nürburgring racer on a competitive weekend. Back up the hill we go, and the Ferrari just edging out ever so slightly there as the speed begins to build back up. But this is the really important exit out of Bergwerk.
BMW does go a bit wide on the exit. That will hurt them a bit. He wanted to be on the tail of the Ferrari on the exit, but he did not manage that. So probably Ferrari will be safe for this straight.
Was some side-by-side for 5th place just behind them. That is 77 Team Racing Nederland getting back ahead of the Deutsche Payment Esports number 70. So Pimbo fighting back against Martin Schmidt there and reclaiming that 5th place spot as they headed out of Bergwerk, that was. Both running it right up to the grass and then some at the exit of Muck Curve. So plenty of courage being taken there at Courage Corner.
I think we are starting to see the signs of tires being a bit on the worst side.
Yes. Yes, I can agree with that. The lap times starting to drop a little bit, although Martin Schmidt last time around was the fastest man on track, lapping in the 7:46s. No one else got below a 48. So if he can get in front of Pimbo again and stay there, that is certainly one to watch for, as Philpot is looking very, very much under pressure now from Florian Kruger. Just been told that he's had an incident somewhere. So he had, it was contact between these 2 cars. So Kruger went into the back of the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari. And once again, we've got traffic here. The GT4 Cayman just getting in the way. We saw, I think it was the NCR Italy car again that they were trying to navigate. And look at this, trying to get around the GT4 car there. They've both got to slide down the left-hand side at a part of the track where there isn't much space to give.
Philpot can be happy that there were corners right after that, because he lost quite a bit of exit speed because of that Cayman. I mean, Cayman has nothing at fault there, but the car being there cost him the space on the exit of the turn.
Well, Philpot very much under pressure once again. Third place being disputed by these two cars, the M4EM, the green, white and black Ferrari against the all-black BMW. And round Galgenkopf they come. This is the crucial exit for Florian Kruger to try and get past Bradley Philpot. But we've seen time and time again that Ferrari is able to pull back on the straight. And actually, the BMW is behind them squabbling. So Martin Schind there getting back ahead of Pim Bo in the Deutsche Payment Esports number 70 car. He's one of the fastest cars on track at the moment. So once he gets some clear air, we'll start to see the pace once again. But it doesn't look like Kruger is able to make the move on Philpot, despite the pressure he's been putting on him. Look at Pim Bo, though, coming back at the Deutsche Payment Esports. He's got him back through into 5th place. So tit for tat, and Pim Bo's back through.
Yeah, they're having a good time on the track, and I think it's helping them because they're doing good on the straight. So basically what they're doing is pulling each other ahead on a one straight, on a one overtaking opportunity. One car passes on another car passes, and they are catching to the 2 cars ahead.
As long as they're not holding each other up too much. And as you say, that gap is coming down. But Martin Schmidt not able to use the pace that he was showing last time round, back into the 750s that time. And actually, the fastest man on track was the race leader, Jakob Weidecker, 7:47.191 last time around. Only a second off his best time. So seeing some consistent pace going through there. They've just started lap 12. And so we're 3 away from the pit stop window again. But don't forget that the Deutsche Payment Esports car that we've seen in the pits twice now, very much out of sync. But not the number 70 that we are watching there. It is the number... let me double check. It's one of the sister cars. I believe it was the 87. Yes. The number 87 that we've seen in the pits twice. And so probably potentially out of contention now, as Martin Schmidt once again getting creative down the inside. A little look at the cut through onto the Nordschleife, but hasn't paid off there and remains in 6th place.
You were talking about 87. He did a 7:49 last lap around, so they still have the pace. They're faster than almost everybody except top 2 and Dorian Tabachnick. So they might come back to the group ahead. So he's out of sync with pit stops. So he will probably gain quite some time when everybody pits, and then he has to pit, I think, like 3 laps after that. And as we're talking about 87, Nicholas Schaefer, he's attacking Phil Morton for 17th place.
Yep.
So that's 12 and 13 in their class.
Yep, so that is the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car. I doubt that car will do any favours to the Deutsche Payment Esports car, given who he was battling in the early stages of the race. One of the James Wingfield Racing Caymans having to be navigated there through Hatzenbach, but all safely navigated, and both able to continue the fight for what is a 12th place in class.
Yeah, and this has put Schaefer even closer. So after the next few complexes of turns, he might be able to be on the back of that BMW ahead.
Could well be. Should have an easier time of it than trying to battle with the Ferraris, for example. And we know that this is one fast car. Oh, now what has happened to Bradley Philpot here? He has fallen down into 5th place. Told that he's had a spin. We're about to see it for ourselves. So he's got Kruger behind him, and exactly what happened to Luca Harrison in another of the Ferraris, but Philpot that time wasn't able to keep it out of the barriers and very nearly collected the Team Racing Nederland BMW as well. That is a disaster though for Philpot. He has lost the podium places and is down into 5th place.
The Ferrari does look like a handful to drive in second stint, as both Ferraris at the top had their problems. Harrison's was a mistake, but Philpot just the rear gave up.
Yep, could well be the tyres not quite going the distance, or the balance of the car, the rear diffuser stalling potentially, but we've seen 2 mistakes into that corner, and both of them by the top 2 Ferraris, and that for me is enough to suggest a correlation.
Yeah, they might be working their rear tires harder than BMWs. They do have to push them harder through the turns because the car is slower through corners than BMW, and if they want to stay ahead, they have to push it hard.
Well, a little slap on the wrist there for Philpot as well, a warning for his rejoin. We mentioned it was very, very close with the Team Racing Nederland car, and but he gets away with just a warning. So that, of course, puts Florian Kruger up into 3rd place. So 2 Protocharged SimSport cars on the overall podium at the moment. And Team Racing Nederland up in 4th place now. Still Pimbo at the wheel of that car. Potentially, we'll see some driver changes at the end of this second stint. But we are just gone past the half-hour mark on the hour, and we can update you on the rest of the classes. It is Lion GP Esports still leading the AM class ahead of JB Motorsport. The Lion GP car not looking under that much pressure, as he's 4 or 5 places ahead overall of the JB Motorsport BMW, but getting quite close behind them between JB Motorsport and the Missed Apex Predators, with James Wingfield Racing in 4th place as well. We saw the Iron Skull Motorsport car putting Missed Apex Predators under pressure earlier on, but they have dropped behind that JWR car now as well. And in GT4, still Sim 3D Sport Predator leading in that class ahead of the Deutsche Payment Esports number 310 WS E Motorsport GT4 888. That is in 3rd place, and we have an all Porsche field now, as it looks like the Frontline Coffee McLaren, the only non-Porsche in that class, has had some dramas along the way.
So, an update. Car 87, Nicholas Schaefer, went off again and has again damage on the rear end of the car. I wonder if they will pit now again. That will cost them their 3rd fast repair. Just to remind you, they were leading the race at the start. So it's not going all according to the plan.
Well, this is what we mean when we say it's one thing to have the pace, it's another to have the consistency. And right now, this number 87 Deutsche Payment Esports crew has not had it at all. Nicholas Schaefer has shown brilliant speed, but 3 incidents in the opening 90 minutes or so of this race. It's not how you win endurance races.
It is most definitely not. Let's see how they go from there. I think if the car is still okay, they might finish the stint. And even if they have to repair, it's still not end of the world. They still have 1 fast repair left. It would just mean that they will really have to stop pushing to the maximum.
I mean, at this point, is it worth even hanging on to and just doing a slow repair? Because there's every chance that a bigger incident will come around the corner.
Oh, my opinion on it is that you shouldn't bet on having an incident in the race.
Well, yeah.
At all. So maybe
positive.
it would be just better to do a fast repair and do a safe race without incidents to the end of the race, or just bank on it. I mean, if you think that you will have another incident, then you most probably will.
Well, yeah, yeah, I can't but agree with you on that. the the Deutsche Payment Esports team, a regular in the digital NLS series, with 4 entries in this race, so they certainly came out, guns blazing, with their one GT4 entry currently running third in class. Sorry. Looks like WSE Motorsport has made up a couple of places there. But Deutsche Payment Esports with their 3 GT3 Pro entries in this race. And worth reminding you, the team boss, Andreas Gulden, is a bit of a specialist around here. He has raced in NLS in all sorts of different machinery, GT4, GT3, TCR, you name it, and is chief instructor of the Nürburgring Racing School. So not a man to be trifled with on this circuit. Actually, my favorite fact about him is that his iRacing name is Lord Schleifer. So when we see him out on track later on, he is driving the number 310 GT4 car later in this race. But at the moment, I'm sure his eyes are on the GT3 Pro cars that are still battling out up towards the front. Their lead car, the number 70, in 6th place at the moment.
So the Deutsche Payment Esports did went to pits, used the fast repair, and they changed the tire, the driver, so Daniel Muth is at the wheel. And as we were watching all that and thinking about all that, our leader, Jakub Weiderka, opened the tabs and went 7.45 for the last lap. That is full 2.5 seconds faster than pit 2.
That is some lap time. To have done that on the 2 stint-old tyres as well, towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That is very, very impressive stuff from Jakub Weiderka there. And, well, as you say, it has paid dividends because they are up by 8.3 seconds to the good on Luca Harrison. Now, as we see the battle in the GT4 class, this is the Deutsche Payment Esports 310 car that we were talking about that we'll see Andreas Gulder out in later. Staring at the back of the WSE Motorsport 888 Cayman. That has got up into 2nd place. And some traffic coming through here. Here's the Team Racing Nederland BMW. And this is just the most frustrating thing, isn't it? When you come up behind a car and you can't get them on the inside and you have to wait for the exit. But traffic management, this was another area where this race is most definitely going to be decided.
Yeah, it really goes into your time over 12 hours, how you deal with traffic, how you work around it. You can lose so much more time. It doesn't matter if you have a second per lap faster, if you lose all the time and even more in traffic. And sometimes it's just a bit of luck where you catch the slower car and how cooperative the slower car is.
Obviously, Philpot having to get through on the WS car. That may well have given Deutsche Payment Esports a run, but no way through at Mutt Curve there. Another of the top guys to come through, Martin Schmidt. But certainly, whichever way you look, there is action aplenty and something to fight for, for all of these guys, which is what we all want to see, really. If we're entering these races, we want to fight for something.
Yeah, I think we have been spoiled for this time in this race because there has been fighting all the time around. And I was just watching one thing when Philpot lost the rear of his cars 2 laps ago. That helped Florian Kruger to run away from Pinball, as Pinball got a bit blocked by Philpot rejoining the track. And He's the second fastest car on the track, and he gained 1 second to P2. So the two proto-charge Sim Sports cars are gunning for the top places in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. We were distracted by the race leader's blinding lap time of 7:45 flat, but Florian Kruger, his teammate, running in the 7:46s, around a second quicker than Luca Harrison in second place there, and 3 seconds quicker than Pimbo behind them, although I think that may have had something to do with the spinning Bradley Philpot that he had to navigate. But nonetheless, the pace from the two proto-charged SimSport cars at this stage of the race looking very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it does look like they prepared their car nicely. The car is able to hold very nice speed over double stints. And yeah, let's see what happens on the pit stops. Because judging at the last pit stop, if Harrison does that again, he will have Kruger on his tail when they exit the pits. And let's remember, the pits are coming in the next lap, I think.
Yep, absolutely. We're on lap 13, and we expect them back in on lap 14 with the 7-lap stints. We do have a battle for 9th place at the moment, which we're now seeing. It is, the battle for 8th in class, 9th overall. There we go. Always forget about the Lion GP Esports kart. So this is the Sim Racing GT3 number 55 BMW with Ruben Petrowski at the wheel, and has Dorian Tabachnick for close company. Dory still on the recovery from his incident earlier in the race. Looked like there was a bit of damage on the front of those cars, just judging from the on-boards, but there goes Dory. And gets back up into 9th place overall. He came out in 10th place, and so far this is the first bit of ground we've seen him make up, and it's taken almost the whole stint. Now, they did have a much longer stop, it must be said, than everyone else. They were stationary for well over a minute in the first pit stop. Everyone else around 40 seconds. So whether that's because they took tires or they needed to repair damage, we'll see later. But the recovery is very much on for Dory, and the pace still looking fairly strong.
Yeah, and they have a big gap behind those two cars. It's a 32 seconds gap. So he was in the window of clean air, just catching the group ahead. He has much closer group now, so it will get busy for him.
Yeah, you're right. He's not got far to go, has he? Between the Ring Fit Seat Sim Racing Schradenkreuz car. In fact, just up in front of them as they're lapping the number 12 Cayman. And it will be, Kai Vormelka. And actually, right on the back of the Ring Fit Seat Sim Racing Schradenkreuz car now, Dory may well have a look into the chicane for this 8th place overall. He does indeed. So that is 2 places made up in a rapid succession for Dory.
This took less time than I expected. I was thinking maybe a lap until he comes to the next car. There is some big pace in this car. Maybe he wasn't able to show it because of the traffic, or maybe he was just saving the tires. I think they changed the tires on the last pit stop.
Yeah, so should be able to push on them, really. Well, he's got 5 seconds up to the GT3 AM leader in 7th place overall now, Tino Heuser. Although I dare say that won't come down by the end of the lap, and Dory May will hand the car over for the next stint.
Yeah, we are expecting cars to come in this lap. So it will be interesting to see P2 and P3 overall. So Luca Harrison and Florian Kruger, because I think that if Kruger again makes that fast pit stop, he will really gain on Harrison.
Well, that gap up at the front of the field up to 10 seconds now, so certainly a safety margin being built up there by Jakob Weidecker. But here in 6th place overall, Martin Schmidt still under pressure from the GT3 AM leader Tino Huijse in the Line GP Esports Porsche. As we ride on board with him through Adenauer Forst. And a little off-centered there was the Deutsche Payment Esports car. A potential opportunity for the Porsche. Switches one way, then the other. But not going to be making any moves into Metzgersfeld. Martin Schmidt, by the way, another of the cars doing this race solo in the number 70 car. And is currently the lead Deutsche Payment Esports entry, 6th place overall. So a lot of pressure on his shoulders now after the dramas for the sister cars.
Martin Schmidt does have some damage on the car, so I'm wondering how much is it hindering him in the fight, because the Cayman should be slower car.
Well, certainly he will be struggling a little bit with it, but clearly doesn't want to offset his strategy for it. But the 911 GT3 are there keeping pace with the Deutsche Payment Esports car. And again, one of the newer models in iRacing is the 911, the 2019 model. And actually gets a run out of Bergwerk there. Pulls alongside. Now, we haven't compared the top speeds of the Porsche and the BMW. We've been talking a lot about the BMW versus the Ferrari. How does it hold up against the Porsche? Well, my goodness me, that was a brave maneuver to get up the inside of the left-hander there through Kesselchen, and I dare say he'll complete this move on the inside of Curve. And Tino Huijse goes through into 6th place there.
That was a great move. And if Schmidt is having some problems with the car and damage, he will not be happy to know that Dorian Tabachnik is the next car behind them.
Oh, yes. That is true. And only 2 seconds now between them. So that gap has rapidly come down on this lap.
Yeah, it was over 4 seconds, if I'm right.
It was about 5 seconds at the start of the lap, and it's halved.
Yeah, let's see how Tabachnik go. But I think that Schmidt will pit this lap. He's still holding close to Tino Huijse now.
I just seen from race control there was an incident between the Missed Apex Predators 004 Porsche and the 397 car. That is the Iron Skull Motorsport car. No action required. That was a couple of laps ago. That might explain why the Iron Skull Motorsport is now in 5th place. When we saw them battling together earlier on, it's actually JWR who have taken the podium spot away from the Missed Apex Predators in that class so far. Still the start drivers at the wheel of those cars. But here is the lead JWR car and the race leader, Charge Sim Sport. Now we're expecting him in any moment now. He's rounding Galgenkopf, so he's right towards the end of the lap. Another rapid lap time once again from the race leader last time round in the low 46s. Still almost 2 seconds quicker than what anyone else around him can manage. The gap up to about 12 seconds now. And Martin Schmidt here is going to have to deal with Dorian Tavachnik much sooner than he would have liked, because the Sim 3D Sport car already on the back of the Deutsche Payment Esports BMW. Now, no disadvantage in top-end speed here. Now, that gap is going to come down fairly rapidly, I would have thought. We've seen the power of the slipstream. I tell you what, both of those BMWs are hauling in the Porsche as well, despite the slight damage we've seen on the number 70 BMW there. Here comes Dory closing up that gap, hoovering up the slipstream, and may well have to navigate the Porsche as well by the time they get down into Tiergarten. So Dory comes through and the 70 BMW's boxed in there. Dory is going to make it 2-1. Oh, was that contact there with the Porsche who goes on the grass gathers it up nicely. I thought for sure that was going to end up in the barrier, but Dory once again has made up 2 places in very quick succession, and they head for the pits.
Oh my God, there was no contact as far as I saw, but I think Tino just got a bit scared. Dorian had it under control, so it all ended okay for them. It was an amazing double pace, I think.
Well, the top guys making their second stop now after an hour and 50 minutes of running. So we will potentially see some driver changes here. Rob Sen getting into the 77 Team Racing Nederland BMW there. And a driver change for the Protocharge Sim Sport car as well, the leading car. So the work there is done, and handing over now to Neumann in the 97.
So Dorian Tabachnick missed his pit box. That cost them, I think, probably cost him at least 10 seconds. So all the good work he has done at the end of that stint has been deleted.
Well, if it doesn't rain, it pours, really.
Yeah.
So Arcadius Neumann joins the track at the front of the field, and James Wingfield racing there in second place. Chris Mehlinger now at the wheel of the number 23 Ferrari, the former British F4 racer, who will take over at the Ferrari. And worth mentioning, no fast repairs used for the top 2, although the third place Protocharge Sim Sport car has used 1 so far. So that has Pascal Thomas now at the wheel of that. Team Racing Nederland rejoining in 4th place there. Robin Sten in there. Bradley Philpot remains at the wheel of the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari, with Lion GP Esports now handing over to Dennis Bayer after a great opening stint there by Tino.
Yeah, awesome work by him. I'm just looking at the JVR1 team. Gained 4 seconds on Protocharge Sports during the pit stop phase.
Yes.
So that was a good pit stop by them.
Certainly looked that way. With Chris Mehlinger now at the wheel as well, and that's going to be a very rapid car, and we'll see what he has against Arcadius Neumann. But this is what's going to revitalize this battle, I think. A change of drivers, fresh tires on both cars as well, as we're certainly not expecting anybody to be triple stinting these tires. Worth mentioning, Chris Mehlinger as well also raced at the real-life Nürburgring 24 Hours in the BMW Cup, and recently joined the Missed Apex F3 series as well, where he certainly wasn't afraid to get his elbows out amongst the veterans of the series. So here we see the number 87 Deutsche Payment Esports BMW back in action in 12th place overall, and that is Dennis Meisner he has for close company in the ESR Red. Now, ESR, we haven't really talked about them so far in this race, but ESR, the Esports Racing Danish organization that hosts various national virtual championships, regional ones, the Nordic region, Northern European events, and a spin there for the 87. Right on cue for Dennis Meisner there, who comes almost to a halt to navigate that car. But he was putting the pressure on the Deutsche Payment Esports car, and it's paid off because Daniel Muth was facing the wrong way there. So not a great start to the stint for Muth there, but that does promote ESR to 12th place overall. Dennis Meisner there, the man who does a lot of the setup work for the ESR teams, getting up a place there. The battle for 9th place overall, with Ringfit Sier, Sim Racing Schradenkreuz back in action. So having been passed by the Sim 3D Sport number 15 car just a lap ago, he's now got it back in his mirrors, this time with Roman Chacha at the wheel, with Dory handing over the car after an eventful opening stint, it must be said. Setting pole position, losing the lead to Deutsche Payment Esports, running into the back of the Deutsche Payment Esports car, and on the recovery since then. And we know this is a very rapid car, the number 15.
Yeah, he's hanging on closely. I mean, we know that BMW on a BMW battle should be easier to pass. He has a great exit out of this turn. See how it goes. He opts for an outside.
Well,
he gets through.
He's got the run. Oh, nicely done. Well, that is certainly some good power coming out of the number 15 BMW, both, of course, powered by the 3-litre twin-turbo straight 6 in the BMW M4. But a lot more pace in the number 15, it would seem.
So there is something happening at the top. ProCharge Sim Sports gained on the JVR through the pit stop phase and then started gaining on the pit exit laps. So they're on the Ferrari's tail. And this will bring us back to another episode of BMW versus Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be said as well that Arkadiusz Neumann in the race lead has picked up right where his teammate left off and started creating the gap to these two cars again. So Chris Mehlinger, despite his efforts, losing ground to the race leader in the first lap of his stint and very much under pressure from the second Protocharged Sim Sport number 53 car, Pascal Thomas, right in the wheel tracks of that Ferrari. It may not be long before we see a Protocharge 1-2 in this race.
That would be amazing for them. I mean, Ferrari does look like a handful over the corners. The BMW, oh, that's a great exit by the BMW.
Oh, well, this will be brave. Whoa, chopping the nose there of the BMW. Certainly as they fly down the hill, it's a brave move to make, trying to round another car there, even if it's a lap traffic car, especially if it's a car you're fighting for position. Just a bit of patience, Pascal. There will be a great opportunity down the Dottinger Her, but then, we'll see if the top speed trouble's still affecting that BMW. But with the way that Ferrari is struggling, it almost looks like easy pickings for the Protocharged Sim Sport BMW.
Yeah, BMW is so much stronger on the straight. It's basically dangerous at some turns if it's too close behind in the braking zone. Ferrari just has to brake so much sooner.
Well, this is the opportunity.
Playing dangerous game here.
Well, Milan moves one way. He's going to keep weaving down this Dottinger Her until Pascal Thomas elects to pull out of the slipstream. He does indeed. So he just draws alongside. Look how close they were getting there before they finally put some distance between themselves. And this time, the BMW is keeping pace with the Ferrari. Maybe the Ferrari just edging out ever so slightly, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was earlier on. But this time, the BMW is going to have to tuck back into the slipstream of the Ferrari. And as they get down to Tiergarten, it is still Chris Mehlinger in second place.
I mean, that Ferrari is a missile over the straight. It's crazy how faster they are.
Ooh.
He was alongside.
Well, he got a slow run onto the Grand Prix straight, and this is an opportunity for Pascal Thomas to try and get up the inside down into turn one. No way that the Ferrari can challenge this one as Pascal Thomas gets down the inside into the first corner and takes second place. We have a Protocharge Sim Sport 1-2.
That was an epic move. You have to be aggressive with Ferraris, I guess, if you're driving a BMW.
Well, I'm not sure if Mehlinger just lit up the rear tyres out of Hohenrhein, the final corner on the Nordschleife, but the BMW got the run and didn't need a second invitation down the inside, did he?
He certainly did not. So now the BMWs have first and second place, and JVR has lost some time to P4 during all this battle. So we will see what that means in the long run for them.
Yeah, could well see the Team Racing Nederland car getting back up the order. Certainly very little separates them at the moment, only 3.5 seconds, and Brad Philpot in the M4EM Products Ferrari still in 5th place, only a couple of seconds behind them. So still looking at this top 5 for, you know, a potential victor here. It looks like, well, that being said, Martin Schmidt, I mean, he's doing fine now. I'm sure in the latter stages of the race, the fatigue is going to start to set in, and we will start to see that car maybe slip down the order. Same for the Lion GP Esports car, which is an AM entry, as delineated by the 3-digit car number. If you are just joining us, by the way, that is how you delineate between the GT3 AM and the GT3 Pro. GT3 AMs have a 3-digit car number, as we see a bit of damage there. That's the ESR Black car. Speaking of the AM cars, the ESR Black there seemed to have a little bit of damage and was going slowly, being lapped now by the class race leader, who is still putting the pressure on this Pro number 70 BMW.
They're having a great race. They've been battling the pros all the time. And Dennis Bayer does not look to be any slower than their first driver.
Well, Martin Schmidt, I mean, after 2 hours, I'd be pretty exhausted doing this mentally as well. He's going to be doing the full 12 hours by himself, as will a couple of the other cars. Unfortunately, I think we've lost Frontline Coffee, who will be doing a solo entry.
So, on the topic of Ferraris having a bit of a struggle in early stint, the recently P2 Chris Millen is already caught up by number 77 Rob Thyssen for a battle for P3.
That gap's come down much quicker than I anticipated it to.
Yeah, and Chris already lost 3 seconds to Pascal Thomas in P2. Wow. So that's how slower the Ferrari is, 3 seconds in a lap. That's a crazy amount.
Well, it'll be interesting to compare his lap times with Bradley Philpot in the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari as well, and see how he's handling by comparison. But certainly it's a bit of a struggle here for Chris Millen at the moment, having lost second place and now very much under pressure for his spot on the podium.
I think we will see very fast how fast Brad compares to the Chris, because he's only 2 seconds behind on the road. And if there's any time lost on a fight, and there's a big fight going here as BMW goes on the outside.
Well, he's making his move already. No shortage of straight line speed there, and goes through on the way into Bergberg.
Does that mean that the Ferrari has a straight line speed disadvantage here? Did they hit the wall?
I don't know.
The car does not look damaged.
It just seems like they must be carrying something, whether they've hit a curb that's damaged some of the bodywork or something, although we've heard that's been affecting the BMWs more. But Chris Millen's not done with this, though, is he? Trying to come back at him up the run through Kesselchen.
He has to tap the brakes, and he did. Yeah.
On the way into Muck Curve as well. Well, there'll be no way through into Stahlstrecker for Chris Millen, but yeah, what an odd turn of pace here, where this car that was looking so strong earlier in the race, now flying down the order. There is Brad Philpot in the second Ferrari, the M4EM Timber Products 43 car.
Yeah, less than a second behind already.
Yeah, I don't know if we can say this is a Ferrari issue if Brad sails by with as much ease as Rob Chen did just then.
I think Chris has to have some damage. He probably picked something somewhere. He has a bit of a damage on the rear of the car. but it does not look to be that bad as it's showing.
No, maybe it was something that happened late in Lucas' stint that we didn't quite pick up. Maybe there was damage from the spin that we didn't quite notice as well, although the pace seems to have dropped off a little bit more in comparison to that. But Philpot will be looking to make short work of Mehlinger here.
Yeah, Ferrari on a Ferrari again, it will be much straighter fight. As Milan does look to have good exit speeds. It is not the same as when BMW is hounding the Ferrari. The BMWs are able to stay close, but Philpot is still in the draft zone, so he's just waiting for the next big straight to pounce.
Well, that's very true. He could well have an opportunity into the Dottingham. They come through Flansgarten. Just important to keep it in the wheel tracks here. No problem for Philpot, of course, having raced here many a time in real life. In the NLS series and the Nürburgring 24 hours. Double class champion in the NLS, as we mentioned before. And going up against another real world racer in Chris Mehlinger as well, who has also raced in the N24. So both these guys, plenty of national experience in the homeland in Britain, and plenty of experience on this circuit in the real world as well. Down the Dottingham they go. Now we're going to see what the top end speed of that JWR Ferrari is like. It is not a match for the M4EM Ferrari at the moment. And look at the number 70 BMW chasing them down as well. He'll be the next man to have a look as Philpot cuts across the nose and secures that fourth place spot. Just covering off the JWR Ferrari there just to make sure that Mehlinger isn't going to throw one back down the inside of Tiergarten. Well, after a very eventful couple of hours, it is my pleasure to hand over the commentary box to Andy Alston for the next few hours.
Thank you very much, Chris. Delighted to be here this afternoon. We've had a few fantastic hours of racing so far. There's plenty more ahead of us here as we follow the number 43 car driven by Brad Philpot. Still to do a driver change there in the M4EM Timber Products car. He is being chased there by the red Ferrari, the JWR Metfield, driven by Chris Mehlinger in the 23. Good scrap between these two cars over the last few laps or so, and I suspect there is more drama still to come. I'm, of course, still joined here by Zdravko Topolnjak. And Zdravko, what have you made of the action so far?
Hello, Andy. Nice to have you here. Well, I'm just amazed by the action. Really loving the Ferrari versus BMW fight. The top two cars, the proto-charged cars, have been doing awesome race. They really left the Ferrari of Chris Mehlinger, and he's having big problems. This time around, he's already under attack from Martin Schmidt. And so that means that the top three cars are BMWs. Although it does seem like the BMW and Ferrari are closely matched. Nicely balanced. Ferrari is much faster on the straights, and BMW is vice versa, probably even faster car over the whole lap and much faster over the corners. And that just makes it more fun because the faster car is harder to pass. And yeah, it's a great race. I know you will be having fun with me here.
No, absolutely. And interesting to note as well, Zdravko, most of the GT3 Pro class are driving the BMWs. So to have those two Ferraris both sitting currently in 4th and 5th, it's a very interesting tactical battle because there are some parts of the track there where you mentioned the Ferrari looks a little bit stronger, but there's other areas as well where the BMW looks very, very planted.
Yeah, and I think that BMW is a bit better on the tires. It does look to be stronger at the end of stint, as we have a fight for P5 overall. Chris Mehlinger is under attack from Martin Schmidt.
Yep, certainly is. There it is. Macmillan here now going up the inside there as they go into Arenberg. Can he make that move stick there? He takes a very, very narrow line, but gives the Ferrari plenty of space on exit. Side by side they go under the bridge. Ferrari now has the inside. This is a very, very tricky part of the track. It's just keep your foot down, but do your absolute utmost to get the car braked in time for Adrian Frost. Let's see how this one shapes up. The Ferrari does concede position before they go into this phase of the lap, and is Martin Schmidt now in the number 70 who will look to pull away now. So good bit of scrapping there. Those two Ferraris have now been split by the number 70 car. So next up on the road, it will be fourth place man Brad Philpot in the M4EM Timber Products green and white Ferrari. There it is there, just coming away from the edge of our screen. Martin Schmidt can see him ahead of him. He's going to try and reel him in through this technical phase of the lap now, and let's see how the BMW fares against not one but two Ferraris.
Yeah, and I think that the Ferrari of JVR will have to deal with Sim 3D Sport Robocup team with Dennis Bayer at the wheel, because they are losing time and there is only 1.5 seconds left for the Porsche to catch up, and I am thinking they will catch up in a lap. So Chris Millen has been falling steadily down the order. But to remind everyone they started P2 in this stint, but they have been struggling with top speed, probably from some picked up damage somewhere.
Yeah, certainly one worth keeping an eye on, as is this man here. We're following Dennis Bayer in the 600 Lion GP esports car, currently leading the way in the GT3 AM class there in the Porsche 911. Again, a very interesting choice of car for this track. Don't forget as well, we've had so many changes to the GT3 category in iRacing in the recent software update. So lots of drivers will have had plenty of seat time going into this race, but the big changes introduced by the iRacing service will have just made a little difference here and there in the way these cars handle. But Dennis Bayer doing a very good job there in the GT3 AM class, ahead of the Ferrari, the JWR car, and then there's a Porsche currently rounding out the final step of the podium in the AM class. But Dennis Bayer certainly keeping up here with the Ferrari ahead of him, and he's doing a very good job here as they make their way towards the carousel.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job, both drivers for the team. They've really been mixing it up with the pro teams, and yeah, they're really head and shoulders above the rest in AM.
Yeah, certainly a very good start to their campaign here. Of course, plenty of time to go in this one, but Dennis Bayer certainly with lots of pace in that car. Almost thought he was going to pull that car side by side there for a moment, but just biding his time and perhaps doing a little bit of fuel saving here as well, I suspect. Just using the toe of the Ferrari to just eke out as much fuel as possible going into the pit stop phase, because every 10th of a second here makes a big difference. So Dennis Bayer in the 600 here, just being patient. There's no point in trying too much in this phase of the lap, and then it's perhaps when we go down the back straight, the Dottinger Hole, that's when he could perhaps throw that car side by side and make a move at that point. Of course, last time out, Dennis was significantly faster than the 23 of Chris Millen ahead of him, in fact, circa 7 seconds or so. So he's certainly got pace. I suspect fresh tyres as well will be contributing towards that, and okay, let's see how he gets on here.
This fight is close, but there's another close fight going for P4 with Brad Philpot and Martin Schmidt. So I wonder which one will materialize sooner.
And there we are, they're back
Martin
into the
Schmidt
GT3
is already on the tail of Brad. So
Absolutely,
that's
look at
another
that.
tail. That's another tail of Ferrari versus BMW today.
And how will this story pan out here as they make their way towards the back straight? Will Brad Philpot have to give up position here to the BMW with Martin Schmidt? Let's see if Martin gets a very good toe, gets a good exit as well into the bargain. They do have a little bit of traffic to contend with. That will give Philpot a little bit of a toe here, and he does indeed stick right close to eke as much of that toe as possible from the GT4 car. But interestingly, not making a move here. There's a little flash of lights from the BMW. Side by side they go eventually, but Brad Philpot here perhaps just got the setup there and maximising a little bit of straight line speed in that Ferrari as well, and the BMW just not quite able to find a way through.
Yeah, Ferrari just pulls clear off when BMWs get side by side. Once BMW is behind, it's okay for them, they get a draft. But once they start getting a hit of air in the clear air, they get slowed down so much that the Ferrari is again quicker. So maybe a chance is here on the inside to outbrake the Ferrari. And he does that. Does he slow it down for the apex? He does it nicely, so that's a great pass from Martin Schmidt.
Absolutely no opportunity for a cutback there from Brad Philpot either. Martin Schmidt getting the move done nice and early going into the hairpin, and now looks to try and pull away and set his sights towards the cars ahead of him, now in 4th place in this race, and just got that Porsche traffic just ahead of him to contend with. Will he perhaps be able to get that move done before they enter the Nordschleife? There is 6th place man Chris Mehlinger. We just mentioned that a moment ago, coming under all sorts of pressure here from the GT3 AM leader, the 600 car driven by Dennis Bayer. They're still, Bayer not managing to find a way through just yet. Is he perhaps fuel saving here though, Zdravko?
I wouldn't say he's fuel saving, just that the Ferrari is probably that much faster in the straight line. Or maybe they were just good to the broadcast team and didn't want to materialize the pass before the pass ahead of them gets done. So now we get to see both passes on the broadcast. I think that it's only a matter of time when Dennis Bayer gets through Chris Mehlinger.
Yeah, certainly looking that way. And Dennis Bayer very, very lively in the 911. And then, in fact, there's contact between the pair of them. There's contact as they enter the Nordschleife. Chris Mehlinger was on the outside going into that left-hander, and he will argue that he gave Dennis Bayer plenty of room, but both cars have come together. Let's take a look at the replay. So Chris Mehlinger in the red Ferrari ahead here. Now the Porsche 911 drives up the inside here, but it's a bit of a... The gap does seem to be tightening on exit. Both cars come together. Thankfully, it doesn't look like too much damage for either car, but they've now got a good bit of road ahead of them before they can potentially look to consider a pit stop. We've got race control saying the 104 car has been issued with a 30-second stop-go penalty due to driving without due care and attention. So not good news for the 104 car. 30-second stop-go penalty. Zdravko, that will feel like a lifetime when you're sitting there in your pit box.
Yeah, and I do wonder what will race control make out of that Porsche Ferrari touch. I think as Dennis Bayer got the inside on the apex, he was entitled for a space. But let's see what race control thinks about it. It could very well be just a racing incident.
Absolutely, that's one that the race control team will be taking a very close look at, I suspect, and we'll keep a close eye on the outcome of that one. Tricky part of the track, it was tightening on the exit. There's a little bit of a bump there as well, of course, before you go onto the Nordschleife itself, but it has had a big impact on the outcome of not just one but two drivers in this race here as we follow the number 97 Photocharge SimSport 2 car here, and the BMW is a very popular car throughout the Pro and AM field. And Zdravko, what would you put that down to? Is it just because the car is so planted, so stable, and that is of course very important in a 12-hour race?
As we saw a car on the side, I didn't notice who it was. I think it was a left car. I think that BMW is just much more planted through the turns. It really soaks up the track better. It does show when they're racing closely with Ferrari. BMW is able to go tighter into the turn, out of the turn, able to carry the speed more easy. All the Ferrari drivers are having to, utilize whole track, and as we saw in this track, that can be very costly. If you go just a centimeter too far to the grass, and they're just the BMWs have it, I would say, easier, but then again, they don't have it easy when they have to pass a Ferrari on the track. Then they have it very hard. And I've been watching the same fight that is on our screens at the moment. Martin Schmidt passed Brett Philpot a few laps ago, but since then the Ferrari has started working again, and Philpot is not going away.
Yeah, Brad Philpot certainly keeping up with the BMW there. Let's take a little look at the battle for P6. Chris Mullen in the Ferrari, of course, on the recovery drive after colliding earlier in the lap with the 600 Porsche from the GT3 AM class here. Coming under a little bit of pressure now from 7th place car in the Sim Racing Centre GT3. And that is Marcus Kennel behind the wheel there. That car, of course, starting down in 11th place initially, so it's made up 5 places from where they started. So it's been a good stint, a good couple of stints, I should say, so far for the 55 car. But he will know that Ferrari does have a little bit of damage, and he will be looking to try and take advantage of that.
I mean, I think that the first goal for that Ferrari for JVR1 team is just get to the pit stop. They are basically having a damage limitation stint, and all they can hope for is just going to the pit stop without any more crashes and just repairing there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the psychological part of motorsport is so important, and 9 hours and then some to go. So if something doesn't quite go your way, you've just got to dust yourself down and get on with it. Really, there's no other choice. Particularly on the Nordschleife, that's just it's so many ups and downs throughout any lap here at the Nordschleife, particularly, of course, over a 12-hour race as well here. Martin Schmidt is, of course, made that move a few laps ago on Brad Philpot, as we mentioned, in 4th place at the moment, and has firmly got his sights on P3, the 77 orange car. There it is there, just up the road ever so slightly, and Martin Schmidt might be perhaps going to try and bide his time and make a move down the Dottinger Hole straight, because this is a very tricky part of the track beforehand to make a move. So let's see if Martin Schmidt can pull alongside the orange car here. And when he does a flash of the lights here, he's saying he's wanting through, but the P3 car is not having any of it. Brad Philpot just dropping back ever so slightly in the Ferrari. Side by side go the 2 cars here. The number 70, the white car on the outside, looks like it's got a very good run indeed, and moves up 1 place and into 3rd at the moment. But the orange car not quite done just yet. Of course, we're going through part of the Grand Prix layout in this one. So will we see the orange car throw the car up the inside and into the hairpin? But he's just dropped back ever so slightly. There's a Zdravko.
Yeah, and this will make Brett Philpot interested, because it does look like the 77 car driven by Rob Thiessen, the orange BMW, has been losing time steadily over the last few laps. He will stay close. Yeah, he elected not to dive there. If he dived, Brett Philpot would be on their tails already. So he has been losing time steadily, and it looked like there might be a freeway battle for 3rd place, because the Brett Philpot is faster than the cars ahead of him. So let's see how he deals with Rob Thiessen now. We know that Ferrari should be the car that is able to pass easier, and let's see if that happens.
Yes, absolutely. So it's been a good couple of laps for Martin Schmidt in the 70 car. Now finds himself final podium place. And it's a good move as well, nice and clean down the back straight, and managed to just cover off any possible threat from Rob Thiessen there. And the orange car just dropping back now ever so slightly. So Martin Schmidt's had a very good stint so far, and certainly one driver worth keeping an eye on, I suspect, in this race. So let's see how things unfold for the 70 car. And the BMW, yes, looking once more very, very planted. Taking a bit of a different line there from 4th place, just a little bit more narrow as they both make their way onto the Nordschleife. And let's take a look further back now, and it's a 97, the Protocharge Sim Sport 2 car. This is, of course, the leader in the class, so just making their way on the Nordschleife now. over hiking and into Kudabaker Ho, and that's just one part of the track where it's just about getting a little bit of a breather, if nothing else, and just setting yourself up for the challenge that is the Nordschleife. So the 97 car has got a good bit of clean air, which is very, very important to the Zdravko as well, because it just allows you just to focus on apexes and exits, and you don't have to deal with any traffic or any threat from the opposition.
Yeah, it does help them. And I've been watching something else, so sorry for my absence. It looks like Brett Philpot timed out, or maybe it just happened on my screen, but I don't see car 42.
Yes, we'll have
So
to keep an eye on that one.
that's very
Yeah, but he's
yeah, that's
lagging
very
out.
bad. They were in P5. He was fighting for P4.
It's a disaster then for the M4EM car, and Brad Philpot having some connectivity issues. And Zdravko, these things happen in an endurance race. You know, it's just one of these things that you've got to just try and battle through as best as you can as a team. But disastrous stuff for the Ferrari, who goes well tumbling down the order. But of course, plenty of time left in this race to make your way back up through the field. So hopefully we can see that car back on track very soon. Let's take a look here in the AM class there. It's Andy Flagg driving, coming under a little bit of pressure there from BMW. But yes, it looks like the Ferrari there is just looking nice and planted, in fact, just coming out. In fact, there's Dennis Bayer, who we mentioned a few laps ago, who had that incident entering the Nordschleife, so he has got down to 8th place.
Yeah, they pitted for 2 minutes. Yeah, so we got news that Philpot had an internet dropout.
That's so frustrating for the team as well. But Zdravko, how do you try and overcome that? Because it's not something that's necessarily under your control, but is it just about trying to dust yourself down and just get back into the seat and get on with things?
Yeah, well, you just put your head down, I think. You concentrate on the racing. I think if you concentrate on the racing, you will forget about the timeout by the time you catch the first car. There's nothing you can do about it. I've had it happen to me, and well, all you can do is just save the race that you have, and you have the race with a timeout, and just carry on from that point onwards.
Yes, absolutely. Here, of course, we are following the leader in the pro class here, Newman, in the 97 BMW. Got a good gap of just under 10 seconds or so from Pascal Thomas in second place. And he's lapping a second or so a lap quicker into the bargain as well. There is second place man Pascal Thomas. Third place man Martin Schmid still coming under a little bit of pressure, Zdravko, from fourth place man Rob Chishin. He has not fallen away. So that Team Racing Netherlands 77 car looking quite strong and still asking questions of Martin Schmid. And
yeah,
as
I
they
mean,
make
they've
their way
been
round
held
the carousel.
by disappearance of Brett Philpot. And as we have a fight for P10 by cars 66 and 15, that BMW driven by Roman Kaka is really close. Don't forget, that car was leading the race in first stint. So they have the speed in the car, they have great exit out of this turn.
Do indeed, side by side they go, but will the move be able to be carried out there into a tricky left-hander? Thinks better of it, but not quite giving up just yet. Is the BMW there with the look at that, very, very close. Got the Ferrari to contend with there as well. But Zdravko, how important is it to pick the correct moments to make an opportunity to overtake here? Because it's a very narrow track as well, and it's not one that rewards a driver that just throws the car up the inside. You've got to pick your moment.
Oh yeah, you gotta pick your moment, but also you can be picky. As we see, he does a great pass on the exit, on the outside. What I was saying, you can be picky around here, because if you don't take your chances, you will be stuck by 2-3 minutes behind a slower car. So if you have a chance, if you have a clear chance, don't forget that this is 12-hour race, so you don't do anything that it's remotely risky. But if you have a clear chance, you have to gun for it. and try and do an overtake as soon as possible, because if you want to wait for Dottinger Hall for every lap, you'll just be stuck behind a slower car for 7 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. And traffic management is so important in any kind of multi-class race, but when it's in the Nordschleife, it's even more important. Second place man there, Pascal Thomas, still being hunted down by Martin Schmid in the number 70 car, but we've got Rob Chisholm as well in the Team Racing Netherlands car, still up there and asking questions of the two cars ahead of him. It's been an interesting battle between these three BMW cars, but it looks like the 77 perhaps just out of slipstream range now, so he'll just have to get his head down and try and get himself back into contention here to begin to put a little bit of pressure on the cars in front.
Well, Andy, to me it looks like P3 and P4 are catching up even on the leader, because the gap from P1 to P3 at the start of stint was around 15 seconds, I would say, if we don't count the car 23. And now it's 10 seconds, a bit more. So they've definitely caught up. Last lap for our leader was 750.6, and Martin Schmid did a 747.7, so that's 3 seconds in a lap.
Yes, absolutely. Martin Schmid is certainly the fastest out of the front runners at the moment. Very, very impressive time to put on the board there as well. And taking a look here in the GT3 AM class there, led by Andy Flagg in the 013 Ferrari, just trying to navigate his way through a little bit of traffic here, but it looks like the AM class is being led by the Ferrari, and with a good gap into the bargain there as well. So Andy Flagg in the 13 car doing a very impressive job so far in the Ferrari, and he's just going to take all of the slipstream he can here down the straight, because Zdravko, the drivers here have got lots of different setups, and your approach to your setup at this track is so important, because if you prioritise being strong in the corners, you're going to be compromised on the straights, particularly at this part of the track.
Yeah, well, the problem is I would always pick a setup that is biased for the top speed. If you have a setup that is not as good on top speed, you can't really do anything about it in the straights. While with a setup that has a good top speed, you can always risk it a bit more when you need it. You can always take a bit more out of the tires in the corners. So there's something, at least something that you can do. And with a car that is good in corners and not as good on straights, but you can maximize it in the turns, but that's all you can do. Even if it might be faster overall, and I'm sure it is, because this track has, I would say, a lot of corners. But yeah, I would still prefer, I mean, if we look at this track, I would still prefer to drive a Ferrari than a BMW. And I know that 4 BMWs are leading the race at the moment, or even 5, but yeah, I don't make good choices. Yeah.
Well, of course, all these GT3 cars have very different characteristics, so it just depends on your driving style as well. And we're following one Ferrari here in 9th place, currently driven by Dennis Meisner, and yeah, it's just some drivers prefer the Ferrari because it is quite lively, but sometimes there's a lot to be said in an endurance race for just driving a car that you know isn't going to bite, particularly when the tyres start to go off and the fuel burns out, the car's feeling a little bit tired, and it's just all about getting that car to the end of the lap and moving on from there. So Chris Meelan currently in 6th place at the moment in the GT3 Pro class in the Ferrari, so he's got lots of clear air around him, so he can just focus on putting the fast laps on the board here. So Chris Meelan has impressed in this stint, and he'll be, I suspect, very happy with how he's been doing so far. So part of motorsport as well, of course, is just all about just being consistent in an endurance race like this. It's just about constantly bringing the car around lap after lap. There's no point in putting fast laps on the board if you're running wide and making mistakes in subsequent laps. It's just about being nice and steady And then in the final few hours or so of the race, that's when you can perhaps look to take a move. So let's follow the GT3 AM class here currently. Sam Swallow in the number 4 car, currently in 3rd place in the Porsche 911 and driving for the Mist Apex Predators team. And Sam is having a good race in there at the moment. And again, another driver with lots of clear air around him. So he is just once more able to focus on bringing that car around the track nice and cleanly and nice and consistently. So Sam Swallow, of course, is a pro kart driver in the UK. He has been taking part in sim racing 24-hour events since lockdown, and he's done very well, of course, in those into the bargain as well. Special event wins in Daytona this year and last year as well, and has done very well in the 12 Hours of Bathurst in 2021 as well. So Sam's a very quick driver and one that is worth keeping an eye on in this race in the GT3 AM class. Just behind him is this man here, Daniel Jung, in the 397. Coming under a little bit of pressure, though. So let's see if he can perhaps just fend off that fellow Porsche there. So it's there comes the 397 looking to make a move, perhaps here, and side by side they go on a very fast part of the track. But it's Porsche on Porsche, and it's all about just working together really as well. When you're trying to make a move in an endurance race, there's no point fighting too hard when you know you've got 9 hours or so to go. So David Wasserman making that move there in the 49 car, and he goes up a position in the Porsche. So good bit of driving there, and let's see how things unfold elsewhere. There's Sam Swallow, who we mentioned just a moment ago, currently 3rd place in class, and yes, he is currently testing again this year for Pro Kart and multiple race features as well. So it's a busy year ahead for Sam, and he is doing a very good job there in the Porsche 911 so far. And one interesting thing to note here is just how much of the track he's maximising. That's in allowing him to carry as much speed as possible. But crucially, you've got to make sure you don't drop a wheel at this track. And a couple of drivers have unfortunately found that out the hard way, and having to use fast repairs. Of course, the drivers or the teams, I should say, are allowed a maximum of 3 fast repairs in this race. So it's all about just trying to use them strategically as well. Sometimes if you're perhaps taking a little bit of a knock, can you drive through that rather than taking a fast repair and perhaps needing it later on in the race? And here's a good scrap here for P2. It's Pascal Thomas there. He's coming under all sorts of pressure here in the 53. Let's see how both cars navigate this section of the track. Good scrap between the two of them here, Zdravko.
Yeah, so this has been a battle that has been coming for few laps. So Martin Schmidt has been on fire. Even the last lap was still 3 seconds faster than the leading car, but only 1 second faster than Pascal Thomas in P2. So this will be an even race. Let's see what Pascal has to offer as Martin gets into the draft. It's a nice overspeed. I think this is already done. Sorry to not make it interesting, but I think this is a great exit and a great catch in the draft. Let's see if Pascal tries to go back to him. They weave a bit, trying to break the toll.
Certainly looking that way, and Martin Schmidt has got lots of pace at the moment, and he's putting in very, very fast laps on the board, but still coming under a little bit of pressure here from Pascal Thomas. He's not wanting to give this one up without a fight, and he could well make a move as we enter the Grand Prix part of the track. Will he throw that car up the inside and into the hairpin? Let's see how things go. He's got a good run down the straight here. Pascal Thomas not opting to throw the car up the inside just yet. He's staying in the slipstream, trying to maximise speed. Will he opt to throw the car into the right-hander? He thinks better of it, and he stays in 3rd place in this race.
So they elected not to help. Not to help their leading team at the moment, and as Martin Schmidt posts a 7:46.68, that's almost 4 seconds faster than the leading car. That's amazing pace. That's their best lap in the race. So at the moment they are driving 2 seconds faster than anyone else on the track, and at this rate they will catch P1 before pit stop window.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin is driving a terrific race here. Still coming under a bit of pressure from Pascal Thomas, however, but just gradually now beginning to eke out a little bit of a gap. But Martin Schmidt, and if you're lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than the cars around you, it is only a matter of time before you are challenging for the lead. 7 seconds is the gap at the moment between Schmidt and Newman for P1, but that BMW is looking very, very fast indeed.
Yeah, so I was looking a bit down the order and searching for car number 600. They were P1 in GT3 AM, and they are way down the order. They're currently P33 overall, and I'm not sure what happened to them. They had a 2-minute pit stop, so they did repair their car, but did not use fast repair, and that has hurt them a lot.
Interesting. The 600 was Dennis Bayer in the Porsche who had the incident going into the Nordschleife just a few laps ago, so opting not to take a fast repair, which is very interesting indeed. But the 600 car has a lot of work to do, and then some, if they want to get back into contention in this race. 4th place man Rob Chisholm in the Pro class was one driver we mentioned earlier on in this race who has certainly been showing lots of pace, but just dropping back ever so slightly from Pascal Thomas and Martin Schmidt ahead of him. Martin Schmidt, 7:46. That was a fantastic lap last time out from him. And I suspect Newman in the lead will be well aware of that and be doing everything that he can to try and fend off the threat from the Deutsche Payment Esports car.
Yeah, I mean, the gap from the lead to Rob Thiessen in 4th is only 11 seconds. And Rob has been 2 seconds faster last lap around. So it's basically nothing. We have over 9 hours to go to the end of the race, and it's fully open.
No, it certainly is, and it's almost too difficult to call, really, isn't it? Because we're already a good few hours into this race, and as you mentioned, Zdravko, 11 seconds splitting the leaders in the GT3 Pro class. It just shows phenomenal pace throughout and very impressive consistency as well. But Rob Chisholm and the Team Racing Netherlands car, they're just looking to try and perhaps bide his time and just wait to see what happens between the two cars scrapping in front of him, and then he could be there just to pounce on any potential mistakes that happen ahead of him. So Rob Chisholm doing a good job there in the 77 car, and he'll be looking to try and build upon that in this stint.
Yeah, and Pascal Thomas has been doing a good job to stay on tail of Martin Schmidt, so Schmidt is hauling Thomas with him to join the leader of this race. There is only 6.5 seconds now between P1 and P2. It was over 8 half a lap ago, but let's remember this is a long lap.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, it's just one of those tracks where you can go, oh well, if you've lost 7 tenths, 8 tenths, you can think, well, that's a disaster. But when you add that up over the course of one lap here at the Nordschleife, it's not a lot of time at all, really. It's just all about being clean and consistent. And this man here, Andy Flagg, has been doing just that time and time again here in the GT3 AM class, leading the way in the Ferrari. It's been a very impressive drive from him in the number 13 car, and he has been just been very, very steady, very consistent. And Zdravko, that is half the battle in an endurance race. It's just been about nice and clean, nice and steady, and you can really build on your race from there.
Yeah, it really shows, because they were behind car 600, but because car 600 had that optimistic launch on the entry to Nordschleife, they fell far behind, and it would be a uphill battle for them to catch up again. They are currently almost 2 minutes behind car 13, so that will take some doing to catch up.
No, it certainly will, and Andy Flagg is just really leading the way here in the GT3 AM class. It's been a very impressive drive from him here in the number 13 Ferrari, and he'll be keen to just continue doing what he's doing, really, and that is just a key element of endurance racing. It's just trying focus on the track ahead lap after lap, and this Nordschleife circuit certainly is one for keeping you on the edge of your seat, because before you know it, if you make one tiny mistake, look how close the barriers are, you can be severely punished. But Andy Flagg doing a very good job of keeping that Ferrari out of trouble, and he has a healthy lead into the bargain in the category. So one driver certainly worth keeping an eye on here as this race unfolds. But taking a look back at the front, though, Pascal Thomas is once more putting Martin Schmid under pressure for P2. So he has been certainly still asking questions, but Martin Schmid's still got lots of pace, and there he is there. There is Pascal Thomas as well in third place, just still not giving that one up just yet in the number 53 car. And yes, it's a battle at the front of the pack here in the pro class, Zdravko, and it's one that it's a story that's had so many ups and downs, really, and I suspect it's not done yet.
Yeah, definitely not done yet. They are now only 5 seconds behind the leader. So that's from P1 to P3, 5 seconds. They are catching up very fast, Arkadiusz Newman. We are closing to the end of this lap. So in a minute, yeah, I wanted to say in a few seconds, but this is a long lap. So in a minute, we will see how fast the leader has been going. Are they able to respond to the pace that P2 and P3 are currently setting? Because even Pascal Thomas has upped his pace immensely after that pass from Martin Schmid.
Yes, absolutely. We've got our eyes glued to the timing boards here. Newman, it was a 7:50 last time out for our race leader, but it looks like he is going into the pits, as indeed do the cars behind. They all opt to follow each other into pit lane. So here we go. Who will opt to take tyres on who is just going to be going for fuel? It'll be very interesting to see how things pan out here. But we've got the top 4 cars all following each other into the pits now. So let's take a look in the GT3 AM class, and once more it's that man Andy Flagg who is leading the way and doing a great job in the Ferrari. So we do have a little bit of a change there, though, because look at the top of your timesheets, Rob Chisholm has gone into second place momentarily. So has he perhaps opted just to take fuel and not tyres?
I think they're all still stationary. It just depends where their pit boxes are on a track. So let's see when they all get out of pits what will happen.
Yeah, certainly one worth keeping an eye on here. We've got 5th place into pit lane as well. So all of the leaders in the pro class are into pit lane, and it feels like you're there for an eternity as you have to sit and wait for that car to fill to the brim with fuel. The cars will have either 110 or 120 litres, depending on what car the drivers go for. But of course, the cars with bigger fuel tanks generally burn through their fuel a little bit faster as well, so it's not necessarily an advantage to have that extra 10 litres. It more or less evens itself out as the race unfolds. But it does look like P2 has gone to Martin Schmid. It looks like he has leapfrogged them and is into second place in this race in the pro class. So Newman's still in the lead. Pascal Thomas and third, Rob Chisholm into 4th place, and there is second place man Martin Schmid with Pascal Thomas in 3rd place in the 53 car. So it looks like it's just perhaps balancing itself out now as the cars make their way out of the pit lane and beginning their ascent of the Nordschleife in a few corners or so. So we do have Newman still in the lead, Martin Schmid in 2nd place, Pascal Thomas in 3rd, and then Rob Chisholm does stay in 4th place after the pit stops in the pro class.
So on the last lap, Schmid and Thomas gained another 3 seconds to Newman. And it is status quo concerning the positions, but it's really much closer there. Only 2 seconds behind the leader now.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, Newman will be well aware that the cars behind are reeling him in, and you can try and block it out as best as you can, but when the cars behind are a couple of seconds a lap quicker, you'll know all about it. So let's see if Schmid and Thomas can put our race leader under pressure. But interestingly as well, Zdravko, will they have a little bit of traffic to contend with here too?
Well, I'm more wondering, will Protocharge Sim Sports try and work as a team against Deutsche Payment Esports? Because they are holding dilemma. P1 and P3 at the moment, and they could work together. As we see Martin Schmid going very aggressive. he put a wheel on the dirt 2 times now already on this outlet. So he is pushing to gain time.
Certainly is, and Pascal Thomas there in the 53 car asking all sorts of questions for the Deutsche Payment number 70 ahead of him. Martin Schmid, of course, lots of pace in that car, but coming under even more pressure now as they make their way into Arenberg here after all cars in the lead of the Pro Class opted to go into the pits. So Martin Schmid now is you can almost see our race leader Newman in the 97 car. So we've got a 3-way scrap here, I suspect, in a few corners' time for this race lead here at the Nürburgring 12 hours. And Martin Schmid, I suspect, in the number 70 car is the one who will fancy his chances of taking the lead in this race.
Yeah, this is amazing. After 3 hours of racing, we have 3 cars in the same view on the same strategy with the same cars. So it is flat out fight for the win between those 3, and Rob Thiessen is not that far behind in P4. He's only 4 seconds behind. So it's all to play, because if top 3 start a fight and if something happens, Rob Thiessen is in prime seat to profit from all this.
He certainly is, and we did see an incident, of course, in the Pro Class earlier on in this race as the drivers made their way into the Hatzenbach section of the track. And anything can happen, as we well know, in endurance racing. And Rob Chisen, I suspect, will be quite content to sit there in 4th place at the moment in the GT3 Pro category. So that is one storyline we will continue to keep a very close eye on here. But let's take a look at the GT3 AM class as well, because it's that man, Andy Flagg, still leading the way in the number 13 car, and he is lapping very, very well indeed. And Zdravko, we mentioned it earlier, but it's the fact that Andy has so much clear air around him that makes a massive difference on a track like the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and amazingly, Andy is in P7 ahead of many pro teams. He has 14 seconds up the road to Marcus Kennel, and another 13 seconds behind him for Chris Millen. It will be interesting to see what pace Chris Millen has if they are elected to use their fast repair, because so let's remember they were running P2 at the start of last stint and they fell down to P8 because they had damage. If they are elected to repair their car, they will be able to storm up the field again.
It certainly will. It'll be very interesting to keep an eye on that. Both cars, of course, driving for the JWR team, and 2 very, very quick drivers into the bargain as well. So 7th place at the moment there in the Pro Class is Chris Millen. Let's take a look back at the front though, because the front 3 are going into the carousel now. It is still Newman leading the way from Schmid, with Thomas in 3rd place. Pascal Thomas, the number 53 car, is just behind this, the white number 70 car, driven by Martin Schmid. He's got to try and put pressure on the race leader, but he's also got to look at his rear view mirrors as well, Zdravko. And this is a very difficult situation. It's got even worse because Martin Schmid is off. He has hit the barrier, and that allows Pascal Thomas to nip through into 2nd place in this race. Don't forget, we've got Rob Chisen. There he is, the orange BMW car coming into the top of your screen, and he's going to put him under pressure as well. Martin Schmid, here he is now, just drops a wheel there, takes a little bit too much of the curb as well, and the car hits the barriers, but thankfully manages to keep it pointing the right way. We've just gone through the carousel section of the track, so if he opts to pit, it won't cost him perhaps as much time as it would have done earlier on in the lap, but it is a gift for Pascal Thomas, who is now in 2nd place in this race.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking, but I'm not sure if he will pit. He has few corners to see how the car is, because they just pitted, and that will effectively lose him almost a minute of his time. So maybe if the car is not that bad, it might make sense to try and drive whole stint with it. But let's remember that over 15 minutes of driving with a damaged car, and Rob Thiessen is already knocking on his door.
Yes, here he is. Let's ride on board with Rob Thiessen there. Throws the car potentially up the inside there. Maybe it was just a little bit of a false move to get. And it looks like further contact ahead, further drama ahead there. Rob Thiessen and...
that was Pascal Thomas. That was P2.
It was Pascal Thomas. Let's get a look at the replay there. Pascal Thomas momentarily into P2, just loses the rear of the car, and that is a massive crash for the number 53 car. He'd gone from third to second, but he is now down in fourth place. So we've got 2 cars out of the leading 4 running with damage. They've both just come out of the pits, and this is going to be a very, very interesting dilemma for that man Martin Schmid there. He's got
Rob Chisholm is going
Rob
for
Chisholm
it.
putting him under pressure. There we go, side by side. The orange car, Rob Chisholm, has made the move. So Rob Chisholm has gone from 4th to 2nd in the space of a lap. Now, will Martin Schmid keep that car out on track? We think if he stays out, of course he's going to lose a little bit of time, but if he opts to pit Zdravko, it's going to cost him even more time at the start of a stint. So can he perhaps drive around this issue? We know he's fast, and we know he's been lapping faster than the cars around him. So will that little bit of raw pace that he's got just try and minimise the effect of any damage that that car has? And in fact, he does pit. In goes the current P3 man, Martin Schmid. He opts to bring that BMW into pit lane for repairs. This has been a
Pascal Thomas
disastrous
also
couple
pits.
of laps. Pascal Thomas as well. So we've got the 2 damaged cars at the front are both into pit lane. This is music to the ears of Newman in the lead of this race, however, because he now has a considerable gap at the front of the pack in the GT3 Pro class. It is all kicking off here at the Nürburgring. There is our race leader Newman in the 97 car. He will be delighted with everything that has unfolded behind him, because he was coming under all sorts of pressure over the last few laps. But Newman now has an 8-second gap from Rob Chisholm in the orange BMW, so we won't perhaps pick up Rob just yet in our cameras, but Newman now in the lead of this race with a comfortable margin, all things considered, and it has been a disaster for a couple of cars behind him. There is second place man Rob Chisholm there in the number 77 Team Racing Netherlands car, but Zdravko, that has been a dramatic couple of minutes here at the Nürburgring.
This really turned the whole race upside down, as it was looking like Martin Schmid and Pascal Thomas will catch up to Arkadiusz Newman. They had the pace to catch up, to fight for the lead, and just as they got to 1 second behind him, they both made a mistake in a space of couple of corners, and they were unforced mistakes. So maybe pushing too much, maybe wanting to take out of the car more than the car was willing to give. Probably they were still adjusting to the grip from the new tires, but yeah, it has cost them heavily.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
At a moment, they're basically a minute behind the lead now.
And there's nothing worse in motorsport than an unforced error, particularly when you're fighting at the sharp end, and both drivers will be very, very disappointed. Pascal Thomas looks like he's back. He's going to be in 6th place in this race. Martin Schmid currently on our timesheets in P4, but disastrous stuff for them. And now we have a new man in P3 for the Sim3D Sport Robocop team. It's the number 15 car. And this has been a dramatic turn of events here at the Nürburgring. And it's going to be more drama unfolding, I suspect. Rob Chisholm, he will be absolutely delighted. Zdravko, we mentioned this a few laps ago about Rob Chisholm and the fact that he was in 4th place, and was he going to be quite content just to sit there and bide his time and see what happens in front of him? And it's worked perfectly for him. He's now in 2nd place in this race.
Yeah, and he's basically matching the leader for the pace, and 8 seconds is nothing of a gap. So he's been driving a great race consistently, not avoiding mistakes, and it's been paying off. It's been paying off.
Yeah, it certainly has. Martin Schmid, there he is now. He's now out of the pits, of course, well on his way. There is their GT3 AM leader, Andy Flagg, leading the way in the Ferrari. So he is, again, one driver with lots of pace and driving very, very impressively indeed. Just making his way past one of the GT4 cars there, I think, just with a little bit of traffic. So Andy Flagg just once more getting himself into clean air and once more focusing on apexes and exits and just keeping that car out of trouble, because as we have just witnessed, your race can unravel very, very quickly indeed. Martin Schmid, they're just looking a little bit loose there in the rear of that BMW, Zdravko, and there's a little flash of lights there. He's saying he wants through, But there he is. He now goes up the inside and makes his way past the traffic. But Zdravko, he'll be trying to get a feel of that car, just making sure that he's just almost trying to get his confidence back behind the wheel again, because when you can have one big moment, it can really rock you as a driver.
Yeah, this painted a picture of an angry racer. So I think he has to find inner peace and focus on the race. It's still not over. There are 9 hours left to go, and he doesn't want to over push and make another mistake, because mistakes are, as we see, costly here.
Very much are, and Martin Schmidt has unfortunately found that out the hard way. He's now down in 4th place in this race, and Pascal Thomas down in 6th place. They are split by the 55 of Marcus Kennel. There is Pascal Thomas in the 53 BMW, and he's another driver that's just going to have to get his head down and get on with things here. He was fighting at the sharp end, but he's now got it all to do. And in fact, look at that. Zdravko, Martin Schmidt, he has spun that car. The number 70 has spun. Let's get a replay and find out what happened here. It's all gone wrong for Martin Schmidt. He's got lots of pace, but he's just not been able to maximise it. The car once more taking a little bit more of the curb, slams into the barrier, and it is going to be another trip to the pits, I suspect, for Martin Schmidt. Well, if they have one fast repair left, Martin Schmidt, we suspect he's got one fast repair left. We're not too sure, but we suspect it's one more. But if he does, well, I'm sure he will opt to use that, because he's going to have had significant damage at the front of that car. He's now got the team's now got to drive 8 hours without making one serious mistake, and that is going to be a big challenge for them. But Rob Tijan here in the number 77 has driven that car to perfection, and he has been well and worthily rewarded here with a 2nd place spot in the GT3 Pro class. But Zdravko, what we're seeing there from Martin Schmidt, unfortunately for him, is he's just been, you could argue, perhaps a little bit too aggressive. We know he's got the pace, but he has really compromised his race due to that incident.
Yeah, I think now it's even bigger problem. I think he has to pit to give himself a few seconds just to cool off. So the car is heavily damaged at the front. It was a big hit. So I think the best thing for him would be just to pit, cool cool down, maybe change driver, because yeah, you can't allow to have one more mistake like this, then the race will be really over. Now it went from great race to a bit worse race. Now it's even worse, but it's still not a disaster. They are in P6 at the moment, so that's not that bad.
Yes, absolutely. Pascal Thomas, though, however, putting him under all sorts of pressure here. Let's see how things just unfold. But yes, Pascal Thomas, 5th place at the moment for the number 53 car. And yeah, Martin Schmidt, he's really got his work cut out now after that incident. But let's see if the 53 car of Pascal Thomas can make a move here as they make their way down the Dottinger Hole Straight. He's got a very good run. Interestingly, all the cars that we're seeing here going down the straight are just hugging the left-hand side of the track here, trying to take as short a run as possible down the straight here. Pascal Thomas trying to maximise slipstream. Now he opts to go side-by-side. It looks like perhaps a little bit of netcode there, potentially, between the pair of them. But Thomas now has got his nose in front and will be making that move stick. We do have a message from race control, car 404, causing an avoidable collision and failing to hold brakes after an incident. So that is being looked at the moment by the stewards. And Pascal Thomas now into 4th place in this race, making the move on Marcus Kennel. Martin Schmidt, of course, just behind in 6th place, who we suspect will dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap. But it has just been an incredible few laps or so here at the Nürburgring. We know that this track produces drama, and it is doing just that here in this race. Pascal Thomas, however, will be looking to try and now just just get his head down, just focus on getting to the end of his stint and handing that car over in good condition so that his team can just move on and try and ask questions of our race leaders.
Yeah, so info on Martin Schmidt, he did not pit. His lap times do look to be fine. He is a bit slower than he was before, but it looked a heavy wreck with the barrier, but the car looks to be handling still okay, so maybe they can save this and do the whole stint and not lose more time with pitting again.
Absolutely. Potentially they have avoided knocking the front wheels out of alignment, so it may have just been a relatively clean crash straight in to the middle of that car to avoid damaging the wheels. But yeah, it's one driver we'll keep an eye on in the timesheets here and see what lap that he posts when they come round. But this man here, Pascal Thomas, currently in third place. Good gap between him and Rob Chisholm ahead of him, however, but it's just all about trying to just free himself from fourth place man Marcus Kennel here in the 55 car. There is the white and blue car just behind him. But Pascal Thomas just looking to try and build on a good stint here. And he's one driver certainly worth keeping an eye on. But our race leader, of course, in the GT3 Pro class, Newman in the 97, he's just managing to maintain that lead between him and Rob Chisholm in the orange BMW. So it is still around 7 seconds. Both cars lapping 7-minute 51s last time out. And there is that message from race control. It's for the 404 car, and they have a 30-second stop-go penalty for causing an avoidable collision. So the 404 car has been hit with a hefty penalty there. That's 2 penalties in total that have been awarded. So the car 404, that is a Lackland Holiday there, who has been issued with that penalty. So race control deciding that they have to take action on that particular incident. But back at the front in the GT3 Pro class, there is Newman leading the way. Still 7 seconds is that gap between him and the orange BMW of Rob Chisholm. But yeah, Newman, Zdravko, we mentioned it earlier on, he was coming under lots of pressure from the cars behind him, but it just goes to show that he's very calm and composed behind the wheel of that car and doing a very good job.
Yeah, it really shows that you just have to be calm and collected. And Rob Thiessen is closing a bit on Arcadius Newman.
Yeah, he certainly is. But Newman there just got a little bit of traffic to contend with ahead of him. But yeah, he's doing very, very well indeed in the lead of this race, and he's leading nice and steadily, and his team, I suspect, will be delighted with how he has been doing behind the wheel in his stint. Just got a little bit of a change there for P3 in the AM class. That's the JB Motorsport car, just coming out of the pits. 12th place man here in the Pro class. Dirk Helm as well, of course, is just looks like he'd made a bit of a trip to the pits. But Sam Swallow is one that we mentioned, Zdravko, earlier on. One driver with lots of pace. Currently third place now in the GT3 AM class in the Porsche 911, driving for the ex-Predators team. And looks like there's a couple of interesting battles beginning to develop in the GT3 AM class, Zdravko.
Yeah, and well, Sam is behind car 600, Lion GP Sports, and those are out of pit sync. But I think that Sam should pit this lap.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. That car looking very, very planted, I have to say, around this part of the track. And this is a part as well where you've got to. This is a test of the setup, really, of your car. If the car looks very unstable here, you know you've got to make some changes because you will lose so much time around this phase of the lap. And Sam Swallow looked like he's got that car hooked up very, very nicely as he makes his way into Arenberg here. And he's one driver that we will keep an eye on here as this race progresses. So Sam Swallow there, one driver worth keeping an eye on. Zdravko, is there anything in the GT3 AM class that you think the drivers will have to potentially contend with here, because we're seeing a couple of the pro drivers coming into collisions, coming into having some incidents and what have you. So it'll be interesting just to see how the AM drivers contend with this.
Well, they definitely have to be mindful
right through it, or
in
just,
case
silence?
with some of the pro cars, the faster cars, having troubles and trying to get back through the order. They will have to be smart about it, how they work with them. You don't want to fight the faster car and lose even more time.
Yes, certainly will be very interesting just to see how the GT3 AM cars come into the battles here as the race unfolds. But plenty of action still to come here at the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours. But we're going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll see just how this race is beginning to unfold. There's been lots of interesting storylines develop, and we'll be back in a few moments' time. Welcome back to live coverage of the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours in aid of Macmillan Cancer Support, presented by Sim Broadcasts. It's Andy Alston here, joined by Zdravko Topolnjak, and of course, we are racing for charity, so if you would like to donate here towards Macmillan Cancer Support, you can do that. We are broadcasting across lots of different services, and we'll get the information over to you if you'd like to donate. £290 is what we've raised so far, and you can see the link there on the right hand side of your screen if you'd like to donate. So there's been a little bit of drama taking place while we've been away, and we have in the GT3 Pro class, Newman still leading the way in this race, but the gap is down to just a couple of seconds between him and Rob Chisholm in the Team Netherlands orange BMW car. So a little bit of drama in the GT3 Pro class. In the AM, it is still being led at the front by the Ferrari cars, but we've got a little bit of movement there with cars just coming in and out of pit lane, so it'll take a little bit of time for the order just to shake out there. But yeah, there's been lots of interesting action unfolding in the AM cars. We did wonder when that would start to come into play here in this race, but with 8 and a bit hours still to go, then I think there's lots of drama still in store for us here at the Nürburgring. So the GT3 Pro class still being led by Newman in the 97 BMW, then it's Rob Chisholm second place in the 77, and Pascal Thomas in the 53 BMW currently rounding out the podium there in that class. But we're just currently following the number 88 car, currently driven by Robin Stoll, and he is there in the BMW, so he is looking to try and ask questions of the Ferrari ahead of him here. But yeah, Robin Stoll just looking to put all sorts of pressure here on the car in front here. The BMW and Ferrari has been a very interesting battle throughout here as they make their way up the hill here. They're going into Adenar Frost, and Robin Stoll's just a little bit too far back to make a move this time out.
Yeah, so stuff that happened when we were on a break. Our leader had a clash with one of the left cars. They lost some time, so that allowed Rob Chisholm to gain on them. So the gap at the moment is only a second. So Rob Thiessen is catching up a lot. And in fourth place, Marcus Kennel was driving very close to Pascal Thomas all the time after Thomas passed him. And then on the last lap, he had a spin and lost 9 seconds. So that put him on a back foot. But the fight for the lead is very much alive. As we're closing to our new pit window, I think that these two will have a say.
Certainly will. Newman's still leading the way, but that gap, as you mentioned, Zdravko is now down to just 1 second. There is second place man Rob Chisholm there in the orange BMW. He was 3 seconds quicker than Newman on the last lap, and he is reeling him in here once again as they make their way through the final phase of this lap. It's a very, very tricky part of this Nordschleife circuit. It's a part of the track that rewards bravery. It rewards drivers being aggressive, but there's always that fine line between pushing just a little bit too much, dropping a wheel, and then before you know it, your car is in the wall. So Rob Chisholm just dropped back ever so slightly, in fact, over the last couple of corners. 1.5 seconds is the gap now between him and Newman in the lead of this race. Zdravko, as you mentioned, it looks like we are going to see their leaders coming into the pits very soon, and it looks like Newman in the lead of this one. He's had a clean and consistent stint, but he is now once again coming under pressure from the cars behind him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has shown that he can soak up the pressure, so I'm not that afraid about it. And Rob Thiessen has also shown that he is able to drive cleanly and without making mistakes. And I do feel like that those two cars were similar on pace for the whole stint. And I don't know, it doesn't feel like Rob Thiessen has a reason to start pushing too much. It is an endurance race after all. I know that might not be the most exciting if I say that as Rob Thiessen touches the grass on the exit. That was very, very risky. So maybe he doesn't do what I say, and maybe he starts to risk it and try to take the lead on the track. As they are very close, maybe he smells blood.
He could well do here. Just perhaps not quite close enough to make a move here this time, just sitting in the slipstream of Newman. So Rob Chisholm here just trying to gradually apply the pressure on our race leader in the GT3 Pro class as they just make their way back off the Nordschleife circuit and on to the Grand Prix layout, and round they come here now. Don't turn right, whatever you do, it's got to be straight on down here at this part. And Rob Chisholm there is now beginning to reel him in once more. 0.6 of a second is the gap. He's very much within striking range now. 0.6 of a second between him and the race leader. Goes down to 5 seconds with the slipstream. Not going to throw the car up the inside here this time round. But Zdravko, it looks like we could well have a change for the lead in the Pro class very, very soon indeed. Just further back, Martin Schmid, one driver who, of course, had a couple of incidents earlier on in this stint. He is now in 5th place in the BMW here. Got a little bit of GT4 traffic just ahead of him, but he'll be just looking to keep his head down and try and finish this stint as strongly as he can.
So I do wonder if Newman has some damage from the touch with left car. It was not high-speed touch, but it does look like Thiessen is being able to run faster. He was 1.5 seconds faster in the last lap, and they are having some lap traffic to contend with.
Yeah, it certainly is. Martin Schmid there just making his way through it nice and cleanly. Good bit of clear air now for him, so he can just kind of focus on the corners ahead of him. He doesn't have to contend with any cars around him, looking in his rear view mirrors. It's just all about being nice and focused and bringing that car round the track. So looks like we've got another couple of interesting battles unfolding here. Here's one between 7th and the 8th place. Chris Mehlinger, the 23 red Ferrari, just reeling in the green BMW ahead of him here as they are on the Grand Prix phase of this track, but not quite close enough is Mehlinger to make a move at this time round. But Zdravko, Chris Mehlinger is one driver that we have mentioned throughout over the last while or so on this stream, and he has been doing a very good job in the 23 car.
Yeah, but I think they did not repair their car on the last pit stop, so that's a bit curious because they are losing time all the time because of the damage on the rear of the car. But they still do seem to be faster than the BMW of Robin Stoll. So for Ferrari, it's all about being close on the corner exit, trying to take the advantage of that better top end that the Ferrari has.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know what? If you're a driver that can drive around a problem with your car, it is so valuable in an endurance race. And Chris Mehlinger is doing just that, opting not to, as you say. And he's just managing to keep that car in a good position there, currently 8th place at the moment. He has dropped back ever so slightly, however, from Robin Stoll in 7th. So perhaps Robin's just found a little bit of pace in the car, or maybe Chris is just deciding to bide his time here as they make their way on to the Nordschleife part of the track. And this section in particular, the hats and back section of the track, it's very easy to get greedy on the curbs here and carry a little bit too much speed, and you can find yourself in a very difficult situation before you know it. So just all about being clean and neat and tidy as they make their way through this part of the track. And we can see footage now of our race control team who have been doing a great job there managing this race for us here with 8 hours or so still to go. And we'll see how things unfold with a little bit of drama, I suspect, still in store for us here this afternoon. So Robin Stoll in 7th place at the moment. He now does look like he has quite a significant gap to Zdravko. So perhaps Chris Mehlinger, you mentioned that car carrying a little bit of damage, and perhaps he's losing a little bit of top line speed.
Yeah, it could very well be. It looked like they might be able to pass, but maybe it was just Stoll having some problem and managing to get a car back in the sweet spot, and he has been able to drive away for the half of this lap.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the battle at the front of the GT3 Pro class, because 0.4 of a second is the gap between Newman and Chizen in the Team Netherlands orange car. There we can see it hunting down the race leader now, and Newman is going to have to go defensive here because it's now 0.1 of a second between the pair of them. And Rob Chizen can smell a chance of taking the lead of this race here. He is hunting down Newman over the last couple of laps. Will this be the moment where he decides to strike and try and grab the lead of the GT3 Pro class? Just dropping back ever so slightly there. Doesn't want to unsettle the car in the slipstream, because this is a very fast bit of track that we're coming up to now as they make their way into the hairpin now, and they will soon eventually find themselves climbing back up this circuit once more and into the Nordschleife here. So here we go. Little bit of traffic here getting well out of the way for our race leaders, so that is much to the delight of Newman, who can now begin to defend once more. This is a difficult part of the track to make a move, though, Zdravko, so perhaps Chizen will have to bide his time.
Well, yeah, he definitely will, but what was also very much on display is how much better his car can go through the turns. It looked like he has much better grip, so I'm thinking it's just a matter of time. Considering where they are in the track now, it might be best just to set it up all for that Dottinger hole, so he can try to be close as possible on the exit and just use that massive straight to his advantage.
Yes, absolutely, because if he does opt to make the move here, he is leaving himself vulnerable to just another move from Newman. So it looks like our 77 car just biding his time here, and then he will strike. But Newman has really battled bravely in the lead of this race, but this may be the moment where we see a change for the lead in the GT3 Pro class as the drivers now begin their climb towards the Dottinger hole straight. And will this be the moment where we get a lead change between the front two? Just further back there, we've got a little bit of drama between, I think that was 9th place car Dennis Meinzer there, He's looked to try and reel in Chris Meelan and Robin Stoll, who we mentioned a few moments ago. But here we come now round the kind of the mini carousel section, and we've got an uphill right-hander before we go down this long straight. This could be the moment, Zdravko, where we see a change for the lead.
As much as I see it, Newman is doing all that he has to do. He had an amazing exit out of this twisted turn, and well, he's far enough ahead, I think, that Thyssen will not be able to reel him in. But I might be wrong, because it does look like Thyssen has big advantage on the straight line speed, and he's catching up so fast. Way to prove me wrong. That's like jet engine car moving. Yeah. That's an easy pass for Thyssen, and that's a pass for the lead in this race.
Certainly is. Rob Treason now into the lead of this race, and Newman is now into second place. Doesn't fight too much for that P1 spot. Perhaps he may look to try and reel him in here at this part of the track, but the gap is already up to 0.6 of a second, so I don't think our new race leader will have to defend this one quite so much. But Newman now finding himself into second place in this race. Let's take a look a little bit further back here, because we do have a little bit of a scrap for P4. Looks like Martin Schmid could potentially be involved, so we'll try and follow that action in a moment's time. But there is the change at the lead of this race.
Yeah, so here we have it. Martin Schmidt is on a recovery drive. Just to remind everyone, they were in the fight for the lead until they got 2 incidents in a row where they lost the car. So that has cost them dearly, and now they're on a fight back mission, catching Marcus Kennel, car number 55. Schmidt is very stable on the turns, and let's see how he goes. He's a bit too far behind for a lunge in the hairpin. But the speed of the car is there.
Yeah, just a little bit too far back that time round there for Martin Schmid in the number 70 car. But a driver, Zdravko, as you mentioned, he's got lots of pace, but just got to try and make his way past here if he can. But of course, this is a very narrow part of the circuit that we're coming onto here as well. It's not too easy to try and make a move here. We have that tight right-hand hairpin just ahead of us there at the end of our shot, so not really a passing place here. However, P4 of Marcus Kennel did look to try and almost take a narrow line there and defend that and cover off any potential threat from Martin Schmid. So the 70 car still not quite able to find a way through just yet.
Yeah, I think he has to bide his time for some time now, because I'm not sure there is enough space here. And he's fallen a bit far behind now.
He certainly is, and as we now make our way onto the Nordschleife Cert, Martin Schmid will just have to think again here if he wants to make his move. This, however, could be a good sign for him here, because it looks like we've got a little bit of traffic to contend with here. Will he allow both cars through? He does indeed. So it looks like Kennel's not lost too much time there making his way through the traffic. So Martin Schmid, unfortunately for him, won't be able to put P4 under a little bit of pressure here as they make their way through the Hatzenbach section of the track. And yeah, Martin Schmid, a driver that we know is fast, but that car has certainly been damaged throughout, and they've had to be taking some fast repairs and everything else. And look, you can see the front of that car just now, still not looking too clever, but unfortunately, that's just the way of it. Sometimes when you drop a wheel on a track like this, you will be severely punished. But Kennel managing to defend 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, Kennel posted green, his fastest sector 2. So Kennel posted his fastest sector 2, so that means he has been spurred on by the battle from Schmidt. Let's see. There's no place to overtake here, so Schmidt will just have to fall in line, wait for a better chance. There's a series of short straights now, so probably not enough space to do a lunge. But what is he doing? He is putting pressure on Kennel, and just trying
Whisper
to
back.
make him do a mistake.
Yeah, it certainly does. Good bit of scrapping between the two of them. Marcus Kennel there still coming under pressure for P4. Little flash of the lights there for Schmid in P5. He's looking to try and make a move here and still not managing to do it.
Yes. So with this, I would say it has been an awesome race to watch and to talk about, and I have to say goodbye to every viewer that we have, and I welcome Travis Mehlinger into the booth, and hope to have a good time, guys.
Hello, Zdravko. Hello, Andy. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Yeah, Travis, welcome aboard to the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hour here. We've had lots of drama over the last couple of hours. We do have a change of the lead in the GT3 Pro class. Rob Chisholm making his way past Newman and now currently 0.8 of a second or so in the lead at the top of the Pro class. But we've got a good scrap here as well for P4 with Marcus Kennel currently managing to fend off Martin Schmid in 5th.
Yeah, I've been keeping up before I came into the commentary box to get the vibe, the complexion of the race, and yeah, I've noticed the same thing you just mentioned is that they're close races, especially this one here at the front. The car's separated by just about 1 second. So 4 hours in, we see cars get spread out over these long endurance races, but the leaders are right there with each other through almost 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's been a really good stint for Rob Chisholm, I have to say. I've been very, very impressed with him. He's just kept that car out of trouble, and crucially, he's picked his moments to make a pass very, very well indeed. And he's minimised any potential loss of time, not just for himself, but of course for his opponent, and made his moves cleanly, and doing a very, very good job there in the Team Racing Netherlands car.
Yes, indeed. And you raised an important point there that around. I mean, on any circuit, you have to be very careful, very choosy about where you pick places to pass. But at the Nürburgring, it matters more than anywhere else. The circuit is so narrow, the curbs are so tall, it's so easy to put a wheel off that you have to be really, really thoughtful about where you choose to pass and then how you execute.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, we've got Newman. He's not giving this one up without a fight, but he is just falling back ever so slightly there over the last couple of corners. So, third place man, Pascal Thomas, there he is there. Of course, he is also just looking to try and cement that position there. He's got a good gap between him and Kennel and Schmid, who we saw just a moment ago, scrapping it out for 4th place. So, Pascal Thomas doing a good job there in 3rd place in the GT3 Pro category. But yeah, it's been a dramatic couple of hours to say the least, Travis, and I suspect there is more in store here. I really enjoy watching the cars going through this part of the track. It's just, you can sense that they're on the edge here, and the drivers are giving it everything they've got here. And there is once more that battle for 4th place.
Yeah, I was about to say that this is a tricky part of the circuit, but every part of the Nordschleife is a tricky part of the circuit. You can see these guys threading the needle right next to these curves, running very close together. This crest here is blind. It's hard to tell when we're watching the broadcast on TV cameras like that, but you basically just pitch the car over the crest there and turn the wheel and kind of hope, or at least hope that you've kept the confidence that the car is going to stick over that crest. These guys at the front, running nose to tail like this around the Nordschleife are really talented.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we're now going to make our way onto the Dottinger Hole straight, and look at that, we've got both P1 and P2 are now in pit lane, so Newman decides to follow our race leader into the pits, both of them going in now for some fuel, potentially tyres as well. Looks like, I mean, you can get 3 stints out of the tyres here, but is it potentially worth it? Because the tyres get to a little bit older, so the new tyres will give the drivers a benefit of circa 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap. So while 3 stints is doable, potentially it's worth changing after 2.
Yeah, hard to say. We talked about this before the event, what the strategies would look like. 2 stints on tires or 3 stints on tires. 2 seconds over an 8-minute lap, isn't that much. But over the course of a race, obviously it adds up. So we'll see what how their strategies unfold. I was going to say that. Oh, there we see the car up on the jack, so that might be a tire change. Yeah, the time can add up, but these guys are so closely matched, and all of these guys are in communication with one another, and wheeling and dealing in the background, trying to figure out what their competitors are doing. I'd imagine they're on roughly similar strategies because they're so closely matched.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. So it's been a good bit of racing at the front of the GT3 Pro class. In the AM category, Andy Flagg, Travis is one driver that we've mentioned who's did a very good job in the 13 car. But back at the front, though, Pascal Thomas now inherits the lead of this race because we did have some of the leaders going into pit lane. So Martin Schmid now into second place in this race momentarily. But look at the damage at the front of that car, Travis. I'm amazed that it hasn't been causing him too many issues, because that looks very, very nasty indeed.
It does. He's had a big crunch somewhere. These drivers will remind everybody that the teams do have fast repairs that they can use. And I don't know. Obviously, I've just joined, so I may have missed this earlier on. Don't know if they're choosing not to use a fast repair. Maybe they've already used a couple of theirs, or they're just conserving them. But obviously, he's still competitive at the front. So the front bodywork on that machine doesn't look good, but not impacting them too badly. He's comfortably on this cycle of pit stops. He's comfortably out in the lead. So we'll see what the guys with full fuel and fresh rubber could do to close that gap, or if he keeps it steady in spite of the damage.
Yeah, certainly. Let's take a little look at the GT4 category now, because we have our race leader. There he is there at Ben Kelly-Polly. Currently leading the way in the Porsches in the the GT4 class. So Ben doing a good job in there for the Deutsche Payment Esports team, driving 310 car, making his way onto the Nordschleife part of this track now. And he's looking very, very comfortable in that car, Travis.
He really is. And name a more iconic duo, a Porsche flying through the Hotzenbach. This car in the traditional Porsche colors looks really, really good coming through here. These are just beautiful machines. I love driving these cars. I love watching them too. They look amazing. They sound amazing. And you're right, he does look quite comfortable through here. Really tight to the line, staying off those curbs. They're obviously the curbs are quite dangerous around here. You can go over a few of them like he just did in the through the apex of the previous corner. But he's very precise. Looks like he has it well under control. Here we see him coming up to the fluid plots. Yeah, beautiful machine. Looks great going around the Nordschleife.
Certainly does. And Travis, how important is it when you're driving one of these GT4 cars that you manage to navigate your way through the traffic successfully? Because traffic management is a big part of multi-class racing. But when you're in the slower car, you're in the GT4, what can you do just to ensure that both you and your opponent don't lose too much time when the pass needs to be done?
Well, I'm not a super talented GT4 driver, but I think general principles apply. I mean, first, like, awareness is everything, no matter where you're driving, but especially around here, the Nordschleife, because the track is so narrow. You've got all of these blind crests and blind corners, and the traffic behind you can be unsighted at any given moment. You have to concentrate so hard on your own driving to keep the car off the curbs and between the lines, out of the fences. But then you have to be ready at any moment to see one of the leaders or a faster car pop up behind you, and then have the presence of mind to think very carefully about, one, holding your line, driving your race like you normally would, but being prepared to find a place to get out of the way so that everybody can get through quickly, especially here. If you try to get out of the way at a silly place, or if one of the faster cars coming through decides to make a lunge because they're racing like the leaders are doing, within 1 second of each other, 4 hours into this race, you don't want to affect their race, and you want to get out of the way. But it's really easy to mess it up just because it's so difficult to find space around the Nordschleife to do that. So you have to be smart all the time, watching for the faster cars coming through while you're managing your own race, but especially here because so much can happen so much more suddenly than it would in other places.
Yeah, certainly would. And that's a big part of motorsport, is just managing to navigate your way through traffic. But I suppose if you're the GT4 cars, it's about being predictable as well, Travis. It's sometimes it's easy to feel that you're doing the right thing and moving off the racing line and things like that, but sometimes that can actually cause problems for both yourself and the car looking to make its way through.
Oh yeah, you think of a circuit like Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe, where being off the racing line on 8-9 of the kilometers of a 13-kilometer circuit is no big deal, because you're driving down these long straight public roads, and there are lines down the center of the road, and there are lines marking the aprons or the margins of the circuit. So it's easy to, as long as you give the trailing car plenty of time to react, you can move off the racing line and let them through. There's plenty of space to see. But here, there's one racing line, and the pavement around the racing line on the Nordschleife is, in many places around the circuit, it's just a courtesy. It's not really meant to be driven on. And in a lot of those places, going off the racing line, it's so easy to make a mistake. The barriers are so close, and if a driver behind you doesn't expect you to be out there when they would normally choose to follow you through one of these these narrow twisting parts of the circuit, it could so easily spell disaster for both drivers.
No, it certainly could, and there is just a little bit of traffic now. Just exactly what we spoke about there. Pascal Van de Monde just getting well out the way there to allow the GT3 car to make its way through, and he currently occupies 4th place in this race, just behind 3rd place man Danny Lee in the frontline coffee car in the GT4 class. So Danny Lee, the sole McLaren entry in the GT4 category, and doing a good job there in the final podium space at the moment. So GT4 cars just looking to do good bit of scrapping actually throughout that category, but very much dominated by Porsches as well.
Yeah, the GT4 category looks a bit like the GT3 Pro category does, with just one mark dominating the standings. You see there the leaderboard for GT3 Pro is all BMW down to what is that, 6th position? Yeah, 6th position, all BMWs, and then Porsche all the way down GT4, that lone McLaren there. So yeah, there is this often happens in iRacing, where there is, for a particular patch, there is one car or a couple preferred cars, and then the other ones fall out of vogue for a while, and then there's an update, the balance of performance changes, and you see the drivers choose other machines. They're not committed to other marks like they might be in real life. While we're talking about these BMWs, we see these two racing and chasing this Ferrari down the Dorian Tabachnick. These two will go side by side while following a back marker. This is a bit risky.
It certainly is, and a flash of lights there from the Team Racing Netherlands car trying to make his way through. That is Pimbau. We had a driver change before these two cars here, so Pimbau back in the lead, back in the wheel here. He did take the start of this race, but now back behind the wheel of the 77 car, manages to make his way into 3rd place, but coming under all sorts of pressure here from Wederka in 4th. The Team Racing Netherlands, the 77 car, has had a very good race so far, and they'll be looking to potentially at least cement 3rd place, but potentially go one step further, because momentarily in the lead now, because we've Schmid and Kruger both in pit lane. But yeah, been a very interesting couple of hours here in the GT3 Pro class, to say the least.
Yep, and we just, as you said, we just saw the end of the pit stop cycle, and these two drivers back at the point of the field. This gap is rubber banding a little bit. Obviously, the cars they're both BMWs on what is near enough as makes no difference, equal performance. They might have slightly different setups, but the drivers are equally talented. The machines are more or less identical. So we've seen the gap grow to a second. We've seen it come down to them running nose to tail down Dorian Tabachnick. So these two very evenly matched. It seems like perhaps one driver is more comfortable in one part of in parts of the circuit, and another driver is comfortable in different parts of the circuit. But these two giving us really, really tight racing at the front after 4 hours, 8 hours to go. Hard to say if they could do this for another 8 hours, but I hope they can, because this has been really fun to watch.
Absolutely, they're putting on a great show for us here in the M4EM Nürburgring, 12 hours in aid of Macmillan Cancer Support. If you'd like to donate, of course, you can do that. We'll put a link on the stream in just a few moments' time. When there it is on the right-hand side. We've raised 290 so far. If you'd like to get involved, you can do just that by using the link at the right of your screen. And yeah, there's been a really good scrap here for the lead of this race. Indeed, 0.4 of a second is the gap. Both cars have been very, very strong in the previous stints. Both got new drivers behind the wheel now as well, so they're just looking to settle into their stints. But Travis, it's interesting when there's some entries here with 3 cars, some with 3 drivers, some with 4 drivers. When it comes to setups for the cars, how important is it to create a balanced setup that all the drivers are happy with? Because sometimes that can be easier said than done.
Yeah, it can. You know, I don't have a lot of personal experience in the, you know, in kind of debating the setup changes to suit preferences. I am not as talented as these drivers are, so I don't know that it's ever made a difference to me or the teammates that I drive with. But it does matter. You know, I've done a bunch of endurance races. You know, a lot of the special events. Like I did Daytona with my teammates in January. And, you know, I don't think any one driver is super picky about the, you know, very specific performance behavior aspects of the car. But, you know, there is a lot of testing in finding a setup that is comfortable for everyone, or at least comfortable enough for everyone. You know, I'm certainly not, nor, you know, any of the drivers that I was going with, you know, especially talented at making setups, you know, tuning the car, looking at the feedback and making those fine adjustments. But, you know, we do go through a number of different setups and try a few different things to make the car more comfortable and make it, you know, make it work the best we can for every one of the drivers. I think at this level where the drivers are so much more talented than we are, where, you know, they're setting the benchmark of performance in iRacing, you know, not just in this race. Like, these guys are near the top of iRacing talent. I'm sure it makes a lot more difference to them. They fine tune a lot. They put a lot more time into getting the car just right for everybody. They'll fine tune around which drivers they expect to do the most driving time. If they have a driver who is going to do, you know, slightly more time in the seat than one of their other drivers, if they're not doing an even split 4 hours each for 3 drivers, they might make adjustments around that driver's preferences to maximize the performance.
Yeah, it's certainly a very interesting dynamic in motorsport, isn't it? Because it's all about ensuring that each driver is comfortable with the car they're getting behind the wheel of. But Dennis Bayer here is really just maximising performance and speed out of this Porsche 911. Of course, he did have a little bit of a moment earlier on in this race, so it's been quite a long stint for the Lion GP Esports driver, but currently 2nd place in the GT3 AM class. So Dennis, one with lots of pace and one certainly worth keeping an eye on here in this race. But of course, he's got Andy Flagg, who is currently leading the way in the GT3 AM class, who has had a very, very impressive stint, it must be said, and looking very strong in the GT3 AM category. So yeah, that's a couple of very interesting storylines developing throughout not just the Pro class but the AM class as well. We did have a look at the GT4s a few moments ago as well. There's lots of very quick drivers in that class, but currently we've got our eyes here on the 111 car, that is Leidke here, and just making his way over the hill and through this very, very fast sequence of corners. And Christoph just looking to get the fast laps on the board really and build from there. Currently looking strong behind the wheel of that car. And Travis, it's one where we're seeing the BMW is clearly the car of choice for most of the teams out here on track. iRacing did perform a number of big updates to the GT3 category, conveniently a few days ahead of this event, of course, which just also throws an interesting element into the mix here, because the drivers will have had so much seat time behind the wheel of their chosen car, then all of a sudden it begins to feel a little bit different.
Yeah, because everybody is used to these changes from iRacing. I think most of these guys are probably they're pretty comfortable jumping into any one of these machines. So I know we talked about this in the days leading up to the broadcast, but I don't know if any teams actually chose to do this. I think they were probably locked in. But it's not uncommon when there are big changes like this before an event for some teams to choose a different car to get the most performance, the the best lap time they possibly can out of the circuit. When the balance of performance shifts and they need different equipment to get around really quickly. The developers, the team at iRacing certainly can't please everybody. In this case, we knew week 13 was coming up before this event started, so there were going to be big changes, no matter what. And that was, I guess, all part of the plan, you might say, before we did this broadcast. But that's a theme in iRacing, especially for the special events, where they schedule so many during they schedule so many of these events during the season. And they have to pick some time to make changes. That it's just kind of a fact of life in iRacing that the balance of performance might change, and the drivers will have to deal with it.
Yeah, certainly. Martin Schmid there just looking to try and make a move. But look at this. We've got potentially a change for the lead of the race in the GT3 Pro class. There is the orange car of Pinball. He's coming under all sorts of pressure here from Wederka in second place. Just backing out of the move here for the moment, Travis. But it looks like he could potentially make a move into turn 1 of the Grand Prix layout.
Yeah, he had a nice drive into Tiergarten. He was up all over the curb to try to open up the corner as much as possible, but it didn't look like he got good drive onto the front straightaway. And these cars, they're quick in a straight line, but they're so evenly matched that you need really, really good drive off the corner. And you kind of have to hope for a mistake from the driver ahead of you to be able to tuck into the slipstream, get a nice run right under the leading driver's bumper, and then make a move into the next corner. It looked like coming on to the Dorian that he had it done, figured out. They ran side by side for, I think, the better part of a kilometer, but just not quite enough performance, not enough grunt out of the car, running on its own in the clean air. The atmosphere ramming into the front of the car, not having the benefit of the car ahead breaking the air. He couldn't quite get it done. So these two will continue another lap, line astern, and we'll see if he can have another shot around the end of the lap.
Yes, absolutely. We'll ride on board with Wederka here. Let's see if he perhaps decides to throw this car up the inside into the chicane. It is a passing place, but it's tricky to get that move done. Looks like he's going to have to go the long way around if he wants to try and make a move here. Pinball just parking that car very, very nicely here. Just securing that lead of the race for the moment. He will not dive to the right here. He's going to go defensive. So Wederka once more forced to go the long way around. Does take a nice cut back there on the exit, but he's got to once again be forced out wide. They almost go side by side there to the Sabine-Schmitz curve, but this does not happen there. So Wederka still in second place in this race as they make their way through the Hatzenbach section, and he has to just think again here if he wants to take the lead in the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, I think this is we're seeing the difference between the commentators and the pros. If I were trailing around into the Hatzenbach and then down through these bends and up to the Flugplatz, I wouldn't even take a look. It wouldn't occur to me to try to make a pass there. But you play some mind games when you're in the trailing car. You know that you can't make a pass, or you can't safely make a pass without it being a huge risk to both drivers. But you move, you change lines, you make the driver ahead of you think you're going to go one direction. Maybe he's crazy enough to make a dive there. Why would he do that? It's easy to tip your competitor into a mistake when you're making moves like that. So I don't know that he'd seriously have a look here, although they are bumper to bumper here. I don't know. Yeah, I was, I talked about what I wouldn't do as the trailing driver, but I don't know that I would go so defensive as the lead driver. But they're so closely matched right now that I think if he doesn't go defensive, he's at risk of losing the position. It'd be tough to make a pass around here, but it looks like it could happen.
Absolutely. As they go into Adenar Frost here, Pinball just parking that car on every apex he can here. He's just forcing Wederka to go the long way around time and time again, and that is ensuring that he does hold on to the lead of this race. But he is coming under all sorts of pressure here as we now come to a very technical part of this lap, and this is all about ensuring that your car's set up correctly here, because you'll know all about it if the car starts to get loose around this phase of the lap. And Pinball just managing to hold on to the lead of this race for the Team Racing Netherlands car, but Protocharge do have something to say about this, and Wederka is continuing to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, through here is where you have to be especially precise around this circuit, because the racing line, most circuits and also around the Nordschleife, uh, the racing line is on the outside of the circuit, turn in on the outside, drive to the apex, but through after Adenauer Forest and Metzgesfeld, you go down to Adenauer Village. There's the miss corner down there. You have to be so precise. You're threading the needle through the racing line, and you can make up a lot of time there too, running downhill. But because you're trying to make up time and because you have to be so precise, it's easy to make a mistake and lose the car ahead of you. They were running nose to tail on the way in. And it's easy to close that gap even further if the driver ahead of you makes a slight mistake, but it could just as easily go the other direction too.
Absolutely, this is a very difficult track to lap at speed when there's no traffic around you, let alone when you've got a car breathing down your neck, as Widerka has been doing on our race leader. 0.2 of a second has been the gap through the last few corners. There they are once more. Pinball again in the orange car leading this race, but parking it on every apex possible, trying to make that BMW car as wide as he can. But Widerka is continuing to ask questions here as we approach the carousel phase of this lap. So we've got the initial long looping right-hander before we go into the carousel here. They begin the climb up the track once more. Not really a place where Widerka can make a move here. It's just all about being patient, Travis, particularly into this next sequence of corners as well.
Yeah, he needs to be patient, and I think he is being patient. I think he's driving to put pressure on Pimbo ahead of him, but it looks impatient. It's not. He's not driving. He's not out of control. It's not ragged by any stretch, but he is pushing really hard. It looks like he might have just a little bit more pace than Pimbo ahead of him. We see him coming down here through the Wipperman. Lost a little bit of time, but I think Jakob Widerka might just have a little bit more pace, and he's putting the pressure on. If Pimbo makes a mistake anywhere here, they could easily hand the lead over and a bit of a gap.
Yes, it certainly could. And again, if he just opts to bide his time, he can make that move down the Dottinger Hull straight. So this is again a moment where, again, if it just rewards patience within the driver. If you try and force a move at this part of the track, you just risk being overtaken once again as they make their way down the straight. You're a little bit of a sitting duck on that part of the track if you've got a car really hot on your heels, as Widerka is here at the moment. So it's just about picking the right opportunity to make that move. It's very tempting when you've got pace and you feel that you're faster than the car in front of you, but just bide your time and you will be rewarded. So let's see how the leaders cope with this sequence of corners here before we go into the straight. Pinball once more. Again, just a little bit wide there, missing the apex there. That does allow Widerka to just reel him in again once more. 0.2 of a second is the gap between them. And here we go, Travis. This could be the moment indeed before we even reach the straight, because Widerka has made the move already and Pinball goes into second place. But is that perhaps a tactical move? Pinball could perhaps try and get the move done once again later on in this lap.
Yeah, I was going to say that Pimbo was letting him through to try to keep the slipstream down Nottingham Hoa. I think he's probably a little bit nervous about having such a motivated competitor behind him. So it really looked like he let him through. But then I think if he wanted to trail him in the slipstream, be the following driver for a while, maybe save a little bit of fuel, try to squeak out another lap. It's hard to do because you have to save a lot. But he may have left the gap a little bit too big. He's closing, but you really want to be right under your competitor's bumper. Pimbo, he's caught up by the end of the straight, but the gap was pretty big when they came onto Dorian Hoa. He's right there with him again. So yeah, I think I was going to suggest when they came onto the straight that maybe Pimbo wasn't feeling so frisky about being in a head-to-head fight. But now he's used the slipstream to great effect. They're side by side going into the hairpin. He'll have to do this the long way, go around the outside, on the brakes a little bit early, thinks better of it. There's a lot of time left in this race, but I think he's decided that if he can run similar pace, then he might as well be the one piling the pressure onto Jakob Widerka.
Yes, absolutely. Pinball 0.5 of a second slower than Widerka last time round, so both of them are lapping very, very similar times. When it's a 7-minute or so lap, Pinball now just beginning, as you say, Travis, just to sit behind now, potentially fuel save if he can. It does all make a difference come the pit stop phase, and but both drivers now got a little bit of traffic to contend with as well. That perhaps gives Bao an opportunity to throw, just perhaps take a bit of a breather, and then perhaps look to make an overtaking move at some point later on in this lap.
Yeah, and you prompted this question earlier. As the slower class, what do you do? How do you think about getting out of the way? As we see the Porsche GT4 jump off to the side of the circuit. This is where you have to be so careful as the that happens to be one of the most convenient places to dive out of the way if you're a back marker. So I think my point is muted here somewhat. But as the as the back marker, you want to find a sensible place to get out of the way, like we talked about earlier. But then as the leader, you want to be really thoughtful about getting through too. They caught the traffic in a good spot there where they could easily get through, into the chicane, and then after the chicane coming into the Hotzenbach. But when you're racing like this, you're following somebody very closely. It's really tempting to make a dive on a back marker to stay as close as you can to the leading driver, and that can often come to tears. But these guys, very smart. Fortunate to catch the back markers in a good place, and now they continue as they were without the traffic in the way.
And Pinball is pushing that orange BMW car to the absolute limit as well. We saw a little bit of a puff of dirt just coming out of the rear of the car there. He's using every inch of the track and then some to really put our new race leader under pressure. 0.4 of a second is the gap between the pair of them as they make their way towards the Arenberg right-hander in a few moments' time. But Pinball just a little bit too far back to make a move here, and he will have to bide his time and retain second place in the race at the moment. But it is a change in lead in the GT3 Pro class, but as we well know, things could change in an instant. So let's take a look at the GT3 AM category, because it's that man there, Dennis Bayer, currently leading the way in the GT3 AM category with the 600 line GP Esports car. And it's been quite a long stint for Dennis, and has been an eventful one as well. But he is a driver with pace. He's currently leading that category, but it is it's just one of those ones where, again, they're coming to the pit window phase, and we'll see how Dennis gets on in the 600 car. Lots of pace in there, but the Ferrari in that GT3 category is one with bags of speed, and I think going to be a really interesting battle for the win in the AM class.
I think every stint feels like a long stint at the Nordschleife. You can count the laps that you do on one hand because or on two hands, sorry, because the circuit is so long, and it because there are so many corners, and you're off in the woods and in the mountains by yourself for so long. Sometimes driving around here feels more like driving away on a vacation or going to visit family than it does driving a racing car, though perhaps a bit more risky than going down the Autobahn. The Pro class has they've given us a lot of excitement out front, running nose to tail for as long as I've been in the commentary box, and then while I was watching before then. The drivers at the point in the AM class and GT4, I think they're driving races more like what we're used to seeing at the Nordschleife, where they've got a lot of breathing room in front and behind. They've got clear air to just get into a rhythm and run their race, but a long way to go. I think we'd like to see this close up in the AM and GT4 classes, but it's a dream for the drivers who are running in front right now, because they don't have any traffic to contend with, no competitors putting pressure on them like we see here with the leaders. We've jumped to them once again.
Yes, absolutely. And Travis, we mentioned a few moments ago about the iRacing update that was carried out for the GT3 cars and what potential implications that would have for the teams and the drivers. Well, we had a message through from Marcus Kennel, who said for the team, the update caused absolute mayhem and was only somewhat solved last night. So interesting to see just how the guys have been handling the changes brought in by the iRacing service. There was lots of big changes, not just to the cars, but the way the tyres perform as well and everything else. So there's been so much time that all the drivers and teams have been putting into this race, and that was just another little added dilemma that has made this race perhaps somewhat even more interesting to watch as well. But back at the front, Pinball is just trailing by a few tenths of a second with our new race leader, Widerka. In fact, 0.5 of a second out is the gap. But here's one man worth just following here for a few moments as well, the M4EM Timber Products 43 car of Brad Philpot did have a connectivity issue, unfortunately, a few hours ago in this race, so currently finds himself in 11th place in the GT3 Pro class. But Brad's done a great job in the Ferrari. It is a car that it's a very different offering to the BMW, and it's been interesting to see how both of these cars have been battling it out on track.
Yeah, it is. You can see at the front now that or as we go down the order, obviously the BMWs are favored at the front, but as you work your way down the order, there's this alternation of BMWs and Ferraris. So the Ferrari is a pretty competitive car. Brad gets it around here really. I mean, Brad gets any car around any circuit really well. Brad is a very talented driver. But yeah, we saw some BMWs scrapping with Ferraris earlier. Zdravko was talking about that earlier on in the broadcast. I think he was ribbing the BMWs a little bit because I don't think he's the biggest BMW fan. I don't know if anybody else got that impression, but there you go. The spoiler is out. But yeah, the Ferraris look pretty competitive. I don't know that they're quite as quick as the BMWs. You can see the top 5 there is all BMWs. So that is clearly the favorite car. But the Ferrari is working really well. And it's an interesting contrast, in iRacing and in real life racing, in GT3 racing, how the makes of cars that are so much different. The design is, the design of the car is fundamentally different. Engine in the front, engine in the back. How despite the cars being so much different, they're still really competitive. And then finding the ways in which, though over a whole lap, they're fairly evenly matched, but you can see parts of the circuit where one behaves differently, performs better from another, and it adds an interesting complexion of the race.
Yes, it certainly does, and we've got the 310 car there. It's Gerford behind the wheel. Side by side it goes with the other Porsche there, just making his way through. But back at the front, the GT3 Pro category, we have again lots of pressure being applied here by Pinball here. 1/10 of a second is the gap. He looks like he's going to try and throw that car up the inside. He's not going to. In fact, he's very, very nearly coming together there onto the entry to the corner. But Wederka holding on to the lead of this race. But Pinball is not giving this one up without a fight. Side by side they go now into the long left hand. They've got another one to follow before the track just moves off to the right. So Wederka will have the inside line here eventually, but will he have the lead of the race? No, because Pinball will take the lead of this race side by side, but Pau now once more on the outside here going into the right-hander hairpin. And let's see if Pau can hang on to the lead of this race. Great action here at the front, the GT3 Pro category, and Pinball has now looks like he's made that move stick, and he is into the lead of this race.
It was a spirited defense by Jakob Wederka. A little bit cheeky going into the hairpin on the front straight. You get a little bit of extra pavement there on the pit exit. So Pinball used that like he was going to throw it up the inside, but then Jakob Wederka cut it off. Forced him to go around the outside, and then he got it done side by side through all of the GP circuit, and now Pinball back in the lead of the race.
Absolutely. Both drivers almost posting identical laps last time round as well. It was a 750.7 for Pinball. It was a 750.6 for Wederka. So great action, great pace shown by both drivers as well. And we once more have a change at the lead of this race in the GT3 Pro category. So Team Racing Netherlands once more back out in front, but it's not done just yet. So Pinball has perhaps used the last couple of laps just to bide his time, save fuel, and just clear his head, and now finds himself once more leading the way in this race.
Yeah, he clearly has the guff and the motivation to be in the lead of the race. They're so evenly matched. He does look, I think he looks a little bit more ragged than Jakob Wederka. Wederka looks really comfortable in that car. Even in his defense, he was able to run side by side, within the margins of the circuit, no mistakes. Pinball just a little bit, he's making tiny little mistakes here and there. We've seen him put wheels off in a couple places. We see Jakob Wederka looks like he's going to make a move here into Ehrenberg. This is tricky to do. Pinball, it's hard to hang around the outside here before you get on the brakes for Ehrenberg. Jakob Wederka thinks better of it, chooses not to go side by side through there. It's a very fast corner, easy to touch and make a mistake. You'll have to follow him downhill to Adenauer Forest.
Yes, absolutely. And you've really got to trust your opponent at that part of the lap there as well. If you're dicing almost side by side in a very narrow and fast part of this lap, you've got to have full faith in the drivers around you that you can really scrap the way that they have. But Ardener Forst is sometimes a part of this track where drivers can drop a wheel and get things all wrong. Both cars making it through smoothly. Widerka just got a very clean exit there and closes down the race leader, but not really any opportunities to make a move here at the moment. But as we saw a few laps ago, Pim Bao is just a master at parking that car on the apex and really just shutting down any opportunities for the cars behind to make a move. So Widerka will really have his work cut out here if he wants to get back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, he will. Both of these drivers, you can see that they're building the confidence. They're piling on the pressure in more and more places around the circuit. They're willing to take a peek in places where you wouldn't normally go off the racing line. I mean, obviously, they've done dozens, maybe hundreds of laps around the Nordschleife, so they know their way around really well. They know where they can take a few risks, where they can use a little bit more road. But it's one thing entirely around the Nürburgring GP circuit to put a car around the outside and try to run alongside your competitor where you've got some runoff, the margins are a little bit bigger. But to do that around the Nordschleife where you could see that the Armco is only 3 meters away from the circuit on either side. One tiny mistake means that you're in the fence and you've got a long drive back around to the pits. Whereas on the GP circuit, maybe you go in the gravel, maybe you touch a wall, and it's not so bad. But these guys willing to take those risks. You wouldn't think with a little more than 7.5 hours remaining that they'd be so committed to driving each other so hard, but here we are, still within a half second of each other. The gap coming and going, under each other's bumpers at one moment, and then a little bit further away, but no quit.
No, absolutely not. Great action here and the lead of the GT3 Pro category. Let's take a look at third place man Phil Morton, currently third place at the moment. Just a good gap between him and Martin Schmid, a driver that we know's got lots of pace, but has had a very eventful stint behind the wheel of that car. And then it's Tobias Younger in fifth place at the moment in the 55 car. And so we have lots of BMWs leading the way, all occupying the top 5 spaces in the Pro category. Then they are split by a pair of Ferraris, and we have the Sim 3D Sport Robocop team currently 9th place in the Pro class. But Florian Kruger, another driver in the 53 car with lots of pace and looking to just try and make his way up the order.
He is indeed, as we tab down the order here to look at the running. Luca Harrison running strongly in 6th position in this Ferrari. The AM cars spread out a little bit more. I think we might have expected that going into the race. Obviously the top talent at the front are so closely matched on vehicle performance and on the merits of their own talent. And we've enjoyed that, watching cars go around the circuit for the last 3 hours. But AM spread out a little bit more. It's as a leader at the front, it's fun to scrap like this with someone else. But I think if I were in the race, I think I'd be much happier running 2nd, 3rd, 4th in the AM class with nobody around me, so I can just focus on my own job. But it is great for us to see this show at the front of the race.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've just got a really good scrap here with Dennis Meisner currently occupying 8th place at the moment, but coming under a good bit of pressure here. But thankfully, for him, it's a part of the track that once again is rather difficult to make an overtaking opportunity stick. So the Ferrari can just breathe a sigh of relief here at the moment. A little bit of traffic just further up ahead of him, but been a good stint for Dennis in the ESR Red by ESRshop.com car, and he'll be looking to try and build on his stint here with a little over 7 hours left in this event.
Yeah, a long way to go yet. These guys who are running near the top of the order in their respective classes, endurance racing is all about survival, and these guys surviving, running strongly. There's a long way to go yet, so they could still have a good scrap for the lead of the race. And speaking of the lead of the race, we had the 2 leaders side by side at the front. Pim Bao alongside Jakob Widerka. Widerka trailing a little bit. Pim Bao, I think, he's defending the right side of the circuit so that he doesn't have to yield going into Tiergarten. But this might, if Jakob Widerka could be right under his rear wing, right on that bumper coming through the final chicane, he might have another look like Pimbo did on the previous lap going into the first hairpin.
Absolutely. There was almost contact between the pair of them last time round. Let's see what happens here. I suspect that Pimbo is going to just take a very narrow line here. Eventually, that orange car will begin to move over to the middle of the track to try and just fend off any potential threat. There it is there, just a slightly narrower line there into the braking phase, just managing to unsettle Waderka and just fend off any potential threat. So he will retain the lead of this race at the moment. And again, this part of the lap, again, just really rewards patience within the driver. It's a very narrow and technical section, and Pimbo is just managing to just coax that orange Team Racing Netherlands car through this couple of phases of corners, and in fact, just looks like he's almost eked out a few tenths of a second of a gap into the bargain. However, he has just missed his apex there going around the hairpin. That will allow Waderka back into the mix, and been really good and clean scrapping between the pair of them. And let's see if we will see more of the same in this lap at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, these two showing us why they're at the front, because they can run so quick on their own, and they can run comfortably and confidently aside one another around the circuit. As you said a few moments ago, that the first part of the circuit, the GP circuit, rewards patience. Those corners are so long and relatively slow. It's really easy to overdrive the car, to put a little too much heat in the tires, wear them off a little bit. But both of these drivers managing really well. As we see, a little bit of a slide from Pimbo coming into the Hassenbach. It's easy to put a wheel up on that curb and really upset the car, but he just misses it. He is cutting the margins very fine, but fine enough and quick enough that he keeps Jakob Waderka behind him, though Jakob Waderka not going anywhere. I don't have any reason to believe this won't continue for 7 more hours, but it's so hard to keep this up as a driver. It's one thing to drive the car really hard to extract the maximum performance out of it, but something else entirely to have to do that while you're pressuring your competitors or being pressured by your competitors.
Yes, it certainly is, and it's very much between these two for the lead of the GT3 Pro category at the moment. We did, a few hours ago, we had a good 4-way scrap potentially for the lead, but a couple of cars falling by the wayside due to incidents, and very much on the recovery drive. So it's 2 cars here at the front who will be exchanging places to finish in the top step of the podium in the Pro category. Pimbo once more just taking a bit of a narrow line there, hugging the apex as best as he can around Arenberg, and Waderka just got to bide his time once again. This is a very, very fast and tricky part of the track here. We go down the hill, a huge compression before we rise once more and go into Ardenar Frost. Again, a very easy part of the track to make a mistake here. You can take a little bit too much curbing before you know it, you're facing the wrong way around, but Pimbo once more bringing the car around nice and steadily, taking a little bit of curb there on exit as well, just to carry as much speed with him here as he can, because this is again one part of the track where you want to really maximise speed. And Waderka just doing everything he can to hang on. There is third place man Phil Morton. That gives you an indication of the gap behind him and the race leaders. Martin Schmid just a good bit down the road as well. So it's some good action here at the top of the GT3 Pro category, and we've got the Ferrari once more in the lead of the race in the AM class as well. So it's it's been an interesting few hours or so here at the Nürburgring. There is our Luca Harrison, who was back in the car for a second stint. He was driving that Ferrari earlier on in this race, so he's back in behind the wheel of the 23 car and currently occupying 6th place. So he is leading the way in the battle for the Ferraris, and looking to continue to put in the fast laps. It was a 750 last time round, 750.4 in fact, which was considerably quicker than the cars around him. He's a driver with plenty of pace and looking to make the most of it.
Yeah, he'll have a lot of work to do to close the gaps. These cars in GT3 AM getting spread out pretty far, but with pace like that, I don't know he'll be far back down the road for too long. Yeah, so it looks like he may have just timed out, Andy.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing there. I'm not quite too sure what has gone on, so we'll certainly keep an eye on that one. That would certainly be dramatic, to say the least, but we'll find out as soon as we can just what has happened on that front. There is the 13 car in the AM class. Dan Fisher now behind the wheel of that one, and leading the way in the AM class, but got a little bit of traffic just ahead of him to contend with. That is the 33 Porsche. So let's see what has happened there with the other Ferrari, and we'll get an update as soon as we can on that one. But Dan Fisher leading the way in the GT3 AM class. That number 13 car has had a very, very good race so far. We are hearing that Luca Harrison is still involved, thankfully, so he is still in the running. In fact, there he is there. There's a number 23. There's a 23 car. Luca is still doing quite well there, leading the way in the Ferrari battle. And yeah, Travis, it's one of these ones where Luca's got a lot of clean air around him, so he can just focus on putting the fast laps in. It was a 7:50.4 last time out, and that was considerably quicker than the cars around him.
Yeah, he's going awfully quick. Looking at Danny Henney now, who has taken over for Brad Philpot. See him coming through at the final corners and onto the main straight now. Unfortunate for Brad earlier, he did time out, had a connection issue, and then obviously you lose a lap, maybe two, depending on where you disconnect. But they've not given up. Long way to go yet. Probably a win is not in the cards because they're so far down the order. But these guys are really strong. They're not going to go away. They won't give up.
No, absolutely. And Danny Henney is a very, very fast driver indeed, behind the wheel of the 43 car. He is, this is his first entry into this race. Brad Philpot done a fantastic job behind the wheel of the Ferrari for quite some time, but now it's Danny Henney's turn to get behind the wheel of the M4EM Timber Products car, and a driver with bags of pace, and one who will be looking to try make his way up the order as best he can, and certainly one that we'll be keeping an eye on here and seeing how his times are behind the wheel of that Ferrari.
Yeah, he not only will he'll do the work, but he may have to do he may have to shoulder a bit more burden than he might have otherwise. While you were talking about him going through the GP circuit, learned that Brad has not only disconnected, he's disconnected twice, and he is without internet. So that team effectively down a driver until he gets that sorted out. So work to do for Bradley Philpot's teammates, but they're talented. They're talented. They're motivated. Nobody here gives up. It's interesting in endurance racing how it's easy to feel like you should just, or looking in, you might think, why go around in 15th place? Why not give up? But when you're in the car and you're fighting for your 14th or 13th position, every little bit feels like a win when you've had a setback.
Absolutely, and you never know what can happen. That's the thing with motorsport. There's 7 hours left in this race. We could have a big, there could be cars coming together. There could be, again, misfortune striking some other teams. So it's just about bringing the car home, and we'll see how the race unfolds. But Travis, it is of course very frustrating if you have a technical issue for any driver, But it is part of sim racing, and it's just trying to make your way through these issues as best as you can.
It is, and I'd say it's tantamount to cutting a tire, having a puncture, or having some other kind of recoverable failure on the car. It's easy enough if you're in an actual GT3 car and actually going around the Nordschleife that you cut a tire halfway around the circuit. If you're all the way back at the carousel and you've got a puncture, then you lose 10 minutes getting back to pit lane. Hardly, at least in how it affects the complexion of the race, hardly any different from having a connection issue. And unfortunately, Brad's had one of those, or more than one, has had a couple of those virtual punctures today. So you make the most of it and carry on the best you can.
Absolutely, that's it. Harold Stadler there, currently 9th place at the moment in the number 15 Sim 3D Sport Robocop car. Just looking to try and make his way up the order. He's got the Ferrari just ahead of him there, in fact, as well. So he could potentially make his way up the order if he can continue to put in the fast laps. Harold there, currently in 9th place, doing a good job there behind the wheel of the BMW M4. Very much the car of choice in this race. And he's just kind of about to approach the Dottinger Hole straight, and he'll begin a new lap in a few moments' time. So back at the front, Tim Bull still leading the race by 0.3 of a second, though, because Waderka continuing to pile on the pressure, and there they are. There is the race for the lead. Pim Bull still holding on, but Waderka continuing to ask all sorts of questions of the Team Racing Netherlands car, and Jacob Waderka he's been behind Bull for a few laps now, Travis, but this could perhaps be the moment where he decides to try and make a move for the lead of this race.
Yeah, we've been looking around to give everyone else on circuit a fair share of the spotlight, but we keep coming back to this because they just won't go away. Neither of these drivers will. Neither of these drivers is willing to give anything. The the gap opens up to 0.4, half a second or so, and then they close up, and then they're alongside on one of the long straights around this circuit. This scrap just keeps going and going and going.
It certainly does, and what could we potentially see a move here into Arenberg? I think Paul's got enough just to keep that one covered. Doesn't need to go quite so defensive into that corner, so Waderka just continue to bide his time. There's third place man Phil Morton and fourth place man Martin Schmidt, who looks like he's wanting to get past that GT4 car and get him with quite a gap between them, it must be said. I don't think the GT4 car is going to just dive out the way as easily as that, Martin. He's going to have to be patient. He has now been slightly held up here into this part of the track, so it will cost him a little bit of time, but Schmidt now making his way through and into he can now turn his attention to third place man ahead of him, Phil Morton, who is quite some way up the road. There is Florian Kruger in fifth place, who the 53 car, who's had a very good few hours as well. So Kruger will be keen to try and just close the gap in between the two BMW cars ahead of him and potentially open that up into a three-way fight for the final podium place, because it's very much a race at the front between Pimbau and Jakob Waderka at the moment. But it looks like the GT3 Pro category has got some really interesting battles just beginning to hot up.
Yeah, it really does. The some of the gaps are closing up, and we're keeping an eye on those battles. It still rages at the front. We were watching Martin Schmidt try to get through the back marker there, and that's one of the frustrating facts of life in endurance racing, is that when you're trying to get through slower classes, it may just be the case that you're going to lose time. You could make a dive and try to get through the back marker, the slower class, thinking that you're going to gain time doing that and make a mistake and make it even worse. And then it's even more frustrating around the Nordschleife, because there's one racing line on this narrow circuit. Sometimes you're behind another driver for a kilometer or more, and there's just nothing you can do about it. But there's an ebb and flow to it. The gaps come and go. Your bad luck on one lap could be a competitor's bad luck on another lap, and that reverses. Somebody else has a rough go, getting through a back marker in a bad place, and you might be able to catch them right away and close up the gaps. The key in endurance racing, what the drivers at the front, the drivers who are really successful, they're very smart about driving the car in a way that they maximize the potential of catching the back markers and using them to their own benefit. And I think you can see a lot of that in the gaps on circuit right now. A lot of these cars are evenly matched. But through 3 or 4 hours of racing, very strategically getting through the slower classes adds up in a lot of time. And that's why we see the leaders, or one of the reasons why we see the leaders, first and second running a line astern. But Phil Morton in third place is another 40 seconds down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And lots of pace throughout the field here in both the GT3 Pro category, the GTM category, and in the GT4s as well. But sometimes it's just picking your moment, knowing when to make a move, knowing when to sit back. And sometimes it's that traffic management that we spoke about earlier on as well, and just trying to navigate your way through the field as best as you can. All those elements build up, and that can decide your fate in a race. But Florian Kruger currently 5th place, and looking to try and put a little bit of pressure on Martin Schmidt ahead of him in the number 70 car. Luca Harrison, one driver we mentioned a few moments ago. Again, we know he's got lots of pace in that Ferrari, but just looking to try and reel in the cars ahead. It will be a tough stint for him to do that, but it was a 750.4 last time out, which is around the same pace as the cars ahead of him. But Luca has got lots of speed behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, he really does. All of the cars at the front fairly evenly matched, but Luca running pretty quickly too. Like in the 50 range is pretty good for this stage of the race, and he's competitive with the leaders. Florian Kruger and Phil Morton running just a little bit quicker. Big gaps between these cars, so take a long time for the ebb and flow of those gaps to actually show in the gaps on track. But all of these guys at the front, were something to happen to the leaders, they would be right there in the lead and very competitive with a long way left.
Yes, absolutely, and that does just underline how important it is to be consistent above everything else around this track here. Luca Harrison here making his way around the carousel section of the track now. One of the most iconic corners, not just on this circuit, but in all of motorsport. A fantastic corner here on the track, and Luca navigating his way round it cleanly, and now he'll go down the very, very fast part of the track. But back at the front row, Pinball taking a narrow line once more because he is coming under sustained pressure from Jakob Weder in the 97 BMW behind him. So the orange car of Pinball once more in the lead of this race, but very, very narrow, Travis, there down the straight. But could we see him potentially having to go defensive once more once we enter the Grand Prix part of the lap?
Yeah, he might. He did. I don't know if he was trying to break the slipstream or if it was a bit of communication to the driver behind him or his teammates. He did a bit of a weave after Gulkenkopf and onto Dodinger Hoa. Looks like Jakob Wederka is a little bit far back. Oh no, they both dive for pit lane. Here we go, Andy. Another cycle of pit stops.
Yes, absolutely. Both cars are going into the pits at the same time, and it's one of those ones we expect 7 laps or so per stint, but yes, it's all about, perhaps this is where we mentioned the fuel-saving element of the race. If you can just sit back a little bit here and there, sometimes I can buy you a tenth or so in the pits, and that can be the difference between coming out of the pits in second and in the lead of this race. So we'll keep a close eye on both of those cars there in pit lane. Dan Fisher, of course, one driver we've mentioned in the number 13 car, leading the way in the AM category and doing a good job of it as well. But yeah, we'll expect to see some of the cars coming into the pit lane soon, potentially for tyres, but certainly for fuel.
Yes, indeed. We see Phil Morton into pit lane 2. I believe on the last cycle of pit stops, Andy, he took an extra lap and ran in the lead for 1 lap, but he has followed these 2 in now. So not sure if that was a change of strategy or if the leaders were able to stretch. They did trade positions a couple times, so they might have been able to save a little bit. Though when you're running as hard as they are, it's hard to save any fuel, but perhaps they did. Maybe they got an extra lap on Martin Schmidt, and now they're pitting evenly. We see Dan Fisher going through one of the back markers into this. I think this is affectionately known as YouTube corner by the Jimmy Broadbent fans. And here we go. We got Danilo Steinberg coming through the iconic. Ooh, a little bit of a challenge there, getting through the back markers. The off in the grass there. Not entirely sure if the back marker didn't see him or not, but this is one of the challenges getting around the Nordschleife. As the racing line is very narrow, the track is narrow, and we've talked about this a couple times during the broadcast that you have to be very choosy about where you choose to pass. Having a look up the inside here, and once again, I think, yeah, it's just very difficult to pass. You want to get through. You want to save that time. Danilo Steininger is doing best to get through the slower cars, but perhaps a difference in experience there, getting through the GT4 drivers. But now he is off and up the road, finally through the slower cars. Bit of a breathtaking moment for him, but he can now tuck in, take a deep breath, and get on with his race.
Yeah, interesting one to say the least. And the 600 car. New driver behind the wheel there as well, but back in the lead it's Wederka from Pinball as we've seen both cars momentarily going into the pit lane. It looks like quite a considerable gap there for Wederka over Pinball. It looks like around 4 seconds or so, so perhaps that's one we'll just have to keep an eye on there. One's perhaps taking a little bit more fuel than the other, or managed to fuel save a little bit more than the other, but Wederka's got a very decent lead considering just how close both cars have scrapped over the last stint. So Pinball has got his work cut out here if he wants to get back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, the gap it's surprising, honestly. In oval racing, you would see this kind of this, fueling with these very tight margins to minimize the amount of time in pit lane, but pit stops are so much longer in endurance racing and in GT racing that you wouldn't typically, especially on cars that are on similar strategies, you wouldn't see them try to save so much time in the pits. But I mean, you are clearly right. Maybe could be that one of the could be that Pimbo picked up a little bit of damage somewhere, going over a curb or maybe brushing the wall. We did see going, coming off the GP circuit and onto the Hotzenbach, we saw him brush the wall at least once. So maybe a little bit of optional damage that they chose to fix, only cost them a couple seconds. But it is suspicious that they're further down the road and not running at nose to tail like they were. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, certainly that is one that we will try and keep a close eye on just to see what's what with that. But yeah, that's that part of the race now. We've had a good few hours or so under our belts. There's so many twists and turns in this M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours race, and Tobias Junger is one who has been shown that he's got lots of pace here, but finds himself in 6th place, and that is just the nature of endurance racing. It's got lots of pace, and as we mentioned, Travis, sometimes traffic appears at the wrong time for you in the lap, or there's a little bit of scrapping ahead that you've just got to be patient with. But Tobias is a driver that we know has got speed and is worth keeping an eye on, that's for sure. Currently 6th in the moment. He's got Harold Stadler ahead of him, then it's Florian Kruger in 4th place, but that's one that we'll certainly keep an eye on here as well. Yes, indeed. Here we go, back to the Ferrari of Dan Fisher, the leader in the GT3 AM category. Running pretty quickly, fairly competitive with the leaders, not too far off. Doing 751s while the leaders are doing, his best lap is 751. He just came into the pits, but he was running around 752s, 53s, while the leaders, after they come out of the pits, are doing about that pace while tires come up to temperature, while they start to burn off the fuel. So strong performance from Dan Fisher. And once again, we've talked about this before, the dream for a driver in the lead of the race or running competitively near the front of the order. No traffic in sight, no pressure from behind, nobody chase in front. He can focus on his race and his rhythm. There, Danilo Steininger trying to catch him, but a few seconds down the road. But in a chasing position, I think that it's nice when you're running well to have room to breathe and not have to worry about your competitors. But it's also, I think, sometimes it's a little bit easier to drive. It's a bit easier to push when you can see your competitor ahead of you. And he's got a bit of a gap. So he's a bit lonely trying to close the gap, find the lead of the race. Might be a little bit easier for him as, there's a big slide from Chris Schmidt as we work our way down the order. Easy to make a mistake there because you pop over the crest and the rear of the car wants to get away, especially in one of these cars, the Porsches. So Scott Tuffy takes a slightly more conservative drive over the crest of the hill there. All of these drivers at the front of the AM category looking really strong and not too far apart from one another, Andy. Yeah, absolutely. Scott Tuffy just settling into his stint here as well. Got a good scrap here. Stephen Wark up there in 7th place, come under a bit of pressure from Luca Harrison, who's one driver we've mentioned a fair bit in the last stint or so here. But he's now beginning to find himself with the opportunity to make his way up the order. Good scrap here for 7th place. Let's ride on board with the Ferrari driver here. Doesn't decide to make a move there. Very, very narrow part of the track here, but we will now begin the climb once more. And Luca Harrison again, it's just about, Travis, I suspect that this part of the lap, once we come out of the carousel, just being patient and trying to make the move on the Dottinger Hole straight. That's what we're seeing lots of drivers do, rather than trying to force the overtaking opportunity at this point and then be vulnerable to just being passed by the slipstream down the straight. Yeah, you've said patience many times, and here we see it once again where patience pays off. He got brilliant drive off Bergberg and was very close to, very close. Oh, he decides to make a move coming down to Vipperman. This is a very risky move, but looks like, Luca is through. Yeah, I think he was given the position there, choosing not to run side by side. I was saying that through Bergberg, he had great drive, and he just had a huge head of steam going up the hill toward the carousel. That gap was probably 4/10 at the bottom of the mountain, and then on the way up, he was by the time they got to the carousel, they were running much closer. So clearly clearly Luca has found some pace, or I mean, maybe he's had this pace the whole time. We've focused so much on the front that we don't know, not entirely sure myself how much time Luca made up to take that position, but he's just driven away, Andy. Like, he's gone through and he is off into the sunset.
Just about to say the exact same thing there. The fact that Luca has managed to pull out such a big gap over a relatively small number of corners is very, very impressive indeed. Did the BMW perhaps move out the way? Maybe, but again, it's like we're talking about being patient. It's also knowing when to pick your battles, and that was an opportunity where they just clearly felt that Luca had to go, and rather than costing both of them time, just let the faster car through, and then you can focus on your own race. So Luca Harrison up into 7th place, leading the way in the Ferraris in the GT3 Pro category, but he now has the BMWs all a good bit up the road, unfortunately. But Stephen Workup, there he is there just now, making his way down the straight, but there's a good gap there between 9th place man there, Kai Vormelker, in the 88 BMW. So it was a good scrap there between the Ferrari and the BMW for 7th place, but they've definitely got a good gap between themselves, between them and 9th. So it's interesting battles all the way through the field here in all of our classes, but back at the front, Pinball, 5.4 seconds is the gap now, Travis, between him and the race leader. So there's Florian Kruger just making his way out the pits now as well, so he will slot back in 5th place, but has got a very, very fast BMW on warmer tyres, coming steaming down into the hairpin. Tobias Junger perhaps looking to make a move, because it'll take a bit of time for Florian just to get back up to speed and back into rhythm of the car. So this could be a good little scrap on our hands for P5.
Yeah, he's got just a little bit of room that I don't know that he'll have too much trouble keeping Tobias behind him. He's got enough gap that he's got some time to get the tires up to temperature, and then by the time he gets into the Hasselbach, it's so difficult to pass there that he shouldn't have too much trouble preserving this gap. But if Tobias is he's leaner on fuel, obviously not having just come out of the pits like the competitor ahead of him. So here. We've talked about consistency, and this is where consistency pays off. Where wisdom and discretion really make the difference. You've got a car ahead of you that has just come out of pit lane, heavy on fuel, perhaps on old tires. You just have to hit your marks. Gain a couple hundredths in each corner around all of the, corners around this circuit, and he might be there in the race for 5th position.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very, very wide line there into the left-hander to maximise speed on exit. And Tobias looking to put a little bit of pressure on here on the 53 car in front. Florian Kruger, though, has had a very strong still behind the wheel, and he won't want to give up 5th place without a fight. You will now have that car back up to kind of operating temperatures and everything else. The car will feel nice and settled now, albeit with a full tank of fuel. But he will do everything he can to hold on to 5th place. Luca Harrison just a little bit further down the road, though, in the leading Ferrari, and he will be keen to try and do what he can to close the gap here. But driver with lots of pace, and he'll be looking to make an impression here. But still lots of time, of course, left in this race. Look at using all of the track and then some, and that just underlines how hard he is pushing that Ferrari. He's doing everything he can to get himself up the field here and into contention.
Yeah, that's one of the few places where you can get away with that. But if you look at the gap, he has just disappeared from Stephen Workup. That was half a lap ago. Just 6 or 7 kilometers. They were running nose to tail, and then Luca Harrison went flying by. And now that's a 6-second gap. So Luca Harrison is driving very quickly, and Stephen Workup is going backwards. We'll have to keep an eye on Luca, because he is quite quick, surprisingly so, I would say.
Yeah, he's doing a great job there, and that Ferrari does have lots of pace in it. It certainly suits his style, that's for sure. He's doing a very, very good job behind the wheel of the car, and we'll certainly keep an eye on his journey here as the race progresses. So,
it's one of the places where you can cut the curbs, and the circuit is coming into Adenauer Forst. There's the fast sweeping left hand bend where you dive on the brakes and go down a gear, and then you can pitch the car over the curb to open the corner up as much as possible. Luca on his last trip through there put the center of the car over the curbing, which is a bit risky because you can damage the floor of the car. But it does highlight just how hard he is driving the car right now. You can see him a little wide of the apex there, and then out wide to the curb. So Luca clearly feeling confident in the car and pushing it really, really hard. Hasn't shown in the lap times just yet, because we're getting through pit stop cycles. I don't know that we don't have a time from him that we can fairly compare. But he is looking really quick.
I think it's great to see 7 hours left in a race, and Luca is really pushing with everything he's got. It's fantastic to watch. And the benefit as well is he's got lots of clear air around him. He can really just focus on just putting the fastest laps in he possibly can, and he is doing a very impressive job here. Currently 7th place at the moment in the GT3 Pro class. So good stuff here for the number 23 Ferrari, and he's one we will certainly continue to follow as this race unfolds. So yeah, stuff here from Luca.
Yeah, we've enjoyed the scrap at the front, and I think we welcome a bit of a break with that settling down, so that we can watch some of these drivers further back, because Luca Harrison putting on a clinic. Now looking to Dan Fisher, the leader in the GT3 AM category. A little bit lonely for him, but running comfortably in that Ferrari. And now back to Danilo Steininger chasing him a few seconds back up the road. So none of these cars in the AM category in very close contention, but you can see the cars in the foreground in some of the corners. There you can just see the Ferrari escaping over the hill, coming up to Hoak. These, sorry, that's not Hoak, that's Adenauer Forst. I was confused about where I was on the circuit. But if you look in the background and then up to the foreground, you can see these cars, just a few seconds separating them here and there. So one little mistake, an unfortunate place to catch a back marker, and we might have a race on our hands for any one of these categories.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Schmid there just making his way through in the 111 car there, and going into the tight right-hander at Arenberg. It's a very tricky corner, that one. Deceptively so, I suspect, as well, because you're carrying so much speed coming into corners. You have to time your braking point to absolute perfection. And yeah, it's a very, very... it's a very dangerous part of the track as well, because if you do just brake a tiny bit late, you'll know all about it, because that car will be off the track and you will have a long, long journey ahead of you to get it back into pit lane here. So there's Scott Tuffy, currently 4th in the GT3 AM category, and doing a good job at the start of his stint there behind the wheel of the Porsche 911. And got a little change there just in the Pro class as well, and that is... I've got Waderka in the lead, Pinball in 2nd, Martin Schmid in 3rd, just on the timing screens, just changing over. Martin Schmid in the number 70 car, still with all of that damage, and thankfully not affecting the performance too much of that car. So Martin Schmid doing a good job there in the number 70 as he makes his way down the Dottinger Hole straight.
Yeah, he's looking pretty strong. He's certainly managing his race and keeping the gap to Harold Stadler in 4th behind him. He doesn't have the pace for the leaders, but I think he's probably just, because he's got gaps in front and behind him, he can just manage his race, run conservatively, not take any risks like we've seen from Jakob Waderka and Pim Bo out front, or Luca Harrison further back. Luca Harrison is closing that gap, but he's doing it by taking some risks. Martin Schmid clearly just managing his race and running a strong 3rd.
Yes, absolutely, and doing a very good job of it there as well. I've been impressed with the number 70 and indeed the number 77 in 2nd place at the moment as well. It's been some really good racing from the Team Racing Netherlands car, currently 2nd place, driven by Pinball at the moment. But really interesting scraps, I have to say, over the last couple of hours in the GT3 Pro category. So many twists and turns in this story, and it's not done yet. But Martin Schmid bringing the car now into the Grand Prix layout of the circuit, and again, it's that part of the track, that turn 1 in particular, Travis. I think if you look at every corner, you want to hit every apex, but I don't think it's essential to do it there, because there's a big drop on the apex. It's just almost about just trying to carry as much speed as you can, but try not to unsettle the car as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as much in the GT3 cars as it would in like a Formula 3 car. These have a bit more give and a more travel in the suspension. In an F3 car, they're so stiffly sprung and the car is so rigid that if you try to take all of that curve right next to the bollard on the inside, then you get a nice thunk in the middle of the corner, and it's not so quick. But you are right. You don't want to take as much there. You can afford to be a little bit conservative on the entry at the apex. Just because that drop is so big. And then there's so much room on the exit that, if you get the car slowed down to the apex, you want to get through there as quickly as you can and carry the speed, but it's a slow corner and there's lots of room on the exit. So, what matters more is as it does on any corner on the circuit, what matters there is consistency. Here, looking to Jakub Viderka is negotiating back markers. This is kind of a tricky place to do it. It's a dangerous place for the slower class car to get out of the way, because it's so fast downhill. There's one line on the way down the hill and then back up to Adenauer Forst. But Jakub Viderka uses his talent, uses his wits, able to get through the slower class in a tricky position. And this is the give and take in negotiating the slower classes. That's going to cost Pimbo, or could cost Pimbo, a little bit of time, because Pimbo is going to catch those cars on the way down to Adenauer Bridge. Not ideal at all.
No, absolutely, but that is part of the challenge of taking part in such an endurance race like this. It's knowing when to try and navigate your way through the traffic, and sometimes it works for you and sometimes it goes against you. But Jakub Viderka managing to navigate his way through and retain the lead of this race. And we've got just coming into 6 hours or so left to go in this one. We are rapidly approaching the midway point in this one, or 7 hours to go, I should say, I beg your pardon. And yes, it's been a very dramatic few hours or so. Lots more still in store at the M4EM Nürburgring, 12 hours in need of Macmillan Cancer Support. I'm going to now hand you over to George Morgan, who will join Travis Mehlinger for the next few hours here on the broadcast.
Got to say, a wonderful stint indeed. Thank you for the handover, and I got to say, the action has looked absolutely brilliant, and it's a pleasure to be back here as well. I think I've definitely witnessed there's been a few changes, I think, since I last did my stint. It certainly seems a bit topsy-turvy, but Jakub Viderka, I'm going to get his name right this time, because I was saying Verdka earlier on, which obviously wasn't correct. It was Viderka, but seems like a good race at the moment, very steady. It looks like the cars have settled down as we're now into the remaining 7 hours of racing in this race. It's going to be absolutely superb. I'm excited to be back, and great to see the live chat getting so involved as well. I take it we've still got lots to be excited about. Can you give us a review, Travis?
I can. Welcome to the commentary box, George. This is our first event together, so it is a pleasure to meet you in the commentary box. I'm glad you're back, and you're absolutely right. There's been a lot of action. I think you missed the bulk of it. I lucked out and came in at the right time, because the story has been the race at the front, the Protocharged SimSport drivers and Team Racing Netherlands running very closely together for a long time. But the gap has grown after the last pit stop cycle. The Protocharged SimSport car with Jakub Viderka in the machine right now, a little bit quicker on the pit stop, out a few seconds ahead of Pimbo in the Netherlands car behind them. Now that gap has grown up to about 19-20 seconds. So Jakub Viderka extending the lead a little bit. Pimbo running a little bit slowly, not entirely sure why, if it's a problem with their car or if Pimbo has just backed off a little bit, or perhaps there's something else going on. But yes, absolutely correct. The big story has been the race at the front, but the race is further down the order. There have been interesting scraps here and there. We followed Luca Harrison around for a lap or two, where he suddenly found some stunning pace, running 751s right now. Made a pretty sensational pass on Stephen Warkup around the one of the tricky parts of the back part of the circuit before the Kleiner Carousel, and then took off into the sunset down Donninger Hoa and has extended that gap to 20 seconds. Lots of excitement at the front that has finally settled down, so we can give everyone else down the order their fair share of attention. But the racing is still happening in places down the order.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to see. And obviously looking at this man as well, Sorry Max Gerthu now comes straight into the pit lane on the Donninger Hoa straight, pretty much heading down the start-finish straight, but now bails into the pit lane in front. And we'll have to see where he comes out, that's for sure. Obviously not sure whether they'll make a driver change. Not sure how lengthy his stint has been, but I know some teams are doing them more regular than others. But leading the GT4 class contingent and coming in to make a stop. But plenty out and about. There's Marius Pretorius as well for Team Heat Together, who's making his way through as well. Currently sitting in 16th place, ladies and gentlemen. And what a sight this is to see indeed. Still no change at the top end, though. But Jaka Viderka certainly given us something to look at, that's for sure. A great consistent stint. And I did allude to the factor of consistency during qualifying. And Jaka Viderka, to be absolutely fair to him, has been exactly that. He has been at the top end. Okay, not at the front at the very start, but certainly was still there and has managed to nurture his car now into a very, very steady advantage at this moment in time. So as long as they can keep managing it for the next 7 hours or so, or just under 7 hours, they're going to be in a very, very good spot indeed. Pim Bauer obviously in second place for Team Racing Netherlands. We've got such an array of different talents, different cars, but it certainly seems to me that the BMW certainly favours this circuit. And I did speak to Chris at the very start of this broadcast, and I got the feeling that the BMW was favoured for its mere stability factor. I sort of get the impression the Ferrari is more for a straight line speed purpose. Would you agree with that, Travis?
I would agree with that. We followed, when we were watching Luca go sailing by Stephen Warkup a couple laps ago, it really showed on the longer straights, on the run up to the carousel. He just made up a stunning amount of time on the way up the hill. He had good drive out of Bergwerk, was probably 5 tenths down. And then by the time they were in the carousel, they were running line astern. So Luca's a strong driver. He's extracting a lot of performance out of that Ferrari, which I think, on the whole, as you mentioned, is not quite as strong as the BMW, but it is good in a straight line. And occasionally, when we see these drivers scrapping out on circuit, especially these long straights like we're watching Danilo Steininger go through right now, you can really see the difference in straight line performance from the Ferrari.
Yeah, you definitely can, and we've seen it a little bit in the practice sessions, the warm-ups, certainly in qualifying, but not. It's not necessarily straight line speed that is your friend around here at the Nürburgring. Certainly at the combined circuit, where you've got so much variation in the cornering, and stability, I would say, is far greater your friend than that of the straight line speed of the Ferrari. But it certainly does come in useful on the odd occasion. Is the Lion GP esports car of Danilo Steininger making his way through the next right-hander, and is certainly nurturing a little advantage of his own, but he has got a battle on his hands as he now makes his way through this next right-hander. It's looking very interesting indeed between these two as makes his way down through this next section. But I've got to say, brilliant to see all these drivers out in front as well. Jaka Viderka, as I said, still leading. Pim Bauer in second place. And then you've got Martin Schmid in behind as well with Florian Kruger. Just want to say a massive thank you to all the supporters as well for the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours. Let us not forget we are raising money for the Macmillan Cancer charity, a very well worth charity. And we've got an update on the total as well, £420 raised. And since I was last here on the broadcast, this near enough another £200 raised. So thank you ever so much, everybody, for all your amazing support. Our £1,000 target, we're nearing the halfway point. And isn't that just magic, Travis?
It really is. We so to all the donors who have contributed, thank you very much. And we've got an interesting parallel to endurance racing in the donation count, where we're on a pace. We're managing our pace for the donations. The drivers at the top are managing their races really well, and I think £420 is right about where we want to be, with a little less than halfway done in the race. Just shy of halfway to our donation target. Just shy halfway through the race. We're very thankful for everybody who has donated, and if you haven't yet, please consider it. This is a great cause, and we welcome and appreciate anything you're willing to give.
Yeah, 100%. You could not be more right, I've got to say. Brilliant to see. And if you guys have got your drivers, the teams that you are supporting in this race, please don't hesitate to let us know in the live chat. And this is much about you guys, the viewers at home, as well as the drivers, the broadcasting team. It all comes together to make this beautiful, beautiful show that we've got here on YouTube and Twitch and many other platforms, including Facebook, where we are broadcasting. And it's great to see you guys all across the globe watching us here today at the Nürburgring. What a circuit indeed. Absolutely drenched in history. and many great drivers have driven here, and even a couple have their corners named after themselves, including Michael Schumacher as well, the great Formula One driver, 7 times world champion, of course, most known for his work at Ferrari. And this, of course, being his home country as well. But there's the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 70 car making its way through in the Beamer, with the proto-charged SimSport car in behind as well. And I have to say the gaps are looking relatively healthy. Jakub Viderka currently in P1. We have got a battle intensifying in P6 as well, with Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters now making their way through. Who are you going to call in this situation, folks, as they make their way down this next sector in the straight? Next left-hander now. And certainly as they do so, it's getting testy, getting feisty, as now indeed the Ring Fizer Sim Racing. I'm gonna butcher the name of that team indeed, but Kai Vormelcher with an excellent move indeed. And Travis, that's the way you do it.
Yeah, I've got you, George. That's Ringfiziert Schwedenkreuz. Stephen Warkup, we saw him get blown by Luca Harrison earlier, and showed a little bit of discretion in letting Luca go by in a challenging part of the circuit. And now I think he's done the same once again. He lets Kai Vormelcher through. Going around the outside into Ehrenberg is pretty challenging. I think Stephen Warkup thought better of it. Better not to go side by side. Difficult on the brakes to go tight into that corner and try to defend the inside line. If you have somebody already there on the outside, it's a long and deceptively long and challenging corner as it is. So Stephen Warkup, once again, somebody catches him in a tricky spot, and rather than race, he chooses self-preservation. I expect he'll probably fall back again like he did to Luca Harrison. Though he'll have Luca Harrison problems again before too long. Luca Harrison went down the order a couple spots on a pit stop, and I think we will probably see him catch Stephen Warkup once again in a few laps' time. There you can see the gap extending between Kai Vormelcher and Stephen Warkup. Warkup just managing.
He is. Warkup just in behind right now. The gap is pretty steady. And as long as he can maintain it, approximately around about 0.7 of a second, a little bit more now. It's starting to spring out just slightly. Vormelcher certainly looks a little bit more comfortable. And I have to say, this is a consistent theme. Again, like I said before, stability is important around this track. I get the feeling that he's looking at the bigger battle in hand, certainly, is Stephen Warkup. And Kai Vormelcher as well, doing very well to get past in such serious fashion as well. There's the Sim Racing Centre GT3 car currently lined up in P5. That's Tobias Junger making his way through for Sim Racing Centre GT3. And BMW, I've got to say, it's BMW lockout right through from P1 to P8 in the Pro class right now. And enjoying that, well, certainly those positions as we speak. In P5, Tobias Junger holding on with Florian Kruger ahead of him as well. The gap is an almighty near enough 39 seconds between the pairing. In behind those, Stephen Warkup is going to be looking to try and get closer, that's for sure. Vormelcher will be looking to get past, that's for sure. But yes, very interesting. There's Kruger now in through the next left in the proto-charged SimSport car. And again, a nice healthy gap between him and the car ahead as well, that being Martin Schmid. But the battle is intensifying. Obviously, if you look further down as well, the GT4 classes are getting interesting too. Ben Kelly McCauley leading that charge in the Porsche. And as he does so, looks very, very electrifying right now. Certainly the GT4s don't, honestly get the appreciation they deserve from time to time, because obviously they do pull out some great performances. I mean, they do tend to find themselves dodging the approaching GT3s on constant occasions. I know from my experiences of doing the 24-hour of Barcelona to Catalunya, we tend to see them collide from time to time, certainly in the dawn of night, where the drivers have been driving for a considerable amount of time and darkness has come upon the circuit. It could be very treacherous for many of them. Luckily enough, we are under the sunlight here in the Nürburgring, but in the Styrian Mountains, things can get a little bit obscure because it can get rather cloudy.
It can. It's easy for like the road to kind of melt into the background. You can see it's overcast. There are gray skies in the background. So depending on where you pop over a crest, what part of the circuit are you on, it's kind of easy. It's easy to lose sight of where you are on circuit or where you want to be on the track in that specific spot. And then, as you mentioned, you don't see a lot of drama. We're looking at my friend Ronald Grossman here in the Core Sim Racing Machine. I know Ronald. the Porsches going around don't look dramatic on stream, but they're, I don't want to say they're a handful to drive. This isn't like the GT3 Cup car, but you know, they don't have quite the same stability, the ease of driving that the BMWs do at the front. So Ronald making it look easy right now, as he does have a faster car coming up right now. Ronald very experienced around this circuit, so he will let this driver through pretty easily without too much fuss. Or perhaps not. They're going to go side by side up to X Mueller. There we go. Now the front runner is through. Yeah, I think Ronald was displeased by that. It looked like he had it in hand, and perhaps there was a miscommunication. But yeah, it doesn't look dramatic, but these cars are they're challenging and fun to drive. Certainly makes it easier that there is sunlight, because it is a different beast at night, especially at a circuit like this one where you can't really see where you're going anyway. So many twists and turns and blind crests, and the barrier's so close.
Yeah, definitely. And there's Danny Lee as well, frontline coffee. Might need his coffee as well throughout the duration of this race. Certainly as they're now coming together now. Certainly seeing what looks like a very intense fight further down, and just letting a car through as well. Obviously, you've got to give way to the faster cars, and I've got to say, made complete mincemeat of that GT4, and that is the challenge certainly here around the Nürburgring. And there's an incident there. Not quite sure. I think that's Green Delta Motorsport. Axel Kerr is now in the pit lane, and that is pretty much a staunch example of what can happen. Certainly in this, certainly at this circuit. Luckily enough, touch wood, I haven't seen too many on my stints, but I have to say, just goes to show how treacherous this circuit really is, Travis.
Yeah, that was a courteous move by him too. I couldn't tell where that was on circuit other than to see some other cars coming through. We cut to it, and then he quickly reset to pits. So he was on. I could see he was on the edge of the circuit over a curb with cars coming through. So he thought pretty quickly to jump to the control to reset to pits, get out of the way, make sure he doesn't impede any cars coming back on circuit. That's going to cost them the better part of a lap. Resetting to pits is cost time in towing. For those not familiar with iRacing, you can reset if you're stopped on circuit, but you get what is a virtual tow truck to haul you back to the pits, and it does run down the timer on you. So wise and courteous by him to jump out of the way as quickly as he could, avoid any further damage to his car or impeding his competitors, but that is going to tumble them down the order.
It certainly is not certainly a friendly situation, and now he's going to have to wait to be towed, and then on top of that, repair any damage that the car would sustain. And tell you what, you're not going to be absolved of all incidents here at the Nürburgring. It is a relentless circuit. A lot of people fear it. A lot of people love it. And got to be honest, I think as a spectator, I think we love it the most, as we're now watching Pim Bao currently lying in P2 in the GT3 Pro Series, and now making his way through this next right. He's got... We actually got some news. It was Pim Bao who actually did make contact. I take it he is the one who did cause the incident to begin with then?
Yeah, I think that's the message we got in our ears while we were talking just a moment ago, was that he did come together with Pim Bao, and that is that's a topic we've repeated a few times. This is a refrain during the race, that endurance racing, one of the challenges is getting through the slower cars. So you know, Pim Bao further back, a few seconds further back on the lap, clearly got together with that driver. There you can see car 77 under investigation. That is the Team Racing Netherlands machine driven by Pim Bao. It's so easy to make a mistake and collide with a back marker, and put the back marker or yourself, both of you, off the circuit, and especially here where the track is so narrow, the margins are so fine. Easy to make a mistake and accidentally put somebody off.
Yeah, not good at all, and you could get heavily cautioned for that, or worse, I have to say, a time penalty of some sort, anything, or incident points, for example. Obviously, that's a very, very prominent feature in the world of iRacing. We've got two cars now making their way into the pit, Errol Stadler and Danilo Steiniger as well. They've both come into the pits, and no doubt they will be moving more drivers up the order as well. Missed Apex Predators are currently leading the way of the GT3 AM class, but they're also in the pits, Iron Skull Motorsport being one of them too. And not sure whether Pim Bao would be carrying much damage after that particular incident, because obviously any point of contact, it can leave you susceptible to damage to your car. And we all know iRacing, folks, the slightest touch or the slightest graze, if there's any suspension damage, certainly around the Nürburgring, it's certainly not going to be your friend.
No, the circuit relies so much on mechanical grip and the consistent performance of the car around all of these these variations of corners. There is so much variety, so much difference from corner to corner that the balance of the car is so critically important, even more so than it is anywhere else. It didn't look like they came together too hard because we don't see if there's any damage on the Team Racing Netherlands machine. It wasn't obvious to me when I watched them go by just a moment ago, but it adds up, especially around here when a lap is nearly 8 minutes long. A 100th here, a 10th there. He was already 19 seconds, 20 seconds down on Jakob Verderke. I think that gap has grown even further up to 21 or so. So he would have lost a little bit of time in that collision. He was already 19 seconds back down the road. But, that might, I think Martin Schmidt might be salivating a little bit if he's aware that those two collided and that Pim Bao has lost a little bit of time. Suddenly, this is interesting for them. Pim Bao may be on for a penalty. If that's a drive-through, it's going to cost him 20 or 30 seconds to come through pit lane. So that's the ebb and flow of this kind of race. You have to work with the traffic. You have to be smart and sensible about it. And then, you can easily benefit from somebody else going off when there's a mistake.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we got a bit of side-by-side action there as Richard Spanners goes through as well, the car 997, and that is a wonderful move indeed. The Map Cucumber car, and down this next straight, you can almost relax here. We could potentially have a 3-wide affair in behind as well between what looks to be a Porsche and a BMW as well as they come together. That's Team Racing Netherlands, Pim Bao again. And hopefully you can have a bit of a clean venture this time instead of a little bit of an ankle tap like he had previously. We have got news, a drive-through penalty for causing an avoidable collision. That is painful for Pim Bao, and he's going to certainly pay a severe penalty for that incident. There's now been given a drive-through penalty. That is going to be so painful, Travis.
It really is. That's so unfortunate for him, too. I don't think that will be enough to close the gap to Martin Schmid behind, but it's going to severely cut into it. He chooses to go by the start-finish line this time, not compelled to come into pit lane just yet. He does have a few laps to serve this penalty. But, yeah, just an hour ago, he was running nose to tail in trading positions, running side by side with Jakob Verderke in the most challenging parts of this circuit, like the two of them scrapping everywhere all the time. And then just like that, a slight lapse in concentration, one mistake affects somebody else's race, and ultimately his own on the back of a penalty. So he has his work cut out for him to try to catch Jakob Verderke, and now he is going to be closer to Martin Schmid than he was to the leader of the race. But we're not yet halfway through, so a lot of work yet for him to do. We know he's got pace, we know he's got talent, but it has gotten more difficult for him after that mistake.
Yeah, definitely. And only makes the job that much harder. There's Martin Schmid in third place. And no doubt that'll be music to his ears. The fact that Pim Bao has now got to come into the pit lane for a drive-through. That'll certainly mean a lot to him as he now makes his way down the stretch, down towards turn 1. There in behind as well. Ben Kelly McCauley leading the way, certainly for the GT4 category. And heading through the next right now, the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 310 car. They're making its way through the next lap, representing the United Kingdom flag, that's for sure. And got to say, it's interesting to see. You look at that GT4 category, one McLaren car lining up in that list of Porsches as well. Frontline Coffee, of course, donning that McLaren. There's Harry Pipes as well, not far behind as well, in second place for Sim 3D Sport Predator. We've got view on him right now. Very nice looking livery, quite colourful, and making his way through the next left in the first sector. And very shortly will power his way down in towards another left, which is a very progressive one indeed. You just need to sort of feather the brakes slightly and then back onto the throttle. You can near enough leave it in third, nearly up to fourth as well. But stability in the Porsches can be a bit treacherous. Can be at the mercy of oversteer or understeer, and it's so important to time your braking as best you can, because you can be susceptible to spins. They're certainly not the easiest cars to drive. I got to say, respect anyone who can tackle these in iRacing. It certainly took me a long time to manage these types of vehicles, but credit to every single one of them to perform at this level for this charity stream, and certainly get certainly get as far as they have done with just under or just over, should I say, 6.5 hours remaining in this 12-hour event. You've got to salute every single one of these guys.
Yeah, you really do. It's a long way on a challenging circuit, and in some challenging cars, like you mentioned, a bit easier in the Cayman GT4 car than it is in some of its Porsche brethren. A friend of mine who has raced Porsches for a long time told me years ago that a Porsche has an engine in the back that wants to get to the front. So you do have to be careful transferring the weight, being mindful on the brakes, thinking about how you're turning into a corner and getting drive on the exit is it's critically important in any car, but Porsche is just a little bit trickier than any of the others. You mentioned a moment ago the lone McLaren there in GT4. You can see that run of Porsches, and then the McLaren in the middle. And Andy and I had a conversation. We had a couple of conversations during our shared stint earlier about the different makes of cars. How the balance of power changes, how the teams decide to choose which machines are going to give them the most performance. And you can see there at the top of GT3 Pro how it's all BMWs now from positions 1 down to position 8, waiting for Luca Harrison to reappear in the top 8 so we can see a Ferrari up there. But in GT3 AM, it's shaken up a little bit. You can see there's a Ferrari in the lead with some Porsches in train, and then all the makes represented. There's a Mercedes there, a BMW, and a Lamborghini. So a bit more variety, diversity in the AM class. But Pro and GT4 dominated by one make, like we have seen for most of the distance in this race so far.
Yeah, Dan Fisher leading that AM class right now, and there he is, making his way in towards the next right, and certainly is donning a lovely colour as well. Ferrari would be proud to see the traditional red and yellow back on the car. Love the rims as well, Mr. Fisher, as he now makes his way through the next left, and certainly leading his charge. He's got a gap then to Scott Tuffy, who is in behind it. But Dan giving himself a good account because he is clear of a couple of or quite a few, should I say, of the Pro class, because further down you've got the likes of Otmar Pinner, as well as Gilles LeBlanc and David Wasserman, as well as Danny Henney and Mark Codger as well. So there's plenty of Pro names further down, so we're giving a good account. In fact, there's quite a few AMs doing very well indeed. Missed Apex in second place in that GT3 run as well, and Scott Tuffy donning that car as well, with Danilo Steinegger in behind them too. But yeah, plenty of them still out on track, looking to impress. There's been a move for second place now in the race. Martin Schmid now getting past, I believe that was Martin Schmid. Martin Schmid still in third place. Sorry, a bit of an error on our timing screen there, just slightly. But Martin Schmid in third place, currently holding on to his position. Looked like we might have seen a jump there. Can sometimes happen during a pit stop phase, so we've got to stay up to date on those. But Schmid doing a superb job. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
but
may have been a blip there on account of his drive-through penalty. We need to check and see if he served that. He would have been compelled to. I'm mistaken again. I've got somebody in my ear telling me that was the wrong driver once again. But looking at that gap, Martin Schmid has closed it somewhat. So Pim Bao, yes, no, he still hasn't. The timing screen is just updated for me, so forgive me for that. He's still out on circuit. He is losing time to Jakub Vederka, so I think he was losing time earlier on. We talked earlier about how on the last cycle of pit stops, he came out a few seconds behind Jakub Vederka and was slowly losing time. And that gap growing somewhat more quickly now. So I think Pim Bao may have been struggling a little bit after that cycle of pit stops, and then coming together with the slower car, now compromising his race even further and allowing Martin Schmid to slowly reel him in.
Yeah, definitely. And so Jakub Vederka is still in charge right now. Pim Bao there as well with Martin Schmid, but Pim Bao still yet to serve that time penalty, or that drive-through penalty, should I say. Obviously, it is technically a time penalty as well, because it's going to cost him quite a considerable bit of time as he makes his way into the pit lane. But further down, plenty of others, plenty of pretenders to the throne as well. There could be many. Oh, we got a spin there. Not sure quite what happened, but a big spin further down. That's the JWR2 mud curve car. Was it that one, or was it Lucy Goosey? I'm trying to see who's dropped down the field there. Big drama already in the race, but very nearly collecting Pim Bao, and that would have only just been an insult to injury, I'm sure there, Travis.
Oh, it really would have. Like those kind of moments that you can't control yourself, where you're just an innocent victim. Oh yeah, you can see there on the replay, he just a little bit wrong through the Kleiner carousel down into the dip and upsets the car, and then bounces it back up over the circuit right in front of Pim Bao. That will have been a heart-stopping moment for Pim Bao. He would have gotten the signal from iRacing that there's a yellow flag, if he's using a spotter, it would have told him that somebody is off ahead of him. But that most of the corners, and that one in particular, are blind. You pitch the car into the banking in that corner, and you can't see around the Armco, and then the car comes over the crest on the exit as we watch him come into pit lane to serve his penalty. You pop over the crest on the exit of the banking there, and then suddenly there's a car in front of you. That's a heart-stopping moment, especially when you're already frustrated having to serve a penalty for a mistake earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been clutching at his steering wheel, wondering what was going on. He was lucky that he wasn't any closer to him on the track, because we know how fast these cars are taking some of these sectors here at the Nürburgring. Don't get me wrong, plenty of corners, but at the same time, lots of straights as well, and certainly high-speed corners where drivers don't need to apply the brakes so much. But luckily enough, the timing of the spin certainly aided him slightly. There's Jakob Viderka now, who is still nurturing a lead. Now, Travis, when you've got an advantage such as this, 30.5 seconds is the gap between Pim Bao and Jakob Viderka. That's only going to go out now, seeing as Pim Bao is now serving that stop-go penalty, or the drive-through penalty, should I say. Jakob Viderka now, can he just relax? Can he just sort of just take it in his stride? No need to start hustling out some heavy lap times. It's just a case of nurturing this lead right now?
Yeah, I think he can. He would have known that he was putting time, steadily lap after lap on Pim Bao. The Pim Bao was losing tenths and hundredths here and there. And now, he will have seen on his relative timing that the gap to Pim Bao, which was 26, 27 seconds, is now up to 47 seconds. So this is the ideal situation when you're in the lead of the race, is that you can just manage it. You don't have anyone to chase ahead of you. Sometimes it's nice to have a rabbit in front of you that you can chase around the circuit, kind of motivate you and coax you into pushing the car and extracting the maximum performance. But now all he has to do is exactly what you said. He just has to manage his race. He wants to be inch perfect. He wants to hit his marks. He wants to be right in the racing line. And he doesn't have to push that hard. If he gives away a tenth or a hundredth here or there, it's not that big a deal. He knows he'll get that time back in the ebb and flow, negotiating the traffic. So all he has to do is drive. That said, he has to keep in the back of his mind, he has to remember that he's only halfway through this race. There's still 6.5 hours left. So he can't slouch. He can't give away a tenth or two, every lap of every few corners, every kilometer of this circuit on the way to the finish. But he can certainly afford to relax a little bit and avoid taking the risks that he was taking earlier to maintain that gap, or to race with Pim Bao like he was doing an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a little battle brewing potentially for second place in the GT3 AM class. Miss Apex Predators currently holding on to that P2 spot. Could be coming under pressure from the Porsche. That is the Lion GP esports car. And we'll watch them now make their way through the next left now. That's Danilo Steiniger, who's currently down in P13 right now, with Scott Tuffy ahead of him. Currently the gap sits at 1.4 seconds between the pairing, as they now come down in towards the next straight. And you can see him just urging closer and closer. It'll be interesting to see how quickly this gap changes as we now watch them hustle and bustle their way through this segment of the circuit. But as they do so, never has it been so key for Scott Tuffy to hang on. Danilo Steiniger there right in behind, and looks to be maybe getting closer. The gap seems to be maintained, actually. I don't think he's quite finding the time that he needs, but bear in mind he could find it in another part of the circuit as they make their way down in towards the next left-handed point. Near enough high speed, you can sort of feather the throttle around this point of the track as he now sends it now down this very long, heavy speed straight. There you can see the other Porsche in behind. This is going to be very special indeed as they now make their way around the Lion GP esports car. Needs to beat a Lion in this circumstance and try and close the gap. And he is actually pulling away. We are getting word in our ear that time gap is coming out as well. Travis, it looks like he's going to have to wait a little longer, is Steiniger.
Yeah, I think he will. It looked like that this was going to be pretty competitive. It was going to be a closer race. Maybe we would have a scrap, coming onto Dorian. But he's falling back a little bit, not in contention right now. But this is one of the things that we enjoy about endurance racing, that we kind of missed out early on in the race. It doesn't happen that often that two drivers at the very front are scrapping and dominating our attention like Jakob Viderka and Pim Bao were earlier on. And now we see the complexion of the race changing as it goes on, where the leaders are spread out some. Jakub Viderka is comfortably in the lead, and whereas the cars further back in the Pro order or down in GT3M were spread out earlier, now we've got cars in closer contention in GT3M. So the complexion changes. There are races up and down the order as it goes on. Getting a lot of variety in the racing, getting to see a lot of different drivers running these different machines. This is what we like to see, is the excitement kind of build and then subside and then move around down the order during the course of the race.
Right. Just watching out, Tobias Younger making his way through now, and I understand. Just watching this battle now between Tobias Younger in P5, now making his way through for Sim Racing Centre. It's getting pretty tight and scrappy side by side now as they come through the next left, and even though there's not intensifying battles on the track, you've still got to try and find your way past some of these cars. It's as much a dodging fest as it is a race, and also at the same time you've got to try and make your way through without sustaining damage to your car. But very nice and smoothly does it for Tobias Younger, and stays in P5, and more importantly on track as well on the grey stuff for the Sim Racing Centre GT3, so into 5th place. And pleased to say, folks, that we are going to be joined by a driver as well. He's representing the IRNL Purple team, Martin Postema, who's just waiting in the interview room. He'll be joining us now very, very shortly, and I'm pleased to say that he is with us now. Martin, welcome to the commentary box. How you doing, my friend?
Well, thank you. Nice having me. Yeah, well, we're doing good, but yeah, not the place where we want to be. But yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
No, well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Certainly, we've witnessed an incredible battle, an incredible duel of sorts out on track between many on this circuit, and it's been a test of strength. And in this race, certainly a test of stamina, a test of ability. Your team, IRNL Purple, can you give us a summary of what your thoughts are so far through this race?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we, like all the teams, had troubles with a setup last Wednesday. We thought we had a good setup, but it turns out that we, the 3 drivers of Purple One, just the team where I drive in, we are all uncomfortable with the setup, and we miss a lot of trust. So we managed to get more stability in the car. We have to apparently change our driving skills, our behavior, but we are nice at the moment. We have fun, and that's the most important, right?
You're absolutely spot on. It is all about fun. But just watching your colleague, teammate, Rutger Gerritsen now making his way through the track. Just talk about your team. What's the preparation been like? Because obviously I know different teams have their different methods and plans. Is it a case you guys are meeting up at the moment?
Yeah.
You're now watching
of
Rutger
course.
get on the rear.
Yeah.
What's the schedule been like?
Yeah, we'll talk you through that. Purple is a Dutch racing community, the IRNL community. We call ourselves a Purple team. Like a B squad. Unfortunately, the A team, the real IRNL pro drivers, couldn't race this race, unfortunately. But yeah, we as a group of 8 drivers who are in the Purple team, so that's why we drive with 2 teams today. And actually, Rutger is one of the driver who is now in the Purple car we see. Rutger is one of the strongest drivers of our team. I also think one of the most experienced drivers. Every Tuesday we practice, and yeah, we talk about setups, and we train a lot together. And we like to race and compete in endurance races. So this is excellent to join this race. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, we're just watching Martin on the screen now. We can see you could see you there at this moment in time. Give us a thumbs up. There you have it. Yeah, I'm just going to say it's great to hear though that even despite you haven't got your first team drivers taking part, it's great to see the rest of your community getting involved. I mean, what does it mean to contribute to a charitable cause such as this? You know, M4EM have represented, certainly with the sponsorship. It's great to see the logo on the cars, and obviously the money going towards a great charity as well.
Yeah.
What do you think this means to the sim racing community?
Well, for a lot of people in our community, in the iRacing Netherlands community, personally, I found out that there is a lot of people who support donations and racing for a good cause. Last November, for instance, I did a 24-hour race, solo. I called it a 24-hour solo challenge in the Porsche Cup, and
wow,
it was for the Cancer Foundation. And what my goal was to achieve €1,000 for a good cause, of course. But it turns out that everybody was involved. Everybody wanted to be in the race, or watch the stream, or voluntarily made hamburgers, or sold 3D printed track layouts. So everybody wanted to do something for the charity, and in the end I reached like almost €8,000. So that was incredible. So you're racing for a good charity. That's it's really nice to be in the community together, and not only talk about racing, but also about more important things in life.
So tell us a little more about this this 24-hour solo effort, because it's kind of a meme with the sim broadcast team. We had a couple drivers in a 12-hour race we covered a few months ago. They did the solo effort and had teammates or roommates feeding them sandwiches during the event. How do you manage 24 hours by yourself, let alone 12? What do you do to prepare for that?
A lot of training, of course. No, but I thought first my thought was I do this in my own room, like here. But someone called me and they said, you can come in my factory. This guy is making sim pedals. And he said, if we put you in a like a glass box, everybody can watch you race. So come over and we prepare you a sim rig, and you can race for 24 hours. So my dad actually massaged me, and people made my food, but I still have to do the job. I did 148 laps in the Porsche Cup 991. It's my favorite car. No traction control, no ABS. Pure driving, and I went 10 times out of the sim rig, so just for short breaks, have some food and go to the room, of course. So that was a big achievement. I think it's the best racing experience I ever had. I was joined with teams, luckily, so I was not only alone on the track, but in the end, 24 hours I was exhausted. But I managed to do 148 laps, so it was awesome.
A very grand, very grand achievement, Martin.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're gonna secure another one today. Big thank you for joining us in the commentary box.
You're welcome.
Best of luck.
Thank you, and good luck with the stream, with the race, and see you later.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. That was Martin Postema. He's joining us in the commentary box. Big thank you to him, and of course his team, our IRNL Purple. We have actually had some switch-ups at the top of the order, folks. Arcadius Neumann now coming into the Protocharge Sim Sport 2. So big credit to him on that effort, and he's now in the car and now going to look to take their team further into this race. Martin Schmid now takes over at the front, and further down we've got Florian Kruger in third place as well, with Rob Tisson as well in behind. But it's getting really testy now further back. We've got another purple car in the midst as well, Travis. But it's amazing to hear the story of Martin and that 24-hour stream. These drivers getting involved in these charitable causes. It's just so vibrant, so important to this community for them to be able to contribute to these sort of setups by charitable organisations and people who like to give to charity. It means a lot to them, doesn't it?
Yes, and I really appreciate the personal challenges that some of these drivers take on to highlight the importance. Doing 12 hours certainly doesn't compare to struggling with cancer, but I think it's a nice gesture. It's an interesting test of endurance to show how you power through during a time of challenge or adversity. 24 hours. We've had drivers do 12 hours in the seat all alone before. I don't know how you do 24. I respect him immensely, but I think that is absolute lunacy to do 24 hours solo. I cannot imagine doing that, but I am seriously impressed. And to finish 100, he said 140 laps, 145 laps around the Nordschleife in 24 hours. Like that's not. That's not barely getting around and finishing, laps and laps and laps down on the leaders. That is a legitimate and competitive effort. That is stunning. So yeah, these personal stories are so fun to hear. These challenges are great, and I'm glad that everyone is so motivated to participate and to do some of these silly things to draw attention to the cause.
I'd imagine that the stock price of energy drinks probably went up massively for that one, but an absolutely tremendous effort, certainly from him, to manage that. But no, brilliant. And I have to say, it's great to speak to these great characters in the world of sim racing, and obviously to some of these drivers who are taking part in this M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours. All of them just really pleased to be here, enjoying the situation. We've actually got an update. As you can see there, race control just reaffirming that lap 43 incident, the drive-through penalty causing an avoidable collision, car number 77. And obviously he, I believe, did fulfill that. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're just hearing in our ear that is a second incident, Travis. So that is another occasion, a different driver, though, this time. Incredible.
Yeah, I was ready to talk about how the order has changed at the front with Martin Schmidt in front. He should fall down the order, and how Rob Tyson had taken over for Pim Bao. Rob Tyson was right behind Arkadiusz Neumann in pit lane after Arkadiusz took over that car. Now Rob Tyson has made the same mistake that his teammate did. I think I reacted the same way you did. There was a bit of a confusing message. I thought that was just a reaffirmation that the penalty had happened and he'd been through. But same mistake again from the Team Racing Netherlands car and the new driver. It's easy to make those kind of mistakes when you're fresh in the machine. You get in, you got nerves, especially like if you feel like you have to make up for a teammate's mistake. There's no blame there, but you want to put the team on your back and try to recover a good finish after you have a setback like that. And you make a slight mistake. You're in the wrong headspace because you're not focused on your race. You're not focused on hitting your marks and driving the car really, really well. Anxiety sets in a little bit and you make a small mistake, and then there it is. They've gone from first an hour and a half ago to second and a few seconds down the order from the leaders, and now down to fourth position with a looming penalty.
Yeah, not good at all. And we've got news now as Martin Schmidt is now in the pits as well. We've also got Pascal Thomas for the Protocharge Sim Sport in the pits as well. Arkadiusz Neumann now retakes the lead for his team. Rob Tyson now is also making his way around the circuit, now embedded into fourth place. But I can only imagine now he's going to have to fulfill his drive-through penalty. There's Arkadiusz Neumann now, the man who's leading the cars right through in this GT3 Pro class. And in actual fact has the entire lead of this race so far, and does have a comfortable advantage, at least for now, given the fact that Martin Schmidt and Pascal Thomas have now entered the pit lane. Further back as well, Rob Tyson, he's going to have to serve at some point. Here he is, in fact, making his way through the pit entry line. And that is less than ideal, isn't it? That is 2 drive-through penalties. And we thought the first one was devastating. The second one is going to be even worse, I think, Travis.
Yeah, they'll be gutted. You try to avoid those kind of mistakes, obviously, because nobody wants to make a mistake when they're going around in a racing car. But it's easy when you're tired. It's easy when you're fresh in the car and you're not in your rhythm yet. And especially around here, where the margins are so thin, where there isn't that much room to run off. The track is narrow. You want to get through quickly. You want to compete with the drivers ahead of you that you're racing. Just one small lapse in concentration, or just a little bit late on the brakes, or a little bit too ambitious trying to get through the slower cars, and this is what happens. They have been, I believe they've been promoted back up to third. They have on pit stop cycle. Pascal Thomas not able to quite stay ahead of them. So even with that drive-through penalty, they're still on the podium. But yeah, that is a gutting setback to them. Fortunately, they've got a lot of time left. Not even halfway through, coming up on the halfway mark, 13 minutes, a little less than 13 minutes until we're hit to the halfway mark. But late dive there. We were talking about discretion and patience just a moment ago. It makes a dive on the back marker. But yeah, they have time to recover, but it's going to be hard. They need to reset, clear their heads, and just do their best without mistakes from here forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, and let's see if they can do that for the rest of this. And as you can see, the leaders up at the very top of the screen, Neumann, Fischer and Kelly McCauley in each their representative classes. Neumann in the GT3 Pro, with Fischer in the GT3 AM and Kelly McCauley in the GT4s. And there you can see Ben Kelly McCauley now for the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 310 and the GT4 Porsche car. And making his way around now in second place. In behind him as well, the WSC Motorsport GT4 Treble 8 car as well in behind, just trying to close as best they can. Obviously, it's going to be a huge effort certainly on their part. Philip Hoover representing them right now, and in behind Harry Pipes, in behind them, and Dominic Engel in fourth place. So it's going to very much heat up, I think, between them. Obviously, still very much a fight on their hands. There's Philip Hoover there in second place, and doing so magnificently in the Treble 8 car. And now heading up through this next straight. He's got another left to take. And again, a high-speed section, semi-chicane of sorts now as he powers on through and into the next left now. And this is when they'll join the technical part of the circuit. This is where they combine. And we got Harry Pipes there in third place. He's got to try and negotiate his way around some faster cars, and does so magnificently as well. But yeah, that is half the battle, isn't it? Certainly, I can imagine it's just as treacherous for the GT4s as it is for the GT3s there, Travis.
Yeah, it really is. Andy and I talked about this earlier on, how when you're in the slower class, you want to manage your own race, you want to go quick, but you know that the guys in the faster cars are hungry and they're racing one another. They're faster than you. They want to get through. They don't want to lose time. So you have to be sensible. You have to be predictable. But you might have to be ready to take avoiding action, jump out of the way, be off the line. And around here, off the line can be pretty uncomfortable. We've seen some ambitious moves by the leaders to get through the slower class, the GT4 cars. So it's a bit stressful sometimes. It's nice as we watch Daniel Kriegsmann right now. Daniel has the ideal situation at the moment, though he has a BMW lurking behind him, where he doesn't have anybody ahead. He can manage his own race. He's running a comfortable sixth position. But now, coming into a few technical corners, he's up over X-Mula, where a car might try to coming into X-Mula. A BMW could make a safe move, after this corner, going down to Bergwerk or up the hill. But just like that, those are heart-stopping moments when the car behind you is so much more performant, and you're in the middle of the corner and you're trying to focus on hitting the apex and then driving off, and then suddenly there's the huge kidney grill behind you. It's really easy to get thrown off. It takes a lot of concentration to run in the slower classes. I think probably more so than running in the lead class.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on, and it puts you in a little bit of a difficult situation from time to time. But it's up to these drivers now to make sure that they can get through safely. Very soon, folks, we will be switching over to our other stream on YouTube. Obviously, be primed for it. There is 2 parts to this stream. Obviously, this being part 1, we've got part 2 coming through. We've got a link in the description so you can stay up to date. So make sure you got it primed and ready. If you want to load up a second tab and get ready for the changeover, be sure to do so. Like I said, that link is in the description. We will be taking a short break while we get primed at that time. But we've still got a little bit of time. 5 minutes still remain before we take a short break to make that stream transfer. Obviously, like I said, in the YouTube description on this stream in part 1, that'll lead you to part 2 as well. So you'll get to catch up with all the racing action with me and, of course, Travis as well. And, of course, the other commentators who are joining us, including Chris Stevens, who will definitely be back later on as well. And we're very lucky to have such an amazing broadcasting team to bring you this M4EM 12 hours of Nürburgring. And we're now watching Martin Schmid come through Rob Tyson after serving that drive-through, the second drive-through for Team Racing Netherlands. Not in the plan, certainly not in the fixture for this team. They were not hoping for that. It's really hit them with a setback. Certainly a team you'd picture, certainly given the fact that they're still in P3, probably should be getting a little bit more out of this race, potentially, Travis?
Yeah, they would certainly prefer to, but now you can see that he's got the other Protocharged SimSport car behind him as he put a wheel off going through YouTube Corner. I can't recall the proper name right now, but everybody likes to call it YouTube Corner, so that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah, like strong at the front and making small mistakes here and there, but still managing with that the nice scrap that we were watching earlier on. But it's gone from bad to worse. He's trying to manage. He's come back up into the podium positions after a setback, a penalty of his own after his teammate had a drive-through earlier on. And now he is racing a familiar car once again. It's the sister car to the car that he was racing earlier. But he's about to have mirrors full of Pascal Thomas. I think he'd be on the scene, perhaps going down the main straightaway into the hairpin, if not in the infield in the GP circuit. So they have to find something. I do wonder, because they were falling down the order after the pit stop cycle before, so they pitted recently and then had the drive-through penalty. The pit cycle before that, they were falling down the order, and I was suspicious to me because I wonder if there's some damage on the car, or if perhaps I might have guessed that Pembao was having some trouble with his equipment, but I think Rob Tyson is struggling with the same thing, which then makes me wonder if perhaps they used fast repairs earlier on in the race and they've exhausted them, or if maybe they're just carrying this damage because they feel like they can manage it, assuming they have damage, and they want to save those. They want to save those fast repairs. It just seems odd to me that they're so far off the pace in the last 30 minutes or so when they were so strong early on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to waste them too quickly, because if you remember, they only have 3 fast repairs to use, so you can't really afford to squander them, and it can leave you, sort of wanting later on, because obviously if you do carry a substantial amount of damage on, later on in the race, and you've used all your fast repairs, obviously you're going to get hindered in the pit phase. But yeah, no, not good at all. But you've got to be very, very careful with how you do apply them, and in fact, it is a common complaint that you can get caught out by the odd, like we have stated prior, is the bumps and curbs. If you make one solitary mistake and a slight graze, and then all of a sudden you're doing a fast repair for that, it can really affect your race further down the line. And that's something, again, these drivers have got to be aware of. And again, it once again separates almost esports from real world racing. You've got to be a little smart with how you apply these things, and that is certainly the nature of the beast, that's for sure. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see certainly how these drivers do apply it. But that is the risky business. But certainly we're going to be watching them now make their way down this next stretch. Dan Fisher leading the AM class now, bombing his way through. He's got certainly a car ahead of him that he's going to have to try and negotiate his way around as makes his way down the next straight in the GWR2 Moot Curve car. And certainly, as things stand right now, he's going to want to try and get past very, very quickly on this main long straight. Hugs in towards the rear slipstream, and straight away, Dan Fisher putting a bit of pressure now. I believe that's Mark Van Tor, is that, Travis?
I am not entirely sure. I'm trying to tab ahead to see, but this is I think this is one of the situations we wanted to see for a long time. We talked about the Ferrari straight line speed, and now we've got the Ferrari on Ferrari train, one car fast in a straight line pulling another. We should have jumped over to see how fast they are going, but I think we've got the call in our ear that we are ready to hand over. Reminder that there is a link in the stream description in our YouTube channel. If you look at the description under the video, we are going to part 2, and we will be back with you in just a few moments' time.